Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the top.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share
It's
your
not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean,
They are
they
making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House is providing.
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually.
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. Get understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people.
So a lot of my friends are libertarians, and I'm always arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
There we go. I was like, wait a minute. Too low. Give me just a minute, boys. What is happening in the fucking in the chat right now? Hold on. Forgot to start my music. Trans metal covers? What's the trans song? Oh, you mean like, wait a minute, Dylan Mulvaney? You're talking about the one in the intro? What is wrong with you people? Oh, okay, I was like, I make an unhinged intro and you guys are like, not unhinged enough. The one from the movie. Nice. What movie? Did you tear Trump apart? What are you talking about? I don't know if you guys know this, but I have not met or know Trump. did some research on tariffs. This better be good. Yeah. What do you mean? Like, you did all this research. Why didn't you guys at me in the Discord? I mean, help me out. You know what I mean? If you wanted to be good, why you know? Oh. You're talking about doing a metal cover from the best musical from the Oscars. From penis to vagina. I feel like, oh shit, thank you, Rudy. I appreciate the gifted subs. Guys, since Rudy's here and donating money, remember, for only $3.99, you can become a member, and you too can spam stupid emotes in chat and get a cool little badge next to your name and help me out. Or you can just do super chats. Obviously, you can do the direct link. All of those are in the description. Follow me on X if you want to hear my shower thoughts or watch me be toxic. But join the Discord if you want to, be like, this better be good. I did a bunch of research on tariffs, like 420 TV. Join the Discord and at me. You know what I mean? Like, you'd be like, hey, I got some notes for you. You know what I mean? Be a part of the community. Make the stream better. One day I'll get big enough and I'll be able to do cool shit like Pay Money Wubby's like media stream or something, Like really, the Discord will really be open. But as of right now, I don't know how many people are in there. It's like 600, 700, somewhere around there. Most people aren't active, but there's a few people in there that are super autistic and active. It's fun. These emotes are not stupid. They had a large quantity of effort put into them. Casimir made the helicopter. I made the Hoppa laser beams one. I also made the glowy GIF. But I use like a program to make the glowy GIF. Let's see what else we have in there. I've made most of these. Yeah, I made the triggered and the road one and the wave one. There are more, but like I have to get... Where's my brush? I made a touch of the tar brush one to make fun of me and my blackness. But I don't have like enough money on YouTube or whatever or enough memberships to be able to access more emote slots. ZX Crack, are you fucking 420? Because if you're 420, like, oh my fucking God, what useless information is that? It's fine. Like, I put out a call like a couple hours ago and was like, hey, is there anything I missed? Like, what do you guys think I should focus on? And he hits me up after stream has already started. I think it's you, 420. And he goes, Scott, honestly, just focus on the history. Tariffs have a lot of history, and people get the history very wrong. Oh, cool. No, there's no point in sending me sources now. We're already streaming. The fuck you think this is a Destiny stream where I just like have people send me their sources in the middle of stream and then I read it and then I pretend like I'm the greatest, most intelligent person ever? I'm already set for the panel. Yes, you are Libertarian Destiny? No, I'm not. There are many things that make Destiny different, and having different politics is only one of them. Oh my God, I got like some hair in my head. Get the dub tonight? Yo, hell yeah, I'll try. I'm not like super prepped for this, like it's some crazy thing. I mean, like most people, maybe you guys will be mad if you're hardcore libertarians. I sit very much in the fence on this. Not so much that I'm undecided, but more like I just think everybody's conversation around tariffs is really fucking stupid. Like the right seem to think tariffs are good, which is dumb. You know, as quote unquote history tells us, right? They don't work.
They made the Great Depression longer, right? Hard seller shit. Like, you know, these early 20th century tariffs destroyed our economic growth. You know, but I mean, like, that's all empirical. Like, we can just talk about it praxeologically as well. Like, they don't work. They don't do anything. And it's like, I would respect Trump and right-wingers more if they were just like, oh yeah, no, like, this is just a tactic for free trade agreements. But the problem is that, like, that seems to be mostly what's going on, and the left doesn't understand that at all. But what's even crazier is that, like, how to put this? I don't know if Trump is retarded. Like, I don't, like, it's so hard to tell. It seems to me that Trump genuinely believes that, like, a 10% tariff will be good. I rewatched Zulu's video on open borders. It's pretty convincing. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think Zulu is, I think he's mostly right. I just think that he just has no concept of, like, living in the real world. And this isn't me to say, like, oh, you're wrong. You know, you're right on theory, but in the real world, you're wrong. I mean, it is kind of what I'm saying, but, like, it's like, in order for what he wants and what the open borders libertarians want, like, you have to dissolve the nation state. And I've even brought that up to him. I'm like, okay, but in order for your actual policy to make sense, like, Congress would have to vote to dissolve the nation state. And he was like, well, why don't they? And I was like, what? What do you mean? He's like, well, that could happen tomorrow. You saying that couldn't happen tomorrow is saying that you can predict the future. You don't know that we won't just vote to get rid of the entire nation state. And I'm like, bro, like, come on. You know, like I'm willing to make a lot of arguments, but this one I'm like, dude, like, come on, man. Like, can we live in the real world for a moment? I think I gotta, like, this little spot right here. I gotta trim that up. It's whatever. No, I mean, like, tariffs put downward pressure on growth, right? Like, so it's not like sometimes tariffs can work, but it's happenstance, or there's, like, a lot of other factors, right? Like, yeah, so I mean, like tariffs in the short term to fix some issue is saying I'm going to hurt the economy in the short term. Do you think tariffs are an investment at all? An investment in what? Tariffs are literally designed to destroy your economy. What the fuck is a micro tariff? I've never heard this term before. Well, no, there's no short-term or long-term gain from tariffs unless tariffs are used as a tool to get free trade. Like, nobody benefits by tariff. Oh, you mean like targeted? Yeah, micro tariffs are bad as well. Micro tariffs are bad. Like, what is this? No, micro tariffs are fucking trash as well. Like, why do you think we have our situation with our dairy and red meat industry, right? Like most of the world has somewhere between like 100% to 300% tariffs. So none of our farmers that are dairy can fucking ship out their dairy anywhere. So what do? Well, we import, French cheese and, Italian cheese and things like that. We import all that shit. And then our own people then get subsidized by our own tax dollars so that they continue to produce, because it's not profitable to produce because the rest of the world is tariffing us. Like, this is silly. Peacecraft, why are you in the Discord talking? And why are you saying random shit like that? Do you know, like, the reply function is an @ that is targeted towards a specific comment. Peacecraft, what the fuck are you doing? Is Peacecraft in here, or is he just in the Discord saying stupid shit? No. He must be getting his morning buzz on, I guess. I don't know. No, micro tariffs are just bad. Like, tariffs are always harmful to economic growth. There are no exceptions. Like, that's it. Like, point blank period. Like, that's just how that works. They're not an investment in anything. That's just not how, like any level of understanding of economics tells you that. Is there a positive aspect of tariffs to you at all? Tariffs are a tax. You're on a libertarian's channel talking about how we ought to tax people. People can only see a year out. No, I can see much further than out. I'm like, this isn't me being like some lefty fucking like panicking because tariffs made a dip in the stock market. Hey, what's up? So yeah, Rudy, you get to do something, right? Like tariffs are just tariffs can be used as a negotiating tactic, but you have to understand that when you're using tariff as a negotiating tactic, you're saying I'm going to harm all the economy in my country, and I'm going to harm the economy in your country, and I hope to get something from this. Right? Like, let's say the other country, because a lot of the world will say, oh, we don't tariff you at all, but they do VAT taxes. And then the way they utilize their VAT taxes is essentially a fucking tariff. So they tariff us and then we don't tariff them. So, so that, we can't really export much to them economically and we end up importing them. But like Trump's whole thing here is like one of two things. Right? Oh, yeah, dude, yeah. 20 of you haven't liked the stream. What the fuck? Appreciate that, Sociologic. But, like, Trump's whole thing here is, like, one of two things. There's no in between. Either Trump is just, like, off the rails retarded and, like, everybody is giving him mixed advice and he's just kind of saying whatever he thinks will work the next day. I don't think that's the more likely scenario. Or, on the other end, he recognizes that tariffs are bad and that they're stupid. But also recognizes we've been getting fucked for since World War II in a lot of industries and is trying to renegotiate deals because the World Trade Organization has been a useless and unhelpful thing for us that has just been designed to allow smaller countries coming in to essentially bully larger countries by guilt tripping them into allowing a less free trade situation that benefits them, right? And this equal kind of concept. China doesn't follow that. None of these big countries follow it except us, which is that we just let people fuck us, right? And it seems like Trump's leaning more towards that, but Trump has this really dumb idea that a 10% tariff is good, that a 10% tariff will help us raise revenue, that we can absorb the costs and that it'll actually help bring it. It's almost like I know that he's not dumb enough, or at least I don't know. I think he's not dumb enough to think that actually is going to bring manufacturing back or something. At best, it'll spurn people to invest in in AI and invest in automated processes to reduce the costs that he imposed on them for domestic manufacturing. Totally wrong. Trump is just dumb. No, I don't think Trump. I think thinking Trump is dumb is a sign of Trump derangement syndrome or ideological capture. I don't think Trump is Trump is just. I don't think he's dumb. He might be a little egomaniacal. He might be firing off the hip. He might be doing some dumb things. I don't think Trump is dumb. Yeah, no. Anytime somebody tells me that a politician that they disagree with is low IQ, it's more often than not, it's just tribalism. Why would you tariff countries that don't tariff us if it was about going against countries screwing America? Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing is that it seems like the 10. Again, like Singapore is probably the best example, right? Singapore has no fucking tariffs against us. They don't have like any VAT tax shit that like, that like is used in some way to like create a tariff, even though like they say they have no tariffs, right? And he's still like pretty dedicated. What about tariffs on Canadian weed? Canadian weed is really good. It might harm our markets. And I mean, at this point, you're just trolling. Go read opinions from real businessmen about Trump as a businessman before he entered politics. No one took him serious. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck about articles from fucking people that are constantly playing a game to be liked by journalists about Trump's fucking, tactics as a businessman. I just don't care. I don't care about some person's opinion about whether or not he was a good businessman. What about tariffs for humanitarian reasons? I'm very skeptical. Right? I'm very skeptical. That's what I'll say. Look, I understand like if countries are committing fraud or if certain businesses are committing fraud or they're using some type of slave labor or something, I understand the desire to protect those people and utilize tariffs as a tool of like human rights. But I just don't trust the nation state to ever get it right. They historically get it wrong every time, right? Like for example, there was threats in the 90s against Bangladesh because of presumed childhood labor laws, right? And they were using child labor in the ready-made garment industry. UNICEF and even Krugman and, lefties and shit, they followed up. They were like, well, what happened? Right? Like that legislation never went through, but in Bangladesh, they got rid of a bunch of the child labor because they were worried about, the manufacturing of ready-made garments like, shoes, clothes, purses, and shit like that going to some other country. So they got rid of a majority of their child labor. Well, what happened to those kids is they got new jobs that were worse, and a whole bunch of them ended up in the sex trafficking industry and dead. Right? It's like the imposition of the fear of tariffs and the fear of pressuring these companies to not engage in child labor made the children's lives much worse, right? So it's just like even if it is done with good motivations, like sweeping government forms of taxation for humanitarian reasons is that isn't actually punishing a specific person for a specific crime, but is instead meant to kind of address an issue is just not, it doesn't work. The younger the person who made my sneakers, the more I value them. All I can think of is that fucking What's Wrong with the World Today from Flight of the Conchords. I don't want to play it because it might be TOS, but it's like he's like, what is wrong with the world today? And then Brett comes in and he's like, they're using little kids to make sneakers, but the sneakers don't seem that much cheaper. How much does it cost to make little sneakers? What are your overheads? Right? Like, what are your overheads? That is one thing I have loved about the tariff war, the trade war with China, which, by the way, I just want to say, I called all of this before the election. I was like, Trump's lying about tariffs. He's like, he thinks they're somewhat good. He's going to impose tariffs on fucking everybody. Then he's going to fucking use them as threats to negotiate trade deals, which will probably be good. But he's absolutely going to get in a trade war with China. I just wanted to let the record show that I said all of this before the election. Okay, so seems like I'm fucking right so far. So I don't know. So if anyone wants to think that I'm crazy in some regard, at least I was. So far, I've been pretty fucking accurate in my predictions of how this would play out. I mean, there's another kind of unintended consequence of these tariffs, that I think is pretty good is that our entire economy is a house of cards, and anything could make it fall, And like I do have I must admit I have some level of schadenfreude of like the concept of like breaking the American economy just a little bit until we like stop doing so much dumb shit. Doing dumb shit to do so is probably not the right way to go about it. But like all these fucking DEI jobs and all these fucking corporate managerial administrative bloat that's mostly going to women with email jobs that don't actually do anything productive, but they get paid, so therefore that's GDP, and GDP number go up. So like companies and businesses and all these people just like constantly using this to get more loans on a currency that's fucked. Like there's a part of me that does enjoy watching the system crash a little bit in the hopes that a whole bunch of that shit just goes away because it doesn't do anything. I appreciate it. But the concept that like, you know, a 10% tariff is going to help the American manufacturing. It's like, I mean, it might in some degree, but it's not going to be because the tariff is good. It's going to be because it caused such a catastrophic fucking mess that like that was like that people started getting more into real things. It's not because it's economically good. It's going to cause inflation, obviously. Well, price inflation. I appreciate the like for the stream. How many likes do I have in the stream? Still only 12 likes, 14 likes, I'm sorry. 33 viewers. Not half of you have not liked the stream. Look, I'm not going to beg for your money. I like your money. Your money lets me eat. I cut my own hair because I'm trying to save money. Trust me, I love money, and I don't have a lot of it. So I'm not going to beg for your channel memberships or your super chats, though those are cool. And I'm not going to say you got to follow me on Twitter because I say some wild shit on Twitter. And I totally understand if you don't want to join the Discord, because the Discord's full of a bunch of crazy autistic people. But that is the best way that you're going to get notified that the stream's going out. But like the fucking stream, boys, it's free. It's a button. It helps. Like, what's up? And looking fucking sociologic, I appreciate it. Welcome to the sheep, 420 TV. I appreciate it. Next time, super chat me $4. And when you super chat me $4, say like the fucking stream. I'm kidding. I appreciate it. You just earned a Twitter follower? I do say some wild shit. Hold on. Just, you know what? Let me make my case for Twitter. I don't even know. Like, I tweet like it's a fucking stream of consciousness, right? Like my tweets are like a Trump speech. Okay. So I'm just going to go through my own Twitter and see what the fuck I've tweeted. Cause I done forgot. I don't fucking know. I just see some shit and I'm like, I hate you. You're dumb. So let's see what I got. Let's see. I got, retweeted Mike Benz talking shit on, Harvard getting $9 billion in federal funds. All right, that makes sense. Retweeting student of the free market. This is great. Anarchist tyranny is slavery. Status. Humans so bad. Need ruling class of humans to stop bad. Put this in the Make Scott Stop Being Poor fund. I appreciate it, Modern Mage. I do. I just wanted likes, boys. That's all I was looking for. Hold on, let me see. 20 likes. That's not too bad. Right. Okay. So here we go. Right. Here's a different one. So here's Rachel Wilson. You know, Andrew Wilson's wife. There's going to be just as hard and brutal a correction against multiculturalism as there will be against feminism. This whole enlightenment egalitarianism experiment is going to come to a brutal and violent end, and will be remembered as the folly of fools. And then I responded with, the cycle will repeat until one day people realize that you cannot use the state to plan a perfect society. Man must choose good and banish evil from his domain. Trying to engineer good with laws is folly. And then we have Tiffany Fong, all right? What is the gayest name a man can have? And I responded with, the answer is definitely Ching Peng. So here's Tiffany Fong going, my dad is getting sentenced tomorrow. Ching Peng. And then highlighted, he resigned as the CEO in November 2023 after pleading guilty to a money laundering charge in the United States and was sentenced to 4 months in prison in April 2024. Zhao was released from prison in September. Followed by the next highlighted, the case centers on a July 2021 stock repurchase transaction in which Binance sold its stakes, approximately 20% of FTX's international unit and 18.4% of U.S.-based entity to FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried. And lastly, in 2022, Zhao invested $500 million through Binance to finance the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk. I hate this bitch, and that's why she got paid like $20,000 one month in engagement, because fucking Elon Musk wanted to fuck her, and her dad helped her fraudulently buy Twitter. But, you know, Elon Musk is bringing back free speech, so we're not allowed to talk shit. All right, tariffs, China shit, tariffs shit. This shit's going to be dope for video games. Fuck, the left is learning how to meme. Talking shit on Wick TV because it's fun. Yep, more tariff shit. Making fun of Destiny because he's a lying sack of shit is fun. IP shit, tariffs. Making fun of Destiny, same thing. IP shit. Dude, this looks boring here lately. Oh yeah, Mary over here talking shit about airline food. I watched that bitch eat a whole pizza in front of me, a whole deep dish pizza. Let's see what I got. Oh yeah, this chick, Amana, whatever her name is, it does like a lot of YouTube shorts, Amala. And then I just posted, can I say something without anyone getting mad? Because god damn, boys. Listen, if you're new to the channel, you don't know my predilections. Well, picture's worth 1,000 words. Because good Lord, would I do terrible things to that girl. There you go. That's what my Twitter is. It's just a stream of consciousness. It's just me talking shit mad, and every now and then we do a little trolling. It's fun. How do you feel about the tariffs wiping out the overvaluation of stocks from the Biden era? What do you think is the biggest right-wing cope with tariffs? Yeah, so we're going to be talking about it and debating it a lot. But yeah, that's 100% true, right? Like anytime there's a massive crash and then the stock market comes back, they're like, Trump's tariffs wiped out fucking 8% of all wealth in America. It's like, first of all, he wiped out boomer wealth. He didn't wipe out any of my fucking wealth. Okay, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. All right, he didn't wipe out Gen Z wealth. None of us can afford fucking homes. All right, you're correct. A lot of times stocks get overvaluated and it takes a big chunk dip to like appropriately evaluate them. But at the same time, the volatility in the market is bad. As is the increased buying of treasury bonds and gold. The biggest right-wing cope with tariffs is that tariffs are actually good for the economy and that they'll bring manufacturing back. No, they fucking won't. Neither of those things are true. I did see Elon saying IP needs to be abolished. That's why everybody's talking about IP, and that's why I was on Twitter being like, "Here, hey, numbnuts, IP's bad." The Fed literally buys corporate bonds now. Yeah. They've been doing that for a while. 420 TV. They just couched it in funny words when they bought up housing and corporate bonds and called it quantitative easing. Does manufacturing need to be brought back? I don't know. That's the right answer, right? Like, manufacturing can be done here. It will look different because the value of labor here is higher. And we have a lot more educated people, though they're not that smart, right? There are some things that I think is a bad idea to have. Like, having all of your pharmaceuticals in China is a bad fucking idea, right? Like, that's just not smart. We saw it during COVID, and it's wild that it's still like that. Like, we still keep domestic manufacturing, like of pharmaceuticals to a point where we can't help ourselves through something. But like, there are certain industries that we certainly do. But like, the right answer is not, the CHIPS Act. That's fucking stupid. The right answer is getting rid of many of the regulations that harm our ability to produce things domestically. so that we offshore to China that has like, they have very little regulations. I mean, they have a lot of things that are, you know, make their economy and their market bad because they're communists. But in terms of like worker safety and things like that, building codes, I mean, they have tofu construction over there, for crying out loud, right? So unleashing the power of the free market so that some level of important and valuable manufacturing naturally comes back is probably the right answer. Yeah. I don't know what to do about the situation in Taiwan, though. And I'm comfortable saying I don't know what to do with the situation about Taiwan, because we have so much of our chips manufacturing there. The other thing, too, is, you know, this war that we're losing with China for resources between, you know, our old school system of destroying countries with, you know, International Monetary Fund and wars and U.S. aid and shit versus their Belt and Road Initiative is we're losing that, right? And so the supply chains that China has access to are just better than ours for manufacturing. So even if we do like get some manufacturing, we've really, really, really got to focus on our own house. And what I mean by our own house is we've got to get free trade agreements and deals and investment in South America. We've got to let the money in the free market unleash itself on South America so that we can have access to steel, so that we can have, you know, a lot of these resources that are mostly coming out of Africa and things of that nature. Like, if we want to be an economic protectionist country, you can't be an economic protectionist country and like think taxes are magically going to bring manufacturing back, especially when we don't have the supply lines to support that manufacturing. It's just really fucking dumb. I mean, like, yes, I don't disagree, 420 TV, that like we need to unleash our own resources here in America, but we've got to we've got to also have trade partners where the value of labor is less, right? Because like I don't want to import a million, 10 million, 20 million fucking third worlders to America so that we can actually mine shit. Right? Like, and I don't want like regular fucking Americans that have like a, you know, that are straight A students, you know, that don't want to go into the debt of like the scam of college working the fucking mines either. Right? Like, it's far, far better that we unleash the economy so that we can have, you know, and unleash, you know, free trade agreements so that we can get those resources from them. Because like Argentina, for example, has like a pretty decent amount of steel, but like China controls like something like 87% of the world's steel trade, right? Like, you can't fucking just tariff fucking China like crazy and then just be like, oh, I will figure out steel. It's like, no, you fucking won't. Like, you get like this is a big machine with a lot of moving pieces. How much you want to bet that $5 billion for the CHIPS Act ends up in Intel's pocket and produces nothing? That's all Intel does, dude, is government contracts. That's like, NVIDIA does the same thing, but NVIDIA competes and blows out performance against AMD for a reason, right? And that reason is that they're still innovating. Intel doesn't fucking innovate at all. That's why once AMD started crushing them in their chips, Intel can't catch up. Their own the newest Intel chips run hotter and get less performance than the previous generation of Intel chips. They just straight out put up new fucking chips that are worse than the fucking last generation. And AMD is consistently a better price to performance ratio than any Intel chip. And that's why they won the fucking contracts for fucking Netflix. That's why they won the contract for PlayStation with Sony, with Microsoft, etc. But NVIDIA just like, no, I said in terms of performance. I didn't say in price to performance, and I didn't say with how much they put on the market, right? NVIDIA like does like a lot of paper launches and bullshit and a lot of fuck games, and their price to performance ratio sucks. But for pure performance, getting an NVIDIA graphics card is still going to beat AMD. Yeah, I mean, I'm using a 6070 XT right now. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, yeah. What time is it? How much time do I have? I got to get going here too. Yeah, I'm on an all AMD system. But that was really just because it was, again, price to performance. It wasn't like I mean, I do prefer AMD as a company, but they do shiesty shit too. So I'm not married to buying AMD, but when I have enough money to upgrade something, the amount of money that I have in my budget, I can usually get something better for by buying an AMD than I can an Intel. I'd buy AMD GPU, but for AI stuff, a lot less boilerplate if you're not on NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm just talking about for personal computer, right? I'm not talking about NVIDIA has been on the cutting edge of AI since like Google's DeepMind. NVIDIA was working with them, right? Like AMD has mostly been about bringing products to the market that are price performance and trying to catch up to NVIDIA and catch up to Intel. And then eventually they started, surpassing Intel. I will say this, NVIDIA's deep learning super sampling is just better than AMD's fucking FTR. AMD's starting to catch up, but they're always 2 steps behind. You know what I mean? So it's like AMD takes a step, they take a step. Yeah, but like for your normal shit, like that doesn't, like if you're just a normal person that wants to use a computer for personal use and for gaming, like none of that shit matters. Oh, dude, I should send you a short story about the developer sphere that will make you grip your temple. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not a tech bro. Like I'm as much as I am a libertarian and I hang out with a lot of you guys, I don't know that much. LOL at the boomers crying about wealth loss when we're so far behind what they were at our age. Yeah, I mean, like I showed this like I just want to say, like, this is a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Sometimes a picture's worth 1,000 words. I said that earlier, but it was about something different. This is it. Like we can talk about the economy in 20 different ways, right? But this is 1985, and this is like 2024. It's gotten even worse since in the last year. Right? 1985, the difference between, median household income and the median sales price of a home, 3.5. Right? A home took you 3.5 years of salary to buy off the median household. 2024, it's 5.8. It's about 6 now. It's almost double the amount of money adjusted for inflation. But here's the thing, is that like in 1985, a lot of women weren't working. This is household income. This isn't individual income. A lot of women weren't working. Now women work bullshit email jobs and divorce their husbands and get the house. And men pay off the house, after they worked 20 years to finally be able to afford one, they pay off the house. I fucking hate boomers. I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to. I know that's somewhat judgmental or dumb, but they're too like, like if the boomers were like, damn, that sucks. What can we do? That's all I would need. That's literally all I want from the boomers. But they can't. Every boomer is like, oh, is it because you have to have your avocado toast? Maybe if you cut back on groceries 10%, you'd be able to afford a home. And it's like, dude, rent is like 3/4 of my entire paycheck. The avocado toast or the Starbucks that I'm not buying, by the way, because only rich white girls are buying that shit anyways, is making or breaking the difference in me buying a home. Damn, that sucks. Now pay my Social Security. Let's look it up. I mean, that was just one thing that I brought up, but like, let's just grok it real quick. Yeah, it's 54 to 57. The problem is that chart starts in 1985. All right, it's not a big of a jump. I thought it was a bigger jump, in my opinion. But I was wrong. It's only 3% growth. Where find chart? By following me on Twitter. Nah, I'm kidding. I'll just put it in the Discord for you. Give me a second. There, it's in general. Thanks, Mountain Dad. I'm just too young to understand then, LOL. Avocado toast, who really eating that for real though? Do I fuck up avocados? I got a whole thing of fucking mini avocados, all right? And they're great because now I can eat one avocado without putting half of an avocado that needs to be eaten within 7 hours in a Ziploc bag in the fridge that ultimately just ends up in my trash can. Dude, Shrek Eyes, I took a picture with the flash at like 9:30 at night. Okay, that's why it looked like that. And yeah, I did put lemon juice in it because I didn't have lime. Cost me $1 to make bread with a bread maker that costs $90, and an avocado costs 99 cents each. I can most definitely can tell you it's not the avocado toast. Well, like the thing that pissed me off is like, I'm an older millennial, so maybe some of you guys don't remember this, especially you Gen Z guys, right? But hear me out. When the Great Recession occurred in 2009, which was the same year that I graduated high school, I went out into a job market that would not hire me. And there were articles going around, and I was homeless at the time. And there were articles going around that millennials, like this was like 2010, 2009, right? Millennials are the reason that the economy isn't doing well because we're no longer eating out at restaurants. That was what boomers thought about us. They were pissed off that we weren't buying enough things and that we weren't going out to eat. And overwhelmingly, they were just like, they were blaming us for not having money. And then years later, they're like, you fuckers won't stop ordering DoorDash. That's why you can't afford a home. So it's like, if we go out to eat, we're the problem with the economy. And if we don't go out to eat, we're the problem with the economy. Like, boomers have been blaming us since the day we turned 18 for fucking everything without admitting any of their own problems. I've been homeless? Yeah, I've been homeless. To be fair, like, I wasn't living on a tent on the side of the road. I had a car, right? It wasn't always legal, but I had one, like, right? And I slept in my car, and I had a Gold's Gym membership, so I'd wake up, I'd go to the gym, I'd shower at Gold's Gym. I'd keep my dirty clothes in my my back seat, and I'd keep my clean clothes in the trunk, and then I would just like go to work, and then I'd find a place to park, and then invariably some cop somewhere would find me and wake me up and tell me, you know, I got to leave and threaten to arrest me because I'm homeless. And And then, but I also couch surfed during that time too. So like I would like I'd be, you know, sometimes I'd need like, you know, a couch to sleep on or something. But I was in a Crown Vic and I broke the brackets of my Crown Vic, and then like broke it apart with an angle with an angle grinder from a friend, and then made a wood block set so that my Crown Vic seat could lay at a perfect 180-degree flat angle. And then that way I could go to sleep because I'm 6'5" sleeping in my car. So that way I could make both of them go perfectly flat, and then it would turn into a bed because everything would be perfectly flat. And I mean, it had no center console, and I had like a thing that I could move in and out that was a center console basically. So I could like turn my Crown Vic into a bed and like lay diagonally. And I did that for a while. Yeah, I mean, the only tip I can give someone that's about to be homeless and living in their car is get a gym membership that has showers. Like, because you're just not going to be able to shower regularly at other people's houses. But if your local YMCA or wherever it is you're living has like a gym that has showers in it, pay for it. Because like the biggest thing is most people won't know you're homeless if you're wearing clean clothes and you take care of your, you're wearing deodorant, you're wearing clean clothes, and like you're showered and groomed. Nobody really knows you're homeless. But if you're not fucking showering, people know instantly. Boomers and Gen X caused this. I'm sorry. I mean, Gen X caused it, but like Gen X caused it just by getting high and ignoring everything. Like Gen X is not the generation that like caused these problems. They're the generation that just they checked out. They're just the generation that let them do it and never gave a fuck because, weak men create hard times kind of thing. Gen X is that. Gen X are the weakest, most ineffectual, most completely pussy generation there is. They like to think that because like Gen Z and millennials have blue hair and dumb facial piercings that like we're the bad ones, and they like to pretend like 80s hair metal didn't fucking exist, like they all didn't grow up looking like trans women anyways. But setting that aside, like they think they're all hard and badass because like they eventually bought a house and shit because the economy was decent. But they just did drugs and checked out. And they never gave a fuck. They're the first generation in American history to do worse than their parents' generation. Except for the blacks. Right? Like they're the most pussy, fucking feminine, ineffectual generation ever. And now, all of a sudden, with like MAGA, they're coming out of the woodwork being like, back in my day when we used to beat our kids, that's what's wrong with you. The adults are in the room. We're going to fix things. And it's like, dude, you've been checked out for 20, 30, 40 fucking years. Sit down and shut up and listen to the millennials and listen to Gen Z. Because as a millennial, I'm 34 years old. I've been fighting this fight since Occupy Wall Street. Right? I've been doing this for 14 fucking years. You just got to the party and you think that because you're older, you've got all this wisdom. It's like, stop. All right. What about Gen Alpha? Dude, they're just on their iPads. They're just chilling. They're little kids. Leave them alone. Let them grow up. Hopefully they'll fucking won't grow up more fucked up than Gen Z. And that is a unlikely scenario, but I hope it comes to pass. Oops, hold on. There we go. We'll see how this conversation goes. If this conversation starts to get really fucking dumb, then I'm just gonna like start playing Path of Exile or something. Testing. It lit up. I don't know if you can hear me, though.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Word. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna play some Path of Exile or maybe some Civ 6.
Okay.
Y'all let me know what if shit starts getting stupid and boring. But I feel like this will be a fun conversation.
Great talk.
Yeah, good talk.
Hey, we're all fucking streamers here except for Sociologic, all right? Sometimes I'm talking to my chat. Give me a second. You know, like I start early. I don't start the stream right as the debate starts. You know what I mean? Like I'm getting into it.
Nice to see
Get
you
into it.
But yeah, nice to have you fellas here. We should have a full house today. So we're just waiting on those people to come through.
I hope
I
got your tissues ready because I'm sure there's gonna be plenty of weeping and gnashing of teeth tonight.
Oh yeah, on your side, I agree.
I mean, some people on my side's doing great.
I'm going to do like I often do and shit on everyone.
Thank you, Richie Flair, for following the channel. Lactoid, I got a question for you. This is a quick one.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm
sure.
putting
Take
up
your time.
OBS.
Starting hot with the lactoid questions.
Yeah, no, it'll be a quick one. This is not one where like I expect to berate him for an hour or anything like that. No, just very.
Oh, it all
quick thing.
starts Prime.
I suppose so. They all start with a question. Yeah, but all right. So not that. I think I thought I had something else I wanted to ask. Someone else.
Does anybody ever play Elite Dangerous?
I don't know what that is.
It's a space sim. I'm trying to remember the name. Maybe I'll ask my chat. Maybe they'll know. But there's this interesting guild. So Elite Dangerous, right, is it's like Eve kind of, or like No Man's Sky, like one of those. It's mostly a flight sim in space. When you first start playing the game, you build a super economy based thing, and then you fly out to space for like fucking 20 hours learning how to scoop gas from stars and not blow your ship up and hope that you don't get found by anything and bring back data. Right. Yeah. And then eventually start doing trading, filling your cargo hold, doing like routes and shit. And then eventually you get to like, you know, space fights and cool shit. Right. But there's a lot of times people will accidentally run out of gas. Right. And there's really interesting. One of the things I like about games like that, I don't really play them that much but like it's interesting watching them like from the sidelines, is how games like that will showcase real world economic functions that you wouldn't expect, that the game isn't necessarily designed for. But when you have a complicated game with like a complicated market economy, certain things just start to play out. So for example, when you run out of gas out in space, you're stranded, you're fucked, right? And like at best you might have a backup ship or something if you die, to where you can maybe like go and try and bring fuel. It is not fun to run out of gas. So there's a whole guild of people that are like pirate guild that like essentially take orders from people that have fucked up and left themselves stranded somewhere with gas, and like offer a service to like help people. And they even often like loans and shit, where like you run out of gas but you don't have money. They're like, we'll save you so that you can get to the nearest port.
The Spice Guild. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's like, so it's like free market. I'm trying to remember the name of it. And it's like, there's the fuel rats. That's what it is. Thank you. Fuel rats. They give gas to people who run out, and it's mostly like a profitable charity. Right. Like, and so it's like, and it's just, it's very interesting to watch like economic principles play out in games.
Well, you know what Prime would say? He would say
Eve
in that
has been
game,
an example of that for years and years.
Prime here would say in that game that the government should be funding the fuel rats to go out there and do this for free, and all the players should be paying.
Well, hold on, no,
save these other players
Prime
who are too stupid to get enough fuel to go on their journey.
You're right. No, Prime would absolutely say that if there is, I don't. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, if there is, and I don't know this game, so I don't know how it's set up. But if there is, for instance, an imperial government, right, that's ruling over this space, then yes, it would behoove them to fund some sort of rescue agency. Yeah, actually,
I would say,
rescue people.
it's
Why
the
wouldn't we
opposite.
want to rescue people? We
Yeah,
should
well, I'll tell you
absolutely
why.
do that.
I'll tell you why. Because
There wouldn't be, you'd be
what were
crushed
we already,
because you wouldn't have any trade because you're
It
over here
costs
taxing
money to
everybody.
rescue people.
No, this is
There's no ROI on rescued people.
Yeah, well,
Come on.
that's actually that is the point.
You just want to waste money? That's fraud. That's corruption. You just want to throw money away on people's lives?
I think it would behoove us to let those people die. You know, like if you're that stupid, they're that stupid, then they don't deserve to breed and continue on. And the human race is better off for letting those stupid gene lines end. That's what I'm saying.
Right, and so this is what's interesting, right?
You're
Is because
hilarious.
hold on. This is what's so interesting about like the way when you watch space sim games, especially the way reality plays out in the game world, is that both of like you would be like, oh my God, what happens if you get stuck with no gas? Yeah, the government should take care of this, except it's clearly not necessary because there's a market void and someone did it, made a profit, and they did it without having to do taxes. And then Admiral Gibbs is over here like, they should die. And it's like, he feels that way, right? And he can feel that way. But there are other people that don't feel that way, that want to do that charity work and are willing to make money off of it. Well, they make money off of it, right? So they go
those
and they
other people
rescue
should be
you, and then
punished
you pay
because
them.
they're well, here's what I'm saying. I think anybody that plays that game and they don't pay the pirates or whatever to save them, they should be actually taking real life money for their account for their little their spaceships, taking up server space because they were too stupid. Like,
Admiral,
yeah, I'm saying
they fly up to you and they're like, "Cool, give us some money." And then if
No,
they
no,
don't give
those
them
guys.
money and they don't agree, you don't like do something, then they just leave you stranded.
Right. No, I understand. But I'm saying the
in-game money,
people whose
obviously.
ship got stranded should have money taken away from their real life bank accounts because their ships are now taking up data on a server somewhere, and they were too stupid to fucking leave.
server.
They should be hit with a penalty. A penalty.
The server data. Oh
See,
no.
but this is what I'm saying. Like I find it.
Gibbs, how many people do you think would be left in the country
there's some
like
really-
if you
I'll
ruled?
send
Like
you
like
a
what
Prime.
what would be the
I'll send you-
population of America? Just give
I'll
us
send you a
We'd be
video.
like
There's
Sparta, bro. We'd be doing
down
real
the rabbit
good.
hole. Right,
Conquering
is a
shit, bro.
Down the rabbit hole is a
It would be
YouTube
growing.
channel that like does these crazy autistic investigations into things where he'll make like 2, 3, 4, 5 hour videos about like one
A YouTube
micro
essay, yes.
specific
Okay,
thing.
I got it. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And
All the
and
experts.
he's got one on Eve and a lot of like the famous things that happen in like Eve. And it's an interesting watch to like look at like the different, because like there's like I remember there was an example of like a company, right, where everybody plays Eve online, right? It was like I don't remember what the company did, but like everyone in the office like really was into the game and they were all playing it. So they did like a company bonus type thing where they used in-game currency like as like their Christmas bonus thing or whatever, because it was like all fun and games, except somebody leaked what was going on and that there was this massive amount of stuff that was worth like tens of thousands of dollars in real world money in in-game currency, and then like got some cut, and then essentially people showed up and had this giant battle over it and raided everybody's Christmas bonus that was worth tens of thousands of dollars because they were dumb enough to trust everybody in the office, right? And it's like dude kind of stole everyone's Christmas bonus. Like whoever that person is horrible, but at the same time, it's in an in-game world. And it's like the questions of ethics and economics and stuff are very interesting when you look at some of these games.
I think they are, and please send me that video. I think that'd be interesting to take a look at. But like also though, right? Like it only takes us so far, and I'm not saying that you don't know this. But like, I feel like those simulations only take us so far because the stakes aren't real. So like, if like we had that same situation where there's a ship out there stuck in space and it needs help, but this is real, right? Like in real life, we had this technology, right? Like, what are the ethics of showing up there and demanding money, and then what if the person like doesn't have it? Okay, I guess we just fuck off. We leave them to die, right? Like, like it's interesting.
Well, the stakes are real. The stakes aren't just as high, right? Like the stakes are real because you potentially lose hundreds of hours of game time that you have to make back, right? So you'd have to invest hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of your life to be able to reclaim all the assets that you made. So the stakes are real. The stakes aren't life or death.
Sure.
And if you're
Okay.
Destiny, that's worth
Gotcha.
threatening somebody's life over.
Yeah. Okay. Understood. Understood. But like, we understand that like what isn't at stake is that their lives aren't, right? Like their actual lives.
Well, depends on the circumstance.
So it only takes, well, unless Gibbs is in charge, of course, yes. So it only takes us so far for this, right? Like I'm all for the space charity, the fuel charity that you talked about there, right? Like
Fuel
them
rats.
making fuel rats, right? I'm all for them making an in-game profit there. That makes sense, and it's fun. I actually really do like just like you said, like these market economies like showing up and seeing like what people do with these things. I think
Right,
it's a
like
lot of
things
fun,
that you
right?
wouldn't expect, right? Like, because that's not like a mechanic that's built into the game necessarily or designed that way. It comes to fruition by the need. But there's a need, which is sometimes people get stuck in space, and because there's a market, that market void is met.
And so I'm for that, but like it takes it. We should always remember that only takes us so far, because like I think at the same time I would condemn these individuals in real life if the terms were that you have to pay us or we leave you here to die.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of the same situation with like organizations like FEMA and a hurricane, right? And then people that price gouge like water bottles, right? It's like the socialist sees a person from out of state fill their van up with water to go down to a hurricane relief victims and sell water for, $5 a bottle and thinks this person is a monster, right? I obviously view it in the exact opposite way. I think this person is a hero. This person saw an opportunity to make a profit, and it is absolutely the mechanism of allowing that allows, the most valued resources going towards their most valued ends, right? And this allows the government to more easily be able to help people in disaster situations. And this is a good thing. You would obviously, it is the exact opposite, that they're exploiting them or they're taking advantage of a desperate need for water in a situation.
Could you define hero?
I don't think at $5.
I just want to know like what your definition of hero would be. If that would be a hero.
Maybe I would.
I would define it as oh my God, now I can't think of I was going to make a joke about the Latin singer that sings the song Hero, but then I couldn't remember his name.
Enrique Iglesias?
Enrique Iglesias.
Bro.
I kept thinking in my head Gabriel Iglesias, and I'm like, no, that's the fat comedian. Like, that's not what I mean.
He can be a hero too. I'm sure he'd fit right into the music video with the Enrique.
I would say that a hero is a man that, or woman, I guess, but that would be heroine, right? But a man that steps up to a challenge, towards a goal, within their own self-interest, that is beneficial to all, right? I think a hero can be, a businessman. I think a hero can be, a father that steps up to the plate, right? But I think it is not necessarily a matter of self-sacrifice. I think that is evil. I think what a true hero does is something that is good for them, good for their community, good for others, and takes action to enact their will to make themselves and the world a better place through that, and embraces that call to action to do so.
Wait a minute. Does exploitation not come into play? I was going to say exploitation work in too, because in that situation that you listed, it's a little bit exploitative to like charge $5 for a water bottle, right? Because it's not going to be like beneficial to the community if
not exploitation.
Just got a flood.
That's the point.
Yeah, in my mind, it's not exploitation.
It's pretty beneficial. They don't get to die.
Okay, fair. Okay,
they survive dying of thirst.
But I'm just curious why, why'd you say if someone does something of self-sacrifice, it's evil?
Well, I think that is the height of evil. I think that is like the
you define sacrifice very
major.
uniquely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I mean,
like,
to be fair,
someone who sacrifices their time to work in a soup kitchen, like no personal gain.
Ask them what sacrifice is.
So yeah. So what I would say is that sacrifice is when you give up something of yourself, of that which you do not, for that which you do not value. Right, so taxation is a form of sacrifice. Right, telling people that it's a moral duty or obligation.
Soup kitchen doesn't count as sacrifice in his world. That's the point.
Well, it depends. It depends on the scenario, right? Like there's not
sure,
enough
but the
details
person who's volunteering there probably values it.
Right. I would assume so, right? Like I would assume but if someone is volunteering in a soup kitchen, but they're not paying their bills because they value, going to the soup kitchen more than they value taking care of their own shit and their own family,
but that's
then
not
that
like
to me would be a sacrifice and that would be evil, right? But so long as it's like just something they're doing, some people like to play video games, some people like to feel good giving back to their community.
This isn't an enjoyment thing. What if they feel like God, like everything sucks? Like I hate that I have to do this, but no one else is.
Yeah, that would be evil. That would be evil to me. That would be an evil action. Absolutely.
Evil for doing that. I don't know.
I told you.
If they feel a moral duty or obligation either imposed by some religion or imposed by some organization to engage
or society,
any of those
society. Yeah, he's just you look at society and you're like, yeah, I should be helping out, and so therefore I'm going to take the time out. No one else is doing it, so I'm going to sacrifice my time with no ROI.
There's a difference. He said the difference is that Bam said, I hate doing this. Right?
Yeah,
doing something that you want
where
to
everybody's
do.
fed.
Like you don't want to go build houses for people, right? Like no one wants to go to work, right? Like you kind of are forced to go to work. It would
clearly
regard.
I mean, clearly you do in some regard, right? Or you wouldn't do it.
When you say work, you're talking about exchange for money. Like I'm just talking about people donating their time. Like people like someone who's like I'm just gonna stick with my soup kitchen because it works. Someone who's going to a soup kitchen would rather a world where everyone has food. Like they hate that their job, the role they're doing has to exist. And I'm saying that why would that person be considered evil? Like if they just like, I don't want
you can gain
this. I want everyone to be fed.
You can gain something that's known as psychic profit.
In other
right?
ways.
Well, you can gain psychic profit, right? So if I want to play Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and I have a copy of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 1 and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, right? Well, I have both of these games. I'm going to eventually play one of them. And the reason I'm going to play one of them is that I believe that one of them is going to make me happier than the other, right? So if we take that example and we extrapolate it further and further out into the economy, we can see things that some people gain self-satisfaction and happiness because they feel that they're doing something good, right? And that is a form of gaining their subjective value, right? So some people go to college to become a teacher, knowing they're not going to get paid that much to be a teacher, but they know also that they're going to be able to lay their head down at night and go, I'm mentoring the next generation. I'm doing something good, right? But then there's going to be jobs in electrical engineering, which mostly you do that but for one of two reasons. Either you're super autistic and you love the fucking computers and numbers and you hate people, or you're doing it because it makes good money, not because you think you're making the world a better place and you're mentoring the next generation, right? So both of these things have value and different people value them differently, right? Like, for example, women tend to like to work with people and they tend to like to have that idea of like, I'm doing something good.
I acknowledge what you're saying about like the people can find, like someone can find satisfaction from something and that can be value. I'm just going to bring it back to the exact same example I said. Someone who doesn't find satisfaction or value. They're doing it out of a societal necessity. Like,
right,
why,
but
like
so the question is why are they doing it? And you're saying they're doing it out of a societal necessity. Well, where does that come from? It's not coming from the external world. That the action, the motivation to the action isn't coming from reality. The motivation to the action is coming from something, right? Either they went to church.
You're saying that like
there's
it would
some
be valuable
philosophy.
if they don't want dead people outside their door from starvation.
Again, it's context. It's context dependent, right? Because what I'm talking about is the concept of altruism versus selfishness, right? And so it is good, it is right to do it when you are doing it because you value things and you're, like if whatever it may be. But if there are circumstances where you feel because of some philosophy, like Christianity, for example, or you feel because of like some other belief system that you have to do this, that you have to give up what you love because it would be wrong for you to go out and enjoy your life when other people are suffering. That is evil, right? Like, because you are no longer doing what you value most, and you are taking rationality out of the world, and instead of engaging in being the best person that you can be and being the best person for your family and your community that you actually can be, what you're doing is you're sacrificing your ability to be your best so that you can do something based off of a philosophy that is shaming you from doing the thing that you want to do, the thing that you love, the thing that you rationally know is best. And that's where socialism comes from. is this
I think
concept
I've
that we
gave an
have to
example 5
sacrifice.
times that it hasn't been engaged with yet, but maybe
I have engaged with it in multiple different ways. Do not
no,
like,
because you
come
keep
on,
moving
dude.
on to religion, or you saying that they have like these other ultra. I'm saying this is an atheist. This is a person that doesn't. It isn't
No,
getting
you're
their
adding
belief from the
you're
foundation.
adding modifiers. I'm saying I have engaged. Actually, I'm just going to go out because you're just a piece of shit and you refuse to engage honestly on these things. So
I know. Does anybody feel like
You goddamn piece of shit, man! You ain't engaged in nothing. God damn it!
Well, no, I was actually enjoying describing philosophy and things of that nature, and then you just like throw some bullshit because you're coping and you can't engage on that level, and it's just bullshit.
I'm asking you to engage with.
I've engaged with your example in multiple different angles and explained
no, you keep saying that like
what
well,
is
if
and
they're doing
isn't
it because of
sacrifice
religion,
is
no one
based.
said anything about religion.
I'm saying over and over and over again in so many different ways to try and get you to understand is that it is context dependent and it depends upon what the motivations are for the actions.
And
It's
the
not about the
motivation
action
is,
itself.
I don't want dead people at my doorstep.
So he's like giving you the motivation though, but
Yeah.
but I think that's what he's saying. He's like, I've given you, this is the motivation, and so
You
like
moved on to,
dealing
like,
with that
other
specific
hypotheticals.
motivation, where does it stand in your philosophy?
If I live in a neighborhood and there are like dead people on doorsteps and I'm like, well, I don't want to, and I don't like my property values being like this. I don't like walking outside and seeing this. I don't think this is a good place for my kids, right? And then you do that because it's going to improve your own life and improve the life of the people that you love. That is a value of selfishness. You're now going to the soup kitchen because you're selfish, and that is a good thing. But if you're doing it because some external philosophy says that you need to give up some of your property, some of your life, some of your resources and your time because the less fortunate deserve your time, and it is wrong for you to engage in the things that you like, that you value, that make your life better, then that is evil.
I think he's saying the idea that you think you
I
have
think that
to
time
do
I think that time was the
Yeah.
closest to an answer. He actually answered that time. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
think that's a
answer
like
that
word
every
salad
time.
workaround.
It's
No, I
not a
think
word
that's
salad workaround.
Like because I don't know,
I just
anything could be defined that way then. Like why are you like someone puts a gun to your head and says why are you doing what they do? Well, because I prefer having my brains in my skull. That's value added to me.
I just want to go on record saying that I want to go on record saying I would prefer to live in a neighborhood with dead bodies on the doorsteps than to have to deal with the fucking hobos that I deal with every day. If I had to choose between rotting corpses and these hobos,
We
corpses,
already knew that, Gibbs, before you even opened your mouth.
I'm okay with that. You know,
Just to throw this out there, what he's all
Free
Scott's
Texas is
saying
gonna be way
here
down.
is the classic individualism versus collectivism argument that everybody's probably heard before. You are the best arbiter for your life. You know what you want and you need better than anybody else, so you're the best person to get it. And if everybody serves their own self-interest, they bring themselves up, and then society moves up as well. Versus collectivism, where you give a little bit to the society, and then society equitably redistributes based on who needs what. And it's not, I don't classify one as evil, maybe as his worldview, but this is a really old argument you guys are having that you're getting angry over, and I just don't like to see my my Georgia brother fight, you know?
I hear it, but I just know.
I get angry at
it's just like-
socialists. That's it. It's
It's just being in front
Only
of
at yeah,
I don't know.
no
I think
other.
not even all of them.
Angry. Yeah.
Just the bullheaded ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like society, like the people who say that just shouldn't participate in society. Then it just seems counter to everything they believe in. Like because you participate in a lot of actions that you're allowed to exist in because of the benefit of a collective good.
I think if you wanted to sit down,
No.
I could show you that there's a lot of instances where you would prefer individualism over collectivism
I'm
as
sure.
well.
I'm sure instances come up, but I'm saying that, like, in by and large,
overall.
a part of a society is a buy-in.
Yeah. And yeah, we don't have to be all in
Nobody.
one camp or another, right?
It's just it's that argument isn't an argument against what I'm saying though. Right? Like I recognize that individuals are trading creatures. I recognize that individuals want to live in a good society. And so they do things to live in a good society. The difference is when you say that you must give up something not because of what you value, but because of shame that you need to give up, because the less fortunate must be taken care of. That it is your duty, for example, to be your brother's keeper. No, it's not my fucking duty to be my brother's keeper. Fuck my brother unless he brings value to my life.
But somebody's keeping you. That's the thing. Like Like whether you choose
I don't know
to or not, you believe that like I'm an individual that offers enough value that I deserve to exist in society.
Hold on. But and maybe I'm misunderstanding something. And Scott, of course, you can correct me. But you also said, right, that like, hey, if you have this external ideology and you value, right, like working within that system, that ideology that says, hey, you're your brother's keeper, but like I like that, right? Like I think I get a good feeling out of this, right? Then
have individuals,
then it's fine, right? Like
It's
there's
not
not
a
many
good feeling so much as is it a rational choice that is within your own rational self-interest, right? Because doing heroin feels good, right? But that's not a rational self-interest choice, right? Like, it's not going to.
Well, it is
going
for the person that's doing it. That's the point. It's rational.
It's rational in that they are a human action. They have done what they preferred, but it's not rational towards their own well-being in life, right? It's high time.
Does that apply to every obese person?
Yeah, that is also true.
Shots
like going to
fired.
McDonald's is not in your rational self-interest, right?
Okay,
But
so
at
every
the
person
same
who's
time,
obese is irrational and not acting in the rational self. It's in their irrational self-interest.
The thing that breaks
acting
this
like
is
this is the
because,
first
like,
time you've
Scott
ever
was-
heard these
like,
words in
I would say
philosophy,
that
and I
like,
know
hey,
that you're
you can live
smarter
into
than this.
society.
Don't try and get me on to catch up on this. This is silly. You know what I mean, right?
But I'm saying like there you can live in a society and you like someone offers like random strange man, hey, yeah, we have a society, we've got electricity, we've got working toilets, we don't sleep outside, like, and all you have to do is exchange these little pieces of paper and you can like garner all types of things. Would you want to be a part of that? And someone says, yeah. Oh yeah, but also you may have to pay a percentage of it as what we call taxes. Scott would still say that's theft. That's not a agreement. That's not
this.
Self-interested.
It's
And I don't
funny.
understand
It's
that.
funny how many times I've spoken to you that you think that. It just goes to show how bad you are at listening. Like you just described a covenant community, which is the number one thing that I advocate for. Like you just described something I advocate for almost every time I'm here. And it's just funny. Like it just shows that you have not taken in a single bit of anything I've ever told
I'm saying
you.
that you're saying,
So,
you're
like-
saying that if we don't go door to door and ask each individual what percentage of what tax they want to pay into, then it's theft. I'm saying that
you're
like
correct.
by
You're
being
correct.
born here, there's a buy into it. You can because the America does give you the right to leave. You can leave society.
He didn't sign the
Where do you go? Where do you go?
No, I go somewhere that my forefathers have, and I must give
Where
up my
can I
property.
go?
No, there are absolutely untapped.
like the Penguin Island, the Trump's Penguin Island, right? You can go
Oh,
there.
wait, just to be clear, this is wrong. This is wrong for a couple reasons. But the first reason why it's wrong is the U.S. government will still tax
actually
you,
also
even if you make money somewhere else in the world.
Oh, nobody said
So
anything
there
about
is
it.
nowhere you can go. There's nowhere you.
Why do you
can
need money? You want to live.
Because the
Bam.
IRS will tax you even if you're not bringing in actual currency.
Wait,
If I trade for like 8 goats, the IRS will tax me for whatever they value a certain percentage of
Will they
goats.
still tax you?
Yeah, they will.
Will they still tax
Not if
you?
you announce your passport or whatever. If you're not a citizen anymore, they're not.
That's what I want to clarify. I don't actually know the legality. If you renounce your citizenship, will they still tax you?
If I renounce my citizenship and move to the Penguin Island, I think I'd probably get away with not getting taxed by the U.S.
Well, that's
What if
because
you
you
just
don't
move
live
somewhere
that's
where there's
'cause you
no
don't-
extradition? If I go to
that's-
Lebanon, they're not gonna. You can't tax me.
But here's the problem. You weren't born in California. If you were, you might have to do so for 8 years after that anyway.
Here's the really like the tough question though, Bam, which is you're saying,
he's gonna bring up black people. Okay, I know this argument.
You bet your ass I'm gonna bring up black people.
Here is where it's disanalogy. It is disanalogy.
No, you don't. Let me make the argument, and then you can
all the
understand.
time because black people wanted citizenship. They wanted citizenship. That's the
No,
difference.
you're off. You're off. That's actually not what
All
I
of
was
them
gonna
did?
go. What I was gonna say is you're saying, oh, you don't like the rules of society, you can just leave. So you're saying that during like Jim Crow, for example, the black people living in the South, did they consent to Jim Crow? Should they have just left? Should they have just during Jim Crow they could have?
Where?
Wait, you want
With what money?
South? They could have left the country. They could have gone to Penguin Island.
Yes,
They migrated north.
No, people,
right.
people literally did do that. The ones that stayed here, black people didn't say they didn't want to stay in America. No, that we had been here for generations. Yeah, we wanted to be here.
I've been here. Why should I have to leave because the government's stealing my money? And
Nobody
by
said
the
you
way,
have to
tomorrow's
leave.
tax day. It is offensive.
You don't have to
that
leave, but
guys
if you
are
want to
making this
stay.
argument. on such a solid.
Listen, all I'm saying is if you guys want to live in a
such
tax-free
injustice.
system, just move to Dubai. Move to Dubai. It's very easy. They have a good society, right? It's chilling.
Hold on, Dubai. You have to have
No,
like
you literally
5
can't
million
do
to
that.
move to Dubai.
They're begging people to move to Dubai.
You have to
You can't
buy
just move to
citizenship in Dubai to have
Yeah,
a tax-free society.
There's all these rules in that. What I'm saying is that just because you
have
happen
to pay
live in
a tax
place doesn't mean
to
you
not pay
consent.
taxes.
But hey,
doesn't mean
it's
you
crazy that
consent to
they're
the
okay with
rules of the
Dubai
place that
doing
you
that,
live
but not
in.
here.
It's just not the way it works.
Okay,
Just
so
saying.
multiple things. One, I think I actually made a mistake, and I think, and this is to your point, Lactoid, and Scott's point. I think the Penguin Island is actually owned by Australia. I think it's actually.
I can't even go to Penguin Island.
Yeah, I'm putting that out there.
Yeah,
So
I was gonna say that like everyone on the tariff list is like
So you can't
technically
go
part of a country.
anywhere in the
But
world.
I would get
we do
tariffed
have
if I tried to go to Penguin
we-
Island.
No, we're not uninhabited. We do have like tribes that have like been untouched by society.
There's
are
Liberland.
considered
I've
international
thought this
waters.
before.
Yeah, like
yeah.
Let's go to North Sea. We can move to
Wait.
North Island.
Lactoid and Fabian, doesn't that kind of work against like your guys' argument of the society that like nowhere in the world really has it, and that you can't go anywhere that has a functioning like I guess libertarian no tax like society, because even Dubai like you have to pay in.
Sociological
North
question.
Sentinel Island.
So
North Sentinel
sociological
It's not an
question.
argument against our position.
Sociological quick question. Do you think that liberal democracy is evil and proven wrong by the fact that no liberal democracies in the entire world exist? If they didn't exist.
I mean, if no liberal democracies existed, and would I think they were evil and
because we-
wrong?
because
I
we-
don't. Yeah, I was about to say, like,
we
I don't
had
know about wrong seems fair, but I don't know about evil.
Well, so we had this argument, right? As a nation and as a country and as a people in the world in 1775. America's the first liberal democracy that is a constitutional republic. Every other country in the world was either a monarchy or some form of chiefdom.
So are you gonna? But like, yeah, but
Right,
but like, so it had people who.
by your argument, you would have to use that exact same logic against our current system and say, well, right? Like if you lived in 1775 and someone said, I think instead of having a monarchy, we should have a liberal democracy and we should have a constitution that enshrines certain rights, and then we will have like a constitutional republic and a system of federalism. And then you would have to say, well, isn't it an argument against you that this doesn't exist anywhere? Isn't it proof that monarchies are superior and that there are no liberal democracies?
Well, I think in
anywhere?
1776 and 2025 are two different times, right? So like right back in 1776,
True, they're two different times. Wait, think about that.
In the future, we'll all be libertarian societies because it's better eventually.
I mean, if yes, I guess the argument is that you're going to convince enough people this is a 100-year battle. That, like the seeds you sow today, for your kids, whatever. I don't fucking know.
It's literally my channel name.
Trees you plant today.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. Fabian actually kind of did something dishonest here. He said in 1776, 1775, there's no constitutional republics. Although that may be technically true. Technically. This is one of those, hey, it's technically true. There is a very famous semi-constitutional republic that lasted for a long time.
It was not in 1776.
It might have been. It might have been. It might have been the Roman fucking Empire when they fucking had under the 12 laws. They had the 12 tablets, and then they had a series of unwritten rules. So they're a semi-constitutional republic. Hold on. Before you interrupt me, here's my last point. Not only that, during the Revolution and in post documentation afterwards, all of the founding fathers, if not other people associated with them, invoke the image of the Roman Republic multiple times and say it's based on that. So they are historical precedents for the United States.
It failed, though.
Admiral Gibbs, hold on. Admiral Gibbs.
Well, did it fail? It lasted 2,000 years. Sounds like
very simple. Very simple.
Sounds successful to me.
The argument is
they became something better. An empire.
The argument is that these things don't exist out in the world. Right, and I'm doing an internal critique of the argument. Right, if you want to bring up
so they won twice.
Admiral Gibbs, stop acting like a toddler and listen for a second. So,
I'm just telling you facts.
Yeah, you just won't shush.
Oh yeah, I know. You just want the facts. Well, I won't shush. I've said one thing in the last.
Stop acting like a toddler for a second and just let me say this. Okay, so if that's the argument, then yeah, I can just say the Republic of Kospaya from 1440 to 1826, or I can just say I can just say Prospera exists right now.
The pirate Bahamas,
tax-
the pirate Republic of Bahamas.
But then, but then my counter argument's gonna be, why don't you go there? Wait, my counter argument's gonna be, why don't you go there? And then you're gonna say, well, your kids and your like whatever, and I'm gonna say, why can't you take your kids and your like people there, and your wife doesn't want you to, and well, no, your wife doesn't want you to, right? Like she wouldn't agree to move to Prospera because Prospera probably isn't the
but it's like the argument is every government policy ever.
Wait. The end argument is Prospera a vibe, or would you prefer living in America? And I think at the end of the day is like you'd prefer living in America with the taxes versus. I don't know what Prospera is. I'm gonna look it up right now and see if it seems like a vibe.
It's a 5%. Prospera
over there.
Prospera it exists in Honduras via UN treaty. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court in Honduras is just ruled against them, and we'll have to see what happens in appellate decisions. Basically, the communists that are in charge of Honduras are trying to violate their own treaties that they have with the UN to take it over because they've become so extremely financially capable, and the standard of living is so high there, and things are doing so well there because anarcho-capitalism works, that the communists are trying to use their legal framework so that they can take it all over.
Look at the pictures, there's a lot of mansions. I'll give you that.
Well, they're like villa, but they're very cookie cutter villa, like timeshare villa look. Like
so Prospera started as a pharmaceutical research.
It's just timeshares.
It's pharmaceutical research, right? Was their main economy.
Timeshare, it just looks like
So they exist mostly to do research outside of state regulations and red tape, because it's much cheaper to get cutting edge research done there because the government isn't in the way of human progress and innovation in medicine and technology.
Sure, that's where all the breakthroughs happen. Notorious for all the breakthroughs in Prospera.
So, we'll see. We'll see. It's a small.
I just want to point out that Scott did something very masterful a few minutes ago.
Well, Lactoid doesn't live there. Why don't you live there, Lactoid?
I want to point out Scott did something very masterful.
But if I say it, it's racist. Okay.
God damn it! Hold on. He did something very masterful a few minutes ago, and that was called a bait and switch. When he was over here saying, "Hey, you need to shush. You're acting like a toddler," and then threw a tantrum until everybody else shut up and listened to him. I gotta say, I was very impressed by that bait and switch. I think we should give him a round of applause.
You know what a bait and switch is? Can you define it without using
grok? I can define it without using grok. In fact, I just used it properly. It's called bait and switch.
So, what'd you say, Bam?
Oh, I was
Very
saying
circular.
I completely disagree with his argument, but you did good in your Tim show.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You did
Fantastic. I think.
I want to say I disagree with your argument, but Ukrainian Anna makes me want to agree with you.
You should. You should agree with me.
No,
actually,
sorry, I disagree.
Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, I was just gonna say that like I'm actually much closer to Lactoid's side. Lactoid has been convinced me. He's been moving me on this issue.
He did really good. That was a really good argument.
It's not that like I think that Russia like have the right to invade. I won't.
Does anybody think that?
But
other than like three tankies, like
I think lots of people believe that. Actually,
I think they do. Russia can do whatever the fuck they want.
But,
to solve a country.
But then, well, there you go. What I tell you. So I won't go that far, but like I think Lactoid has made a lot of convincing arguments, and like I haven't found better counter arguments. So anyway, I'll also congratulate you, Lactoid, on your performance.
Yeah. So I guess for those of you watching, what they're referencing is I did a debate on Tim Pool on last Friday. Big thanks to Prime for helping put that together. That was really cool of you, and the whole experience was really good. I've rewatched the debate now. I think I very rarely will rewatch debates that I do. Most of the time it's just, all right, I'm on to the next one. This one I did like go back and actually watch the whole thing.
Is it on 0.5 speed just to really stretch it out?
No, it was on the normal speed. It was actually I think on 2x speed because I was in the airport and I had like the phone up to my ear. But I think I won. Frankly, the debate. That's my opinion. I don't know what you guys think, and you guys can tell me what you think.
Well, if this was football, you lost the ball control.
I would agree.
Because you might have had better points, but ball control wise, Wick talked for the last 45 minutes. I got
no. Well, to be fair, him and Tim were talking for the last 45 minutes. I think while you won the debate definitely.
So I know that's also sort of happened with you, Gibbs. I think as well a little bit, right, during the last
15 minutes,
last quarter. I mean, for me it was
same thing happened to me too, but it's kind of
about
one of
the
those
last
like
quarter.
never interrupt your enemy when they're losing, you know.
It was like the best strategy is let the left Tim kind of takes over. Well, I think Tim kind of takes over.
I've said it for a long time. The more the left talks, the more people switch to the right.
Okay, no, that's true. But so I highly encourage everyone to go watch it. You can watch it on Timcast. I will say this. I've been very surprised, actually. I've been watching a lot of the reactions. There's been reactions from Destiny. There's been reactions from Dylan Burns. There's been reaction. Wick just was doing a reaction with Ukrainian Anna and
Soy Pill.
Soy, yeah, that guy. And there's been these. I will send you sources on any claim I made during that debate. Anytime they say I'm lying, they are lying, and I can prove it. Reach out to me. I will send you any sources you want. It's been mind-boggling how many times they're saying that's lying, that's Russian propaganda every single time, and they're just this is stuff you can find in Google very easily. They don't care. They don't care at all. And to be honest, I think that when you call somebody a liar, and I have sources for everything I said, when you call somebody a liar, but you're doing it
are they on paper
like while lying, it's all on Google. You can find it. It's all like that in itself is kind of like pretty pernicious dishonesty. So. If you have any question about any source, any fact whatsoever,
maybe I fucked up. Maybe I fucked up when I was on Tim Pool by naming my sources during the debate. Right, like I named every name, every book, every place that I got the info.
No, that's the way to do it.
Yeah. Well, you say that, but that's not the way to get people to farm drama and be like liar, and then be able to.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because like they can't do that to me because I'm like I already gave the source in the thing that you're saying. I'm like maybe I should have held all my sources back.
You got to be more opinion. You got to be more opinion based. You got to be more opinion based.
And be like, and then I can come back and be like, "Here's my source, bitch."
Here's the source. Me.
Yeah, more opinion based.
I got a shameless plug real quick because on Friday nights we're gonna start watching debates. I got a team of like 6 people. Anyone's invited. I think I posted it in the group chat. But we're gonna kind of do like EFAP, every frame of pause, where you go through a debate. Anytime anyone has a point, we pause it, discuss that certain thing. We broke the first hour of your guys' debate down into 6 parts, and
you got 6 people fapping.
Yeah, 6 people fapping together. The last one has to eat the cookie. But we broke it down into 6 parts. We got Lactoid winning the first 3. Wick winning 1 exchange against Lactoid toward the end of that, and then Wick going basically 2-0 against Tim Pool in that first hour. So from what we saw, Lactoid basically just sat back, handed Wick all the rope he needed to hang himself, only threw in points when he needed to. It looked like great lawyer training, to be honest with you. It looked like you'd been in a courtroom, sat there.
I told you, you looked like a lawyer.
Yeah, it was really the discipline that you showed in terms of just letting him hang himself and spurg out and get angry and start yelling and make hyperbolic points and be one-sided and disregard it. It was just, you just sat there and patiently let him lose himself. It was great.
Wait a minute, I'll add in. I don't think Wick did that bad. I think it's a really tough issue. I think there's a lot of meat on that bone that you have to be prepared for, and I don't know if Wick had
I think from what I can
I'm more
tell
on the position of Wick, but I would agree that I actually expressed concern sort of privately of like I concern like I think Lactoid optically like did well, and I think he showed a lot of composure personally, and I would also say you showed a lot of courage in terms of wearing a denim shirt. I think that takes also a lot of.
Well, you know something that never.
I think that shirt looks good on me. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not saying
So I wanted to say something from the debate that I don't think really ever got.
Very brave of you is like the fucking Canadian version of "bless your heart."
That's the word. That is the worst insult I've gotten from anybody else on this debate panel. Like that is by far.
Fuck you, dude.
Now I don't know that
the
that
entire
might
chat
be
on
accurate.
Temple. The entire chat for me was literally just, man, physiognomy does not work because this fat piece of shit, soy boy looking, gross, disgusting human being is so base right now. They were sharing around a GIF gif of me called, and I quote, "Fat Baka no," which is me just going, no. I felt like a 12-year-old girl being introduced to Instagram. I was like, God damn.
On the other hand, Tim Pool's audience was calling me Blackie.
That's rough.
I feel so much better.
The
Thank
audience,
you, Prime.
I saw that.
I appreciate you,
during
Prime.
the debate. During for my debate as well, the comment section, a significant amount of it is just no, they're not. They're making some insults on Wick's appearance, and obviously I think that's unfair. One thing like that was I think getting a lot of anger though. Was just the sheer amount of interruptions, which I think that was fair to be. I rewatching that again, I was like, Jesus Christ! I could have maybe even been a little bit less patient.
You should have been less patient.
You should have been less patient. Christ, dude.
Like he's used to being a moderator, his own mod, so he's like. His talking pattern used to cutting somebody off like in the middle because it's his show. This was
You should. I would have pushed back a lot more. Go ahead, Gibbs.
I was going to also say something I don't think ever really got answered, right? Is like on this issue, right? When you go on there, one of the first things Tim Pool, I don't know who said, I don't know exactly, but it's in the first 15 minutes. He said, all right, this is an issue where I just don't care, right? How do you sell me this as like an issue to other people that don't care? I'm kind of in that camp too. I don't really give a shit. Like I have some stocks that are going to benefit from.
I thought that was a bad point.
Hold on.
No, it's a good point to try to understand. No, it's a good point to try to drive someone else's point and bring it
hold on. Let me just finish here. So I whenever he said that, I can relate to that. I think many other people on the right can relate to that. And it's like, why should we care? Okay, so when you do that, it now becomes a sales tactic. And I don't think Wick ever really sold me on like during the whole debate, why should I care? Okay, these are bad things happening. Why is this special? Like, what makes this a special like egg that I need to care about? Yeah, cool.
And then when you asked about like Gaza and like when it relates to other places, and it's just like no, it doesn't apply to other places.
It's not.
Can I make a real complaint? Can I make a real complaint? As a 6'5" person, Tim Pool, if you ever see this, and I will mention it again if I ever see you again, for the love of God, can you get new mic stands that allow me to not do this the whole time?
Yeah, you and Lactoid were hunched.
I'm 6'5", and like he put me in this little fucking chair. My chair was all the way down. My knees were like up here, and then I was like, I felt like Schmeagol on the fucking show.
They're not movable?
They're anchored on the desk, and then they only go up at like a 30-degree angle. And if you're taller than like 5'10", you're fucked. Like you have to like hunch over to like be able to talk.
Lactoid's revenge. The Lactoid's
just to clarify,
why are we all wearing long sleeves?
I know it was like a little bit of a meme, but just to clarify, like the Ukrainian argument is not actually one of democracy. It's one solely of just like sovereignty. That's the position they're taking.
Yeah.
Because during the debate, I mean, I was making the democracy point, and they were saying no, like that democracy is not the point.
Okay,
we can get into the topic. I just wanted to say that. My bad.
Well, multiple things. Okay, so Aiko's coming in soon. If you could look out for him, Bam, he's going to jump in a second. I think that on that topic, our friend Lactoid did very well. I think that was my big critique of you. I think you should have been more aggressive to get your point across, right? Because I think you could have handled the debate perfectly. Fine yourself. Tim was going to jump in any which way, right? That was going to happen. But like the interruptions were like a little wild there.
Even Destiny said it during he commented on interruptions as well.
Yeah, the interruptions were wild, and like you were trying because like you were saying stuff, and I was like, I want to hear what Lacto has to say on this, and then I never got to hear it, and that was like driving me up the fucking wall. So please assert yourself.
Well, at the same time though, like, sure, but I think he did come across looking very patient and academic, right, as opposed to like jumping, and because a lot of people in the comments hated that, right? And on the other hand, it's like an in-person thing, and so like every in-person podcast I've seen, like the vibe they're going for is, in my opinion, like usually attempting to be more of a chill vibe and more like being able to explain thoughts in full, as opposed to like one of these, I guess, a debate panel where there's
Hold
as
on,
opposed to the one-on-one thing.
but that's the opposite. When I was done with Tim's thing, right? Like my debate, right? Tim complimented me on the fact that I was aggressive, that I did jump in, that me and Gibbs fought each other.
Because it's good
right?
for the views.
Yeah, it was great
and
for
the
views.
clips. It's great for clips. If you have like an aggressive personality, it's amazing for clips versus like you kind of just being like poignant and like hitting your points kind of calmly. It's not clippable.
Yeah. So
you gotta do both because you gotta hang out afterwards. You know what I mean? Like you gotta be a little.
Gibbs and I were aggressive as we were, and we hung out afterwards. I mean, like you can do it, but like
right. I'm just saying there's a balance that isn't necessarily true on like an internet debate.
Fair enough. Like it's not like so not every point. Like I wouldn't say to you, Lactoid, that what would have been the right thing to do would be to interrupt Wick as many times as he interrupted you, right? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, I know you can assert yourself, especially when I get you really mad at me, right? I see you do it. So
yeah, I'm not gonna be deranged like that, like on Timcast, as opposed to here. I'm gonna be a little bit more deranged here, right? Okay, I'm sorry, right? Because most of the time, like, I'll be honest with you, because when I'm like,
Wick, please, Wick.
Oh no, there's a couple times I tried, but like,
excuse me,
on a panel,
on
a panel like this, right? Like I'm not as educated on every topic that I talk about here as I am on that topic, and so I'm gonna be like maybe a little bit more theatrical. But like on that topic, I was genuinely trying to like explain the specific points,
and I didn't get to hear you. I didn't hear.
Sure, you did. Of course, you did.
No, I didn't. I'm saying no.
We didn't get you as much as we should.
There were those moments, right? Like you were either asked a question right by Wick, and then Wick immediately interrupted you, or like you were like going into some new territory, and I really wanted to hear what you had to say, and then I didn't get to hear it. Like whatever that point was, it's lost. Yeah. And I think that there were some occasions. Again, it didn't have to be every single time you have to fight for your position, but I think some of those times, you could have like asserted yourself more. It's like, no, I will finish this. You will give him this space, right? And I've done that. But that's a light critique. It's not like
translate that. Prom saying that Wick took your manhood.
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah,
that's what he said. He said he just a little.
That's what I'm hearing.
Again, I'm sure already did that.
Furthermore,
fuck you. That looked good on me.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
I had to say first, Lactoid, to your defense, I had the exact same problem because it's like people in my community and everything were like, you should have been more aggressive. And I'm like, well, the comments are like 98, 99% on my side, number one.
Yeah,
so
but
clearly
they were always really good in yours.
And then secondly, I'm like, dude, I'm not just here to win one debate and then never come back again. Like I'm trying to be here enough to like fucking be like, oh, I would like to invite this person back. And being too rude and jumping up too much is like a good way to not get invited back.
But the audience was going to be on your side 98%. Like they were against me 98% of the time. Like Bam, he was looking at the.
It was actual poll.
No. The audience
there's
saying the
poll,
audience. No, saying the audience was going to be against
call
me
that a W.
is silly.
99%
I was arguing for the abolishment of all welfare.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they weren't going to be against you.
I'm saying that's bullshit because the Republican there was like, oh, we need some. Right? He just exposed himself as a fucking
even
commie.
said at the time he said literally in the debate that like, oh, like I'm here to argue for liberalism, right? Like he talked about that right there. So like whatever. But okay, sorry, I don't mean to like relitigate any of this. So second thing, I couldn't. So I listened to the debate. I couldn't watch the debate because I was distracted. Actually, by both of your appearances. One, Wick, what the fuck? Shaving his beard. I
got one comment.
It's like, what the fuck?
I got one comment.
That was a tactical mistake.
I like that people's appearances have improved, but Lord, let me tell y'all something, boys. If you go on with these shows, Lactoid, you didn't do this, but there's been a couple people now. Guys, listen. Don't have this button fucking buttoned.
Button to the top.
No, Putchie. No, nobody in business does that. Nobody. Sorry.
White people can't get away with it though.
You button your shirt all the way, Bam?
Yeah, absolutely wrong.
That's crazy.
Only if you button to the top, you have to wear a tie. If you don't,
what about polos? What about polos, Bam?
Specifically polos.
Button polos?
Yeah, I think I love the cholo look. Like,
Yeah, I was about to say.
Not even cholos do that anymore.
No, they did. That was their bag, though. That was the Mexican
So
bag.
then they used to do the one button and then it opened. They don't even do that no more.
Okay, let's push past that. Okay, all right. I like the one button open. I like my sexy chest hairs. I like them showing for the ladies, right?
No.
But-
Keep it a mystery. Cover up the button with your beard.
Which is what Wick should have done, right? Secondly, though, on the other hand, Lactoid, right?
Why do you wear glasses?
Lactoid, first of all, wearing glasses. Oh, he's frozen on our. Oh no, he's not frozen. Sorry, I thought you were frozen. No, don't worry. It was awesome seeing you wear glasses, and you got like that.
Show them off.
You got like salt and pepper hair.
See.
Like you got like grayish hair on like.
Yeah.
I didn't, but you're like. I was told maybe you lied about this, but like you're in your 20s, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
That's how sexy is. That's
I went to law school, Prime. I went to law school. Okay.
I have no idea.
He sacrificed. Lactose sacrificed his hair color because of law school.
Wait a minute. Take off your headphones real quick, because I also saw like, does he have a fade? I was like, why are you wearing a fade?
Yeah. On the side of your like your haircut, like this was throwing me off. Like, did you just get like a haircut or something? What was?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Fade for the show. He got a fade for Timcast.
Did you get a haircut?
Throw them off and grow your hair out. You look 30.
Did you go to your regular barber?
Yeah.
Did you go to your regular barber? Or did you go to a different barber this time?
Why are you roasting me? What did I do?
No, is that roast? Is that a roast?
It's a compliment. I'm asking.
Did you go to your regular barber? That's
100%.
That is a roast.
I leave for that. I'm just saying.
I gotta slide it in with the compliment.
Your eyes are like
Where
a
the
great
fuck
teacher
is
on
my
you.
phone?
I'm sure your girlfriend or wife, whoever, has always told you that.
I understand you guys want to get the topic started.
well,
I agree.
you can maybe
I'm
use
ready
a
for
way.
the fucking topic to start.
I need
but-
glasses to see beyond
Contact.
What did you need to see?
You don't. Oh wait. Lacto doesn't believe in
My
context.
opponent sitting on the
At
other
this point,
side.
at this
of the
point
table.
I'm
did not
starting to
see the
bleed
point.
viewers because we're just shitting and talking about Tim Pool for like.
Lacto,
20
are
minutes.
contacts lying?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I
Hold
don't
on.
have
So,
contacts.
I don't have contacts. I don't have contacts.
Like, this is getting boring.
there was nothing that you needed to see. But
Did you go to your usual barber? Go fuck yourself, Ollie. What the fuck?
my point was that simply like I listened to it rather than watch it because I kept thinking about your
where the fuck is my
appearances
phone?
rather than actually
Fuck,
engaging
I'm gonna
with it. So,
look one more
anyway,
time.
That's not who I sent to Tim Pool.
Yeah, I was like, who is this guy? What the fuck? It's like I said the 20-something's guy, right? Who always talks about like, oh yeah, I'm only like 28 years old or some shit like that, right?
I mean, yeah, it's true.
So-
I'm not in my 30s. So.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll just have to take your word on that, I guess. All right, Lactoid.
And I do have a significant amount of gray hair. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, it does make you look distinguished, so I'm gonna put that out there too.
Thank you.
And just two
My
things,
shirt
right?
comment, not so bad now, eh?
True.
Two things
I found it.
and then I want
It's
to
in
move
my
on from
closet.
this. It was from like the previous discussion. I just want to get it in quickly. One, I don't think you under international law you're allowed to renounce your citizenship without having another citizenship, right? So like Lactoid can't just like say I'm gonna get out of like get rid of my U.S. citizenship.
You just have to pay $2,000 and then pay
You
whatever
have,
taxes.
is that so? You have to do that. Okay, so
There
I
are
think
examples of stateless people. Yeah.
There are examples of stateless people. Like, for instance, the UK made that we talked about this on the Reverie like years ago. That Muslim woman, right, who ended up going to ISIS, and then coming back to the UK, right? She wanted to like, and she had like kids, and she wanted to like, because she was a UK citizen, to live there again. They tossed her out. They renounced her citizenship, and I think they put her in Syria. But like the Syrians didn't take her. She's not a Syrian citizen, and so she's like stateless there, like stuck in some sort of camp. And so like that's illegal. So for a government to do that, at the very least, it's illegal. I didn't know that if you could do that yourself. Okay, fair enough. But that's just a thing that happened. Shouldn't happen. Yeah, and the people at Jim Crow, they have the option to leave, but also they have the option to change the system, right? Like both of those options are available. It's not simply like, oh, if you don't like it, you go, right? You don't like it, you can stay and you can fight, right? Like
some people did leave
Scott
during Jim Crow. They moved off to like parts of Liberia.
Some people did, yeah. But I'm saying
That's what
that
I'm
they
saying.
had both options, right? To do that. All right, so that's what I just went to. That was just from the last thing, and we can move on from that. I had a quick question for Lactoid before we get started on our regular topic. Very quick. It's because, and this has always been bothering me, right? When I'm watching TV shows, where it comes up, when like a character like who has never been in trouble with the law, right? Says like to like the cops or something, like let's say you get arrested, hey, like you'll have to talk to my lawyer, right? Like I have a lawyer, like get me my lawyer. And the implication there is that they have a lawyer, even though like you've never been like you've never run to the cops. So I'm like wondering how this relationship works, right? So like if let's pretend Prime had money. Prime doesn't have money, right? But let's say I did. I know what a retainer is. Thank you. Oh wow, thank you so much.
Well,
right?
I mean, I don't know. You asked a real simple question.
You have to wear it at night to make sure your teeth don't.
Indeed, thank you. No, and my question. I knew someone was. I was going to assume Scott was going to say that. Honestly, that was when I was planning this. I was assuming he was going to do that. But no, I understand what a retainer is. My question is a little bit more nuanced.
I was letting you go. You know what I mean? Fuck.
Okay, well, thank you, Scott. You didn't actually do it. But okay,
I did it.
So the thing is, right? Let's say I'm a business guy, right? I own a business, right? And I have a pre-existing relationship with you, Lactoid, right? You're not a criminal law attorney, though. And in that moment, if I'm arrested, never been arrested before, I have no felonies, right? And I say, hey, I like you got to speak to my lawyer. Could I call you? I don't have a retainer, but I just have a pre-existing relationship. Like we've done some work for me. Like, would it be okay for me to call you up and say, "Hey, man, like I'm arrested. Can you assist me?"
You could. Well, you don't even have to have any relationship with any kind of lawyer, like pre-existing relationship with any kind of lawyer. You can just say like, "Oh, like talk to my lawyer." What that statement means is like, if you want to talk to me, I'm going to hire a lawyer, and you're going to talk to them. That's what it is, right? Like. Yeah, it's not necessarily saying that you have a lawyer right now. It's just saying that like if you want to talk, like talk to my lawyer, whoever that may be.
And a lot of times in the shows, I feel like a lot of times in the shows, it is the person's friend who is a lawyer. It's not so much that they have them on retainer, but they can just refer to them.
No, I can.
That's the thing that happens. Hold on. That's the thing that happens. But that's not what I'm talking about. So, like, I understand what you're saying, Ali. Right? Like, that's true. Sometimes there is like a lawyer friend, and they call them up, right? But I'm talking about specifically moments where it appears that this person has a lawyer, right? They're implying that they have a lawyer, but they've never been in trouble with the law. So, like, I'm wondering, like, is this a thing that people do that, like, they pre-establish relationships with criminal attorneys and to like have them when
you can?
Yeah, is that a thing that happens? Yeah,
sure. Yeah, people will get like the contact information and just like talk to them beforehand. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I can give you this scenario,
but they don't have to. They don't have to do that. Just say
I'm
like,
sure
oh,
98% of people. I imagine 98% of people don't keep lawyers on retainer.
Well,
like,
hold on.
Like a thing of wealth.
Yeah,
So,
so that's what I
hold
say.
on.
Like,
So I have a business, right? And I have been like taken in for questioning, right, for stuff before. And first thing I did was all right, lawyer.
The disappearing homeless from behind your backyard.
But really, I've been taken in for questioning. And first thing it says, you're gonna call my lawyer. They're like, well, do you have a lawyer? And I go, yes. And they call my business lawyer that I have. I give him the guy's name and the info, and then that guy picks up because I already have him on retainer. He already taken stuff, and then he goes, "Yeah, this is a client of mine. I will help you." And then he goes, "I'm not an expert in this, but I can take this case. However, I can fulfill your needs for now, and then transfer you over to somebody who is an expert in this field. That way, you have proper representation because we already have a working history." That's usually how that's worked in the past, in my experience.
I imagine it wouldn't even have to be like a working history if you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just want to like get this point out and finish it. Like I'm just trying to like figure out in case I ever get arrested, right? I am black, so fair chance. But
whoa, what a racist statement that was.
No, I'm saying fair chance that the white police will come.
Yeah, sure. That's
the white police will come.
Dog whistle.
I just walking around being black. Actually, you can get arrested that way. Anyway, but let's go back for a second.
True.
So, in case something happens, right? I'm just like trying to figure out how this works. So you said like one, you can like contact a criminal lawyer like ahead of time. In that case, is that doesn't necessarily mean a retainer though, right? Like
Yeah, you're
just say
overcomplicating
like,
this.
hey,
If you say to a cop, "I want to talk to my lawyer," right? The cops can not question you now, so long as you say, "I'm not talking to you unless you talk to my lawyer," and then you can contact representation, right? Like they can give you the means to contact your lawyer.
I understand. Hold on. Okay.
So you don't need a lawyer ahead of time at all or anything.
And that's what I'm just asking about. I'm literally getting to this point. Okay, right. So you're saying one. I just want Lactoid to tell me so that I know, right? So Lactoid, right? You're saying I could just contact a criminal attorney and like talk to him a bit, like let him know this is my name and all that. In case I ever need you, I can reach out to you. And he says yes, right? Then that's the sum totality of our relationship, right? That could be it. And then two, if I don't do that, right, or maybe if I'm in another locality, right, like another state, like when I ask for my lawyer, like what Scott was saying, right, which I was obviously going to get to, like in jail, do they like give you like a phone book or something where you can reach out to try to get a lawyer? Is that a thing?
They normally have like phone numbers. So criminal defense attorneys will like very willingly give like their cards and numbers to like jails and prisons.
They advertise. They're like real
because
estate agents.
It's advertising, right? And so like they'll have a lot of that information. I think it's always a good idea to have some like reputed names before you plan on getting arrested. If that's like, I know nobody plans on that, but it's good to like know.
Or you go to a protest or something, yeah.
Yeah, oh, sure, for sure, right? Because obviously the quality differs by person. But yeah, you can. It's like very similar. Like the grammar of it is very similar.
What is?
I get my phone call, right? Does that make sense?
Hold
a lawyer and a real estate agent.
What is happening?
Did you not have this talk with your parents when you were like 16, 17?
Yeah, just real quick, Prime. A real estate and a lawyer are like essentially the same thing. You can collect their cards. You can hit them up for a consultation. Usually, it's free, depending on like the lawyer how like valuable his or her time is, right? But yeah, you can just call them, get their card, have their card like in your like wallet or whatever. You can have 2 or 3 at a time, and then when you go like call my lawyer, it could be like the numbers that are in your like wallet in your phone, like whatever it may be. You have access to those. It's not so much that you have like a lawyer on retainer, and it's not that that lawyer is your lawyer. But every lawyer is kind of looking for a case, essentially. Like at a certain point, that's their advertising. So it's not that they're like they're tied to you. It's just that they want you to use them as their lawyer. If they're willing to take the case, they'll answer the call and then come in and take the case.
I'm genuinely having a cultural shock moment right now. Like I thought this was just a conversation that every fucking parent has with their kids when they're like 16, 17.
Not when your parents are foreign. When your parents are
plenty of
foreign.
people who don't have this conversation. Me and my parents didn't have this specific conversation.
My parents are too foreign to have this conversation with me.
Prime, just I guess for the benefit of the audience, if everyone here knows, the purpose of a retainer. The purpose of a retainer is a retainer is basically just so the attorney is conflicted out of any situation where there may otherwise be a conflict. So in the event, for example, that like you want this particular attorney, you can pay them a retainer, and what that means is they will like always be available for you. And because you're paid them, like you have that kind of professional relationship in a situation where, like, let's say, you and a co-conspirator get in trouble, the attorney can only represent one of you, because there's a conflict of interest, because the goal of every defense attorney is to throw the other guy under the bus, right? That's the whole purpose. But if this attorney's on retainer, he can't choose this other guy, right? He's got to work with you because you've paid him this retainer and you have this pre-existing financial relationship in this contract. So that's really the only point of retainers, is just to like reserve somebody for sure.
Okay, so now my actual question, unrelated to that, is related to retainers specifically. Do retainers is it like a subscription? Like, do retainers expire? Because I'm like, okay, because I was curious.
They can.
If I give you let's say our lawyer says, I don't know, I'm going to make a small number. Like my retainer is $1,000. Like, and it's like, okay, I put you on retainer. Like 20 years from now, they're probably going to say like, I paid you $1,000 20 years ago.
Yeah, they'll specify.
They're usually time contingent retainers. It's like monthly or like yearly retainers.
I know because I know that I know the retainer is different from billables, like the hours. But
Yep. Well, it is another. Well, retainer is also used in different ways. Like another way retainer is used is like you'll pay a lawyer like let's say $5,000, and they'll bill against that retainer basically to make sure that they get the money instead of having to like come after you for bills every month. And then once that 5,000 is run out, then they might come after you for might ask you for more money. But if they finish your case before the 5,000 runs out, then they have to refund you the remaining amount of the retainer. So retainer is really just like a sum paid for something. And if it's paid for, to bill against, or if it's paid to like,
it's a down payment.
It's a down payment.
Upfront
payment. Upfront payment.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for answering.
My cousin's a lawyer, so I get to have all these fun questions and be like, "Oh, this."
Okay, so yeah, I didn't, to answer Scott's question, I didn't have this conversation with my parents, and I don't know.
I wasn't even trying to be a dick. I was just like, I was actually genuinely what the fuck is happening right now?
To Prime's original question, though, right? Whenever like you're asking how people have these, oh fuck, yeah, Lordy Gibbs talk for 2 seconds, all right? Listen,
no, it's not you. I'm just like, when do we get into the topic? It's not you.
Sure. I was just gonna say with the original like question you had though, right? I'm saying, so in my experience, right, I've had like a retainer, I had a working case, I had them working on real estate stuff, right? And so I got pulled in for questions, and I'm not talking to you as a lawyer. And they called him, and he came in, and he was there. And then later, I got called in question for something else. But at that time, I had my criminal attorney that had previously worked with. Now he wasn't on retainer, but since I had a previous relationship with him, I could just call him and he fills in. I like, if you already have somebody working for you in that capacity, they'll fill in and they'll bill you against it, right? Like that's usually what happens. Or if you have like you'll put like 10K down in the retainer, and they'll be like, this is outside our things, and you have a usually agreed upon contract. Like if you do something outside of our legal framework, it's gonna be X amount against your shit, and like they know that you can bill you. That was my experience with that, which was, I don't know, pretty simple. If you like wanted to know about how they know if you already have a retainer with somebody or have like whatever.
I appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, I didn't know. I'm sure other people watching also like never really knew. So I appreciate that. I have all these people who can.
I think I'm just in an echo chamber because everyone I hang out with is libertarians. So like knowing your rights and knowing how this shit works is like day one shit.
Yeah. Here's the real question, Prime. Can you trust anything I just said, or is it Russian propaganda?
You didn't cite any sources, So that's that.
And we don't have the Supreme Court anymore. Why would we listen to you? So
we can move on. But yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, thanks so much.
This is why y'all should get Prime money. Y'all just got some knowledge.
Yeah. And
I could have charged for that, maybe.
At the very least, some free likes. Likes are free, like the chat.
Yeah, you can do that. But also, you can also pay me money. That's another thing, right? Hey, this is every roundtable we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a fine group of people here. Hi, if you enjoyed the conversation so far, right? We've kind of been all over the place here, right? Consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, get bits to give subs. Or if you on YouTube, consider a super chat and we'll react to your super chat. I've been keeping track, and of course, the moment I'm keeping track of this thing, right? This pot never fucking boils. And so if you have a question you want us to respond to, right? Maybe you got another law question you want your actor to do it. Now's your time, right? Not so free legal advice because you'll be paying me, but now's the moment. So consider helping out the channel if you can. I really do appreciate it, right? Tomorrow is tax day and no fun. Just consider it's tax day, no fun, right? Maybe some libertarian, for sympathy, right? Maybe could contribute, right? Like, I understand, Prime. You're about to pay your taxes, so here you go. Maybe. I don't know.
Everyone's in Prime's chat got a refund. No one in Prime's chat.
Day. Yeah, I'm starting to actually have to pay taxes, and it really sucks. I prefer
it's not fun. It's not fun. But anyway, okay. So thanks so much. And what we're gonna do is why don't we just we'll do intros and openings together. So let's just jump into the topic, right? The Singapore Prime Minister Lawrence Wong delivered a speech to his parliament concerning the Trump tariffs that has gone viral. In his remarks, Wong strongly implies that Singapore is exploring reorienting its trade relationship to other countries because he feels that the U.S. is no longer a reliable partner. Similar sentiments have been shared by many other nations, including American allies. With this in mind, Do you think that the Trump tariffs were a success or a failure? Do you believe Trump has a solid plan? If so, do you believe it's played out as he intended? Or do you believe that this series of events has been chaotic and has left the U.S. in a worse position? So yeah, I got sent this by a friend of the show. It was very kind. And I thought it was a really good speech, right? It was a very calm, like collected deliverance of a speech from a world leader.
Way too low.
Yeah, it did go viral. It seems like
Holy
it was hosted on many different channels, and one of them I saw was like 2.5 million at least, like yesterday. There, so a lot of people were watching this, and I'm sure a lot more on like Twitter and stuff. So this is just an example of a world leader saying, well, he's saying lots of things, right? I think he was being measured in his speech. He wasn't like out and out like attacking Trump, but he like very plainly laid out how the world economic system is changing. Like this is a harbinger. The Trump tariffs are like the biggest harbinger we've seen. It's been changing beforehand, but the biggest harbinger we've seen that like what we were relying on before for trade, for how international commerce works, those rules don't apply anymore. Trump again being a big signal of this, right? I'd like to see what everyone thinks about it, right? Like we've danced around the Trump tariffs here on this panel, but we've never really dug into it. And so I'm very excited to hear what you all have to say. And yeah, I guess I'll leave it there for now. We'll start with my man, Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, X, and YouTube. My position is very straightforward. It's going to be very short. The tariffs are bad, completely, and I have no reservation. The tariffs are bad. It's an unforced error, very stupid. There's nothing that I can bring up to defend them.
Okay, thanks so much, Scott.
I wasn't expecting that. So I'm gonna go my Admiral Gibbs bag to start, right, and say that I am a prophet. Okay, everything that I said would happen happened, right? I said long before the election that what we were going to see is Trump lying about tariffs being the greatest thing ever, that he was going to sell people on it to get votes so that he could negotiate tariffs and try and get some free trade deals, but that we would almost certainly end up in a trade war with China. Okay, so everything I've said about it has been fairly consistent. Listen, there's a lot to dig in here, right? Obviously, any tariff is bad. Anybody that didn't know that before didn't understand anything about economics. Tariffs are always bad for every party, but they can be used as a tactic or a tool to negotiate free trade agreements. Trump is I don't know if it's because he's an idiot or if because he's playing 5D chess or something in between. Right. But the way that he has communicated it is certainly makes markets even more volatile than they would be from this policy anyways. And he is, this 10% minimum tariff seems more like a cope to try and sell people on the idea that Americans are behind tariffs, because I think if I have to wager a guess, I think he knows all these tariffs are bad, right? But he's still trying to sell the idea that some tariffs are good. And the reason I say this is because when you actually look at what's going on, you'll know that there's a lot of negotiating going on here. There's a lot of deal making going on. You have Vietnam and Malaysia coming to the table, trying to get deals. You have Argentina is going to get a free trade policy for the first time. You have like over 70 countries that are trying to negotiate the tariffs, right? And then of course another thing that you notice is you see these 25% tariffs against Canada and Mexico on these really weird arbitrary things, but then we had lower tariffs initially with China, and then of course we saw Apple, Nvidia, all the major tech companies, Dell was a big one, right, getting an exemption on the Chinese tariffs whilst we're in the middle of this giant war. And so it's very clear that there is a lot of volatility and there's also a lot of opportunity for deal making. I don't like tariffs. They're bad. But I think there's a bigger story here that both the right and the left kind of don't understand, which is that our economy, with the World Trade Organization, with us being a dominant superpower, has been an ever increasing, stacking higher house of cards. We have a fake fucking economy. We have a bunch of services. We have a bunch of jobs that do nothing but GDP number go up, so we're happy. We have a bunch of non-material, non-real things in our economy that are kind of based on this world order that is increasingly fucking America as China especially gains more and more and more of the percentage of world trade. And the thing is that the World Trade Organization and our trade deals were always set up to where America took shit, right? We let the world tariff us, use VAT taxes, fuck us over because we were happy with it because we were still the big dog. And over time, China, who engages in currency manipulation and tariffs and all kinds of taxes and all kinds of illegal shit and fraud regularly, they have gained more and more power. I think most people remember that individual at the World Trade Organization calling about Taiwan, and then they pretended that the mic cut out, and then eventually they hung up the call because the people that are in charge of our trade can't even acknowledge Taiwan's existence as anything other than China. Yeah. Right? Like that is what is going on. And so I think tariffs are bad. I think that we're in for a big shock. I hope, and I'm optimistic that there are things we can do to get free trade, but the lefties that all of a sudden understand taxes, understand trickle-down economics and how that works, and how when you tax corporations, prices trickle down to the consumer, magically that have lied through their fucking teeth that trickle-down economics don't work and tax cuts for corporations don't work, all of a sudden being like, tariffs are so bad, that we're fucking silent for 60 fucking years as every other country was using tariffs and punishing us, that we're silent after mad cow disease, which was basically a nothing burger, went away, but the entire red meat and dairy industry was tariffs remain the same, where many countries, especially like New Zealand and Australia, had like 300% tariffs, and then we used taxes to subsidize those things. They were silent completely. And now that it's Trump, all of a sudden they understand basic economic theory, and all of a sudden taxation is bad because it trickles down, and all of a sudden we need free trade agreements, even though they let America get bent over the ass for 60 fucking years. I don't want to hear a single lefty bitch about tariffs because you're full of shit. You're lying sacks of shit. You didn't magically begin to understand these things. I will give Gen Z some leeway. Maybe they did just learn about it. But like the millennials and the political pundits, go fuck yourself. You're a grifter.
Okay. All right.
I took lactoid time. I was like, I got more time.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. I thought, maybe this might be a bit more cordial. Oh no, we're gonna do our usual thing. That's fair. All right, let's go to our friend Corey. Thanks so much for being here, friend.
Thank you. Always appreciated and grateful to be here. I do have to ask Scott, was that an intentional pun, calling Mad Cow a nothing burger? I just have to ask it.
Yeah, it was. I slipped that in on purpose. I appreciate you noticing it.
Good pun. I also appreciate and respect Lactoid's position and being explicit with their position. Like, yeah, tariffs are bad. But I will also sort of largely reject, at least speaking for myself, sort of Scott's characterization of, whatever. What I would say is like, I'm against a blanket tariff across the world. I'm not against tariffs being targeted in a specific way that actually makes sense, as opposed to pretty much like taxing, or rather tariffing the entire world, sort of that pretty much no logic actually behind it. But what I would say, on actual tariffs, is, well, good or bad, I guess, depending on your perspective. If you're someone like Lactoid, who brands himself as anti-communism united, I think that's bad for the movement tariffs, because I think that props up China overall. I think we're going to see that. You already see Xi going to Vietnam and other places to try to, I assume, strike trade deals. You see it if you want to bring back United States manufacturing, good luck trying to compete with China. If you want to bring back like steel manufacturing, good luck trying to compete with China. If you want to bring back internal combustion engine manufacturing in the United States, good luck trying to compete with China. Already BYD is exceeding Tesla, and I'm pretty sure Elon Musk is not happy about the tariffs, and considering I believe about half of Teslas are manufactured in China. And you see all the tech companies in the United States trying to pretty much, as Scott also said, pretty much don't want to have the tariffs either. Or they want the exception to the tariffs because, it would tank Apple and pretty much just about everything in the tech industry. And so it's like, well, If you're an American that actually is interested in American interests and having America as the actual superpower and the largest economy, then tariffs are bad. But I guess as a Canadian, and let's say doesn't have an actual problem with America's standing in the world decreasing, then I say tariffs are good. And so I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much, friend. Let's go to our friend Bam. And we're happy to have you here, Bam. It was like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know. But like, I'm glad you're here, friend.
Yeah, for sure. Tariffs tariffs are neither good nor bad. They're just a tool for a means to some end. They have no inherent value. Tariffs blanketed across the entire globe. When each individual country has different trading practices with us, different trade surplus and different trade surpluses with us. Like that's bad policy, but it's not the tariff that's the problem. That tariffs can add value in ways of threshold tariffs on being somewhat protectionist of industries that you deem necessary in your country. Like one of the lies that Trump constantly spews is like Canada's 250% dairy tax. It's a threshold tariff that kicks in after we sell so much dairy to Canada. Past that point, they kick in a tariff with 250%, which we never reach because they know it's necessary to have some portion of the dairy industry exist in their country, and they understand that this is a way of creating a threshold there. It's also can be useful as a way of having influence of bringing other countries to the table, maybe to impact free trade, or maybe just to negotiate on any of the other things that the countries require. The economics of a country is obviously one of the largest aspects of what makes a country, but I think it's an oversimplification to assume that it's the only factor. It's not just ones and zeros whenever we're talking about the things that factor into a country and the reasons they make decisions. Donald Trump does not have a plan related to these tariffs. One of the biggest complaints that he and others made relating to Joe Biden's presidency is because Joe Biden didn't seem to be out front flapping his lips related to every policy. Now, the things he did talk about, he seemed to be well versed in, but I think one of the smartest things a president can do is understand that a country requires a lot of special skills.
Calling Joe
and not
Biden
believing that
well
he
versed
is
in
the
policy
perfect God
when he was
emperor
president,
king
when he
can
had to have
individually
cue
be
cards
specialized in
and
all these
gaffed
issues to
every
make
single
his
time is
own,
hilarious.
layman's decisions related to them. He actually hires people with experience, not just in other related fields, but actually in the specific fields he's dealing with, who are well-cited.
Are we forgetting that
and
the dude
well-versed,
needed cue cards
and
with
let them
pre-screened
come together to
questions
make
from
intelligent
journalists
decisions,
to be able to
and
talk about anything?
From there, he hears their advisement and follows up on it. This is what a good president does. This is why our economy was thriving. This is why we had the fastest recovery from COVID of any other country in the world, and many other things. Trump is trying to single-handedly run the government, which isn't even.
This
a
is what I'm
good
talking about.
CEO
GDP number go up.
He has no background in economics besides being wealthy, but he's trying to make decisions related to the economy. He's his trade representatives and senior economists have openly said that they're hearing what we're doing at the same time we are via Truth Social. It's a disgusting way to lead the country. And let me see the last part. Do you believe Trump has a solid plan? I already said he doesn't have a solid plan. If so, do you believe it has played out as intended? Absolutely not. America is in a worse position than the world. Thankfully, we're rich and wealthy enough that this won't completely doom us. But in the long term, related to all of our relationships with countries, they are going to figure out that we are a little bit too bipolar now. And I can see the long-term plans of trying to move away from having to deal with the U.S. as a global reserve currency and being trade partners.
Thank you so much for that, Bam. Gibbs, so glad to have you, friend. Love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, good to be here. I'm glad I'm here. First of all, I want to state that I agree with Bam on one thing that he said, which was that tariffs are neither good nor evil. They're just a tool. And usually I argue like pro-tariff positions from a political standpoint, but we're going to argue from an economic standpoint today. But I do want to say, after going after Dan here, he seems kind of confused. And this is kind of an echoing statement from the left. Either Trump doesn't have a plan and he doesn't lead from the front, or he somehow simultaneously at the same time is trying to run the whole government by himself. Which is it, folks? It's either one or the other. It can't be both. Like simultaneous. We can't do walking and chewing gum. Bill Maher came out this week in a crazy interview, and he said, hey, I know that Trump may sound crazy, but I went to the White House and I talked to him, and that man is not crazy. He just plays character, and he's over here. He's making calculated decisions. Let's follow this up with here. Kevin O'Leary also gave about 50 interviews in the last 48 hours talking about the tariffs, economy, and all this stuff. And one of the things he said that's interesting that I don't think has been brought up enough in this conversation is how China just straight up rips off American companies and fucks over American producers. And I know we have some people who are not fans of IP, but let's just kind of talk about something they do. One of the things they do, right? Say in one situation, and this is going to be a direct quote, so I might butcher his little story, but it's pretty simple. A company decides they're going to inject $10 million into creating a product, and let's just call that R&D, right? And 8 out of 10 times, this product's going to fail. But when it does get off the ground, once it hits to about making about $5 million a year annually at that rate, China inevitably always rips it off and produces the great value or the Chinese version and introduces it to the market at a way lower price that undercuts the American company. Now, why is this bad? Well, one, obviously it hurts the American company's profits. But two, the American company has to go at least several years, probably, if they're just now hitting the 5 million mark, before they recoup their R&D losses at 10 million. So yeah, this is a way tariffs can level the playing field against companies like China, who are sitting here fucking American companies over, who put the R&D into something and they get it. Let's talk about it at the mom and pop level. We don't want to feel bad for our corporate overlords. I know all you lefties are bleeding hearts and you care about the individual people. Well, I also care about the individual people. And right now under Trump, it is the best time to be an ag worker in nearly history as far as beef prices go, if you're raising cattle. And I've been preaching this and go and talk about it, but nobody seems to really get this. ICAL might bring up later that, Trump in his first term increased Europe's annual yield of cattle to, cool, I know ICAL and I've talked about it before. But,
I thought I was muted, my bad.
Yeah, 40K, from 30K tons to 40K tons, right? Just so y'all can have an example, the average cow is about 1,390 to 1,500 pounds depending. So we'll just call it 1,400 because that's easier, right? Generally, when I sell cattle, I sell them as calves. I recently just had a sale last month. We sold 31 calves at about 500 pounds a piece to a company, and we sold them, made about $41,000, right? And that equals out to about, when you come down to per pound of beef for this calves, to about $2 and some change, right? Or about $1,322 and 58 cents, right? Total for the per cow, right? Now, the average cow is about to get 3 times this big before they butcher it and sell it. So you're going to be making about 3 times as much. Now that's 31 animals, all right? 31 animals. How much? 31 times 1,400 is what, guys? Do we know? Does anybody have that math? I'll tell you. Don't worry. I'm here for you. That equals out to 43,000. Oh wow! That right there is a massive percentage of the total amount of beef allowed to be exported to the entire fucking EU. So whenever I see something disingenuous and dishonest that the left posts like, oh my God, Australia's filling China's beef gap. Well, guess what? These companies have been getting filled by Australian and EU producers for the whole time because they have not been allowing a fair playing field the entire time with the American ag market. And guess what? Americans, here we get smart. We found out grain prices were going up. You know what we did? We stopped using fucking grain. We moved our either cattle locations to areas like Texas or other areas where we have salt grass, other grasses, and stopped and became grain independent. And now the beef industry is booming. We don't have the supply to meet the demand. And guess what? Even if the supply increases significantly, the demand is still going to stay at the same rate. So it's a wonderful time. There are all these other side industries. Recently, I talked to Sociologic about why we don't have halal markets or kosher markets for beef right now. Butchers. You know why we don't? Because it's so profitable right now with the demand we have to just sell it straight to H-E-B or Walmart or whatever, and we're going to get the same price. There's no profit margin for it. But as the demand increases, American ag ag production increases, guess what? We'll be able to sell to these markets. Now we have secondary markets growing and generating wealth for every American. Why are y'all so against Jewish and Muslim butchers? That's what I know. Why do y'all hate minorities? Why do you hate hardworking Americans trying to open mom and pop shops? That's a real question. That's what the left wants. They don't want Americans to work in a level playing field. They want to argue, oh, it's so bad. Prices are going. Well, sometimes prices going up is a good thing when everybody in the world and everybody in the country has got more money, and we're stopped getting fucked by all these other little countries. As far as political benefits for this, I don't know if you saw the news, but old Pete Hegseth, the leaker of information, just closed a big deal with Panama. Looks like what we're doing is working, folks. I can't get tired of winning because it just feels so good. Goddamn. All right, I'm done.
Thank you for that.
Doesn't halal mean that it's like a Muslim slit its throat when it dies?
There's a whole process. Yeah.
It's like a way of slaughter.
There's a prayer, and then there's like a way.
And they
Yeah,
let that
you hand
bitch bleed
slaughter,
out
you
instead
drain
of
the meat,
killing it
drain the
instantly.
blood. There's a whole. It's a process.
Okay, just curious.
Ali?
Yeah. I'm not gonna sit here and claim to understand tariffs or any of that.
Fair enough.
Never been that dude, right? But as just a person that's watching, it just seems like everything's kind of going to shit. I can't tell what the fuck's going on, right?
That's funny.
One day the stock market crashes and it's like, oh look, tariffs are amazing. The next day the stock market's good because we removed the tariffs, and then everyone's like, look, it's 5D. I don't know who to believe. It's like I feel like MAGA's just as confused as me, but they're just not admitting it because they're just riding with their guy, What I do know is in terms of like Chinese manufacturers, I don't care that luxury brands are getting fucked over by Chinese manufacturing companies by them showing us that hey, you can just order this good. Hey, it might cost you $300, but it's not going to cost you $3,000, right? So it's like after shipping and all that, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I never cared for luxury goods. Mom and pop shops aren't going to be affected by this because most mom and pop shops are working within their local community. If their local community supports them, they'll continue to support them through the recession, whatever it may be. And honestly, at a certain point, say if they do crash, you kind of got to blame the president that made the economy in the way that didn't allow them to like thrive, right? For the large companies, if you don't survive, it's kind of your fault. I don't know what to do at this point. But I just don't know how like these tariffs are supposed to make us better. I don't know how removing them is good. I don't know how having everyone like on tilt constantly is any benefit. And then the constant division of just left and right. I'm kind of sick of the whole like Biden versus Trump, left versus right. Like at the end of the day, like we're all either suffering or all benefiting from this. Like we're not going to have the other side lose. So I'm like, we just need to come together and just understand. I just want a basic understanding of this. But yeah.
Oh, the very centrist take. Why doesn't everyone just come together and hold hands?
I mean, we're either all going to die together or we're all going to thrive, and it seems like we're on the downward, right? So,
all right. No, but we'll kumbaya. All right, thank you so much, friend, and I appreciate it. Let's go to Tyler. Really interested in what you have to say, actually.
All right, so honestly, that was a perfect segue because I wanted to come in. I feel like the best way to use my opening time is to go through these 4 different tariff policies that seem to be conflated together and kind of expand on each one, say what each one's intent is and where it came from. So first we have the auto tariffs. These landed in March. We actually saw inflation come down in March after these tariffs were passed, which was a little bit surprising. I saw signs it was going up to 5%. That being said, everyone is behind this in terms of the auto industry, the auto unions, workers. Pretty much every constituency that you can get on board with this loves it. In terms of indirect, you're talking about the economy. But so Trump already told all these companies, he had a roundtable with all these car companies, told them what was going to happen. He guaranteed them the same subsidies to not raise prices that he gave the farmers in his term 1 tariffs. So these specifically are isolated and accounted for in a way that's not going to cause prices to go up. And as we saw in March, inflation actually went down almost about a half a point. So these are the same thing that Obama ran on, that Pelosi and Biden have talked about many times. This is where I part from Bill Clinton on trade policy. Next, we have the 10% tariff that I've heard mentioned here. This comes from a different policy. What Bessa and Ludnick have been selling this as is a comparative adjustment, a comparative advantage adjustment. Essentially saying that there's certain factors like cost of labor, different regulations that other countries don't have that allow them to have comparative advantage over us. So this 10% blanket tariff is just an adjustment to that because we have more regulation or our currency is larger or whatnot. This is a way that we can compete on these other markets with just a slight adjustment that's not going to cost much more. An example of this is Denmark.
That's
right
the global
now.
10% tariff you're referring to?
Yep. So Denmark right now produces certain parts we need to build cars. In no fucking world should Denmark be able to outproduce Texas. They tax their people more. They have harder regulations. All sorts of different things about them comparative advantage-wise, why they should not be able to outproduce Texas. But they are. One of the major reasons is tariffs. And another major reason is certain different costs for them that we don't have to take advantage of. But on a fair trading field, there is no way Denmark's outproducing Texas in any world. So going to the third one, we have the reciprocal tariff. And again, Bassett and Lugden have spoken about this. Trump, this is his go-to tariff. This is because VAT negotiations and dropping tariffs needs to be hurried up in our markets. Trump only has 4 years, realistically only has 2 years before he loses the House. He has to get out there and get the ball rolling immediately. So we have market shakeups in 2 weeks, and 75 nations have come to the U.S. to renegotiate their trade policy. Now, by comparison, Obama, India burning all of the Monsanto seeds and crops that the U.S. brought to them, he only got 3 to 4 nations after months and months and months of lobbying to even begin negotiations over taking more U.S. products. Trump got 75 nations to come to him in 2 weeks. Say what you will about how it affected the markets and how it might lead to some consumer problem, which it absolutely did. Mind you, I'm keeping attention to that. But 75 nations in just a couple of weeks is huge by comparison to anything we've seen in our life. So now going to tariff number 4. I just don't know how you can say that's not a win. Out of these 4 tariffs, that one is not a win for his administration, even if it did fuck up the market. Last, we have the emergency tariffs. Now what we see here is everything we have is the whole fentanyl emergency or border emergency. This was Colombia, Panama, Texas, pretty much all the Western Hemisphere tariffs. Canada, the Senate has purview over these. They voted last week, 4 Republicans switched sides to vote with the Democrats to say there was no emergency at our Canadian border and took the power away from Trump to tariff Canada along the lines of this specific policy. So the Senate does have oversight here, but a lot of this is how Trump got the migrant protection protocols in his first term. This is how he got Panama to give us this great deal we just got this week. This is how he got Mexico on board with different border funding. This is how he got Colombia on board with different things. This one generally has also been a win for Trump. So in terms of these 4 tariffs, the auto one, I could argue is kind of, we haven't seen enough yet. The 10% across the board, easily the best thing for I think when people are arguing about his tariffs and being a stupid policy, that's the one they should be going after. But the reciprocal tariffs, I think that was a huge win for the Trump administration. And like, if you're a person that's like on the left wing that cares about different things like consumer protections, climate protections, worker protections, I don't know how you could argue to leave this globalist loophole to allow only 1% of the richest companies to ignore all of our regulation, worker protection, climate protections, so they can ship their jobs overseas because it makes products cheaper. If you're right wing, I totally get that. That's your whole worldview. I get it. In some ways, I side with it. But if you're a left winger cares about these things, you are allowing a loophole around your policy. If your policy is so detrimental that we can't produce all these products in or at least some of these products in the United States without it destroying our economy, maybe it's the policy that needs to be looked at as well. That being said, if you're on the other side where these arguments don't touch you, you're on the right, think of this from a national security or a foreign policy perspective. We need to decouple with China to punish them, as Gibbs was saying. IP theft, different bad actions on the market. If they were in the U.S. doing these trade practices, they'd be in jail for undercutting companies in ways that's illegal. We need to decouple from them the same way that the EU needs to decouple from Russia. Right now, they're spending more on Russian energy imports than they did on Ukraine funding for the war in 2024. The fact that they're still so tied to Russia's economy in terms of relying upon their cheap energy is just saying that they cannot unleash the full force of their tariffs, their sanctions, and their army onto Russia without repercussions that hurt them just as much. So it's imperative that we decouple from these nations. That's all I got.
Thanks so much, Tyler. We'll go to Aiko. And just so you know, I'm going to have an opening statement after Aiko. Just so be aware. I can't talk to you? Okay, Scott, thank you.
Tyler's going bar for bar with Scott, you know?
Let's go over our friend Aiko.
Just quickly, rather than just do my own opening, there's just a whole bunch of stuff in there that I kind of want to just like quickly characterize. Like one of them, the inflation report that came out, that was all pre-tariff. So like we're not going to really know. Even the next inflation report isn't going to give us the full impact of all of this on inflation. We're going to have to wait until the supply chain starts bringing in things that are 145% tariffed into stores, and then we're going to see the real inflation numbers. We haven't seen those yet, so I think we need to wait on that. I think that this idea that these tariffs are the reciprocal ones that are being called reciprocal are actually reciprocal. They're not. They're not responding to tariffs that are actually done on us. What they did is they created a formula based on how much trade is going in either direction, and then they made up a tariff number that they put on the other country when they may not even have a tariff at all on us. They just may be selling more to us than they're buying, and we're calling that a tariff somehow, like a virtual tariff. I'm not exactly sure what the logic is on that. But I really wanted to respond to something Scott said earlier, and I know this is opening statements, not responses, but I just can't help it, because he said for 60 years, people on the left, like, didn't understand tariffs. I don't know when he said lefties, he didn't say Democrats exactly, but I assume that he's conflating those two things as the same. I remember, maybe I'm the only person on the panel that's old enough to remember when Bill Clinton ran in 92, he picked up, because Reagan had been pushing NAFTA for years and couldn't get it done. And then Clinton came in and said, okay, sorry, Democrats, I know you don't believe in free trade, especially union people didn't at the time. And, but I do. And the time at which Democrats discovered the value of free trade was in 92. That's when it happened. It wasn't for the past 60 years. They've never believed in it. In fact, for most of the last 60 years, they've been doing that. And it's been very controversial on the left. People like Prime probably not too happy about Clinton moving everybody to the center when it comes to that sort of thing. But yes, that absolutely was the case. And I think maybe a lot of this, it was the reason why Ross Perot had so much clout in the 90s, was because he was the one guy who didn't believe in free trade up on that stage, because Clinton had moved that in that direction, and Bush had moved in that direction, or actually had always been in that direction. And so because Republicans and Democrats agreed on a thing, that gave Perot sort of an opening. So, Democrats have been on this bandwagon for like 35 years at this point. I do agree that Democrats, like, prior to Clinton, were that way, but it's why they fucking lost election after election, even after Watergate, because they were way to the left of where the people were at that time, and it was Clinton that was trying to bring them back into it, and free trade was one of the reasons why he wanted to.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to jump in. I just want to, and Aiko, of course, you can respond to someone. If you want to spend your opening statement, respond to someone else, you can do that. That's
sure.
Fine.
Okay.
I'm going to be doing that. So, and then if everyone, I'm sure you're going to have things you want to say to me. Just take
going at the prom.
Sure. Okay, great. Yeah, you can.
New mod in town.
You can do that. Yes, right. Yeah, sure. But just write it down, and I'd be happy to deal with your complaints later on. And also I didn't thank Bam previously for getting that sub earlier in the show. But thank you.
Welcome, bud. Love you so much.
Yeah, appreciate you too, Frank. Okay. So my first point was going to be directed at Scott, but other people were repeating it afterwards. Now, things that might change, right? Maybe I've missed it, but I checked. I believe it was last night I checked. And Trump has refused to share the list of 75 countries. That, like, he stated that. He said 75 plus countries have approached him. We do not have that list, right? Like, the news reporters have asked them for it. They've refused to share it. So no, I don't actually believe that. Maybe it might be the case, but they've yet. But if that's
supposed,
if that is the case, right, then they'd be touting that. But again, if it's changed since then and he shared it, that's fine. But I do know at some point he was refusing to share it. Even that's changed. So we'll wait on that one. I think our friend Aiko kind of already touched on this just now as well. With Scott talking about the trickle down theory, and like, you don't want to hear liberals talking about this. And again, Scott, I'd love to hear what you have to say afterwards. But please write it down. This seems strange, right? Like, it's not as if, at least maybe I'm misunderstanding what you think the left has been saying about trickle down theory, but the left understands that there are like ripple effects throughout the economy, that things that can affect individuals on the top, right? The top of our economic scale can affect those on the bottom, right? It's not that the effects can't go through, even some beneficial effects. It's simply using that as a reliance, that like the preferred economic model the preferred way of enriching people is to give tax breaks to the rich, right, or other goodies to the rich, and then hope that they hire people and invest that money into the economy. We know that rich people don't necessarily do that, right? There's all kinds of ways they use to grow their money. And like simply enriching them does not necessarily equal enriching us. And right, even if there are effects, and there are, like it's not like there's zero money ever makes it down from the top. Again, there are ripple effects, right? The more effective way would be a bottom up approach, in which trickle up, right? In which you send money, right, or you like design the tax code to benefit those at the bottom, because they will spend the money, right? Broke ass people like me, when I get money, I spend the money, right? The money does go up, and it will end up in the pockets of the ones who are most fortunate. So that was always been an argument. So it seems weird that was your response, but maybe I'm not understanding exactly what your critique is. So I'll have to hear it later on. You brought up Gibbs. This is to Gibbs. You brought up Bill Maher like going to talk to Trump, right? I don't understand what kind of dunk this is, right? Liberal Bill Maher did the thing that liberals did, right? Like he was amazed by decorum. Oh, it turns out that Trump didn't immediately have me beheaded. Oh, it turns out that Trump...
He invited me to the White House.
He was amazed by being two-faced. It's like, oh, he's two-faced. No big deal.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, it's like the stupidest thing. Like that. No, it's not the stupidest thing. It is an expected thing, especially from a well-to-do liberal. And I feel like Gibbs and to all my conservative friends here, right? That like you actually agree with me here. That you understand that so much of liberal preening is about optics, right? It's about decorum. It's about social standing, right? Rather than actually policies, economic policy. So you can have a situation where they're focused on things like DEI. I mean, yes, that's your favorite one, right? Like DEI, to say that, oh well, I've shown that I've hired someone. Right, I've hired someone of some outside culture, and that results in change rather than anything more substantive than that. Right, it perfectly follows for a liberal to go to the White House and say that, like, well, I had a cordial dinner with this person, rather than like, hey, I thought we got somewhere with policy. I think Bill Maher might have mentioned that somewhere in his remarks. I don't, but I didn't get to see the whole thing. But like the thing that you focus on is that, oh yeah, Bill Maher likes him. Again, you know, who the fuck cares? I don't care. And I can expect that conservatives aren't like necessarily monsters in real life. Even the ones I vehemently disagree with, right? Even the ones who like literally hate me for like my identity. I can understand that they can be good family people. That doesn't change the fact that they want disastrous policies, right? They're advocating awful changes to the country. Those things can coexist easily, right? It doesn't take bad manners to be a bad person otherwise, or to have detrimental effects to the country. So, you know, I don't give a fuck that Bill Maher, right, who doesn't have an actual critique of capitalism, doesn't have an actual critique of the military-industrial complex, right? He's all for it, especially when it's used against Palestinians. That he like had a good time with Trump at a dinner, right? That's just like you know those two on MSNBC, the Morning Joe, Morning Joe and his Mika Brzezinski. Scarborough, yeah. Like, yeah, fuck that, right? Oh, he was nice to us, right? And so now he's come back to the dinner circuit. Fuck that. Okay, moving on.
Okay, you don't care.
Yeah, I'm saying it's pointless.
Well, it's just that he's
like,
dishonest, and then to have it used against like the left for Prime would probably be like annoying when he like.
I'm just laughing about the longest part of your opening being about you not caring about something.
But of course, I didn't talk about what Bill Maher said about policy, but Bill Maher brought out that whole 5-minute segment where he talked about how they discussed policy. So let's just gloss over that real quick. But sure, go ahead.
I didn't gloss. I literally just said it. Like, he did. But the thing that he focused on.
Oh, but the thing, I got it. So you don't want to.
I literally acknowledged it.
Gibbs the greatest Bill Maher
before you said it, I acknowledged it. Like,
I'm the biggest Bill Maher defender. That's crazy.
I guess you would be, because now I'm
just pointing out that
Can I hop in on this? Can I hop in on this back and forth about how we don't care?
It's hypocrisy.
Hold on.
Because the left will be like, he's crazy, and then
Hold
the left
on.
he goes, he's
I'm gonna
not crazy.
finish
And
my-
all like, well, who cares
I'm
what the
gonna-
left thinks? Even though he was saying he was crazy, but now he said
Hold on,
wasn't.
he can actually be crazy. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Hold your response.
Sociologic was the one that got it.
Hold
That's
your
what it's called.
responses. Hold on. Hold
All
your
right, go ahead.
responses. I will be happy to respond to them later. Right. Let me just finish what I was doing, and then we'll jump into it. And Bam said he was first, so we'll go to him first. Okay. Then we have our friend Tyler. And you listed a few tariffs here. And one, the auto tariffs. Well, okay. One, again, I don't think we've yet to be able to see like how those tariffs have affected the economy. But to start off with, I've always been a protectionist, right? I've always said it. I've said it multiple times this panel that I'm fine with protecting like American industries. And I've always thought that tariffs could be a tool in a tool bag to do so. So at the start of it, on its face, I should say, right, that doesn't necessarily offend me. However, the way it's been used, that doesn't necessarily mean I support it, right? And that's going to be a repeating theme in this section. Is that like just because I support it in the abstract doesn't mean I support it in the very specific ways it's been used. For the other times I have less to say overall. It doesn't necessarily sway me. Like even though I'm on the left, that that unions would want it. Well, of course, unions are going to say that they necessarily want those tariffs. But my problem is, hey, have we built the manufacturing capability here in the United States, right, to replace the plants in Canada or Mexico, right? If we do, and we can bring those online, well then, okay, all right. And then customers can actually have a choice. Okay, I don't want to pay a tariff on this thing, right? So I'm going to go to this other choice. If that's the case, then I'm a lot more open to that. But if not, it's not the case, then I have a problem with it. All right. Then you brought the global 10% tariff policy, like utterly ridiculous. What a ridiculous policy! A blanket 10% on everyone. Fucking why? Why? Right? And you're saying like it's just going to raise prices a little. It's going to raise prices a significant amount, right? To a point where certain businesses simply aren't going to be able to handle that, right? Like that will be above whatever breaking even point there is, and those businesses die for like pointlessness, right? Of just a needless self-inflicted wound. 10% global on any nation, on all of them. On all of them, even ones we have a surplus, we have a trade surplus with. That's crazy, right? Aiko said it before that some nations, they don't even have tariffs against us, not zero, right? And which goes on to the next one, reciprocal tariffs as well. It's not reciprocal, especially they didn't have any tariffs. I believe Singapore didn't have any tariffs. I think he said in the speech that they didn't have previously any tariffs, right? And there are other nations that don't, right? And also just the formula, ridiculous, like random. They're like, there's a way to do this. There is a way to do this, right? But like, it's not through this formula they pulled out of Chat GPT from all indications, right? That this is the way. These massive terrorists, and what was the example? It was the African nation of like Lusenko or Lusar. There's a
Lesotho.
Lesotho. Thank you. Yeah,
Lesotho. It's a nation within South Africa.
There is an H in the name, though.
I only say that because my stepmom is South African. Like I've heard it a billion times.
Scott, eyes on the road, please.
Okay. Sorry, my chat told me to do this because they told me I need to drive to Georgia so I could fix your fucking mic because you kept cutting.
Okay, so Lesotho, yeah, poor nation that was tariffed like I think 50% because we have a trade imbalance, right? Because they buy we buy more stuff from them, right? We buy diamonds and we buy, I forget what the other thing is, wool or something, I don't know, like leather, I don't know. But we buy like these goods from them, but they're too poor to buy back from us. But that's fine because we're getting diamonds. And we can't produce diamonds here. It's a ridiculous idea. 50% tariff, the dumbest thing. So no, actually, I'm not in favor of your reciprocal tariffs. They're not actually reciprocal to start with. So let's get rid of that. I mean, we can call it that because that's what Trump's called that. But like, that's not the case. We can dispense of that idea. Ridiculous. And we can say that if you are going to do tariffs, I have less to say on the emergency. Well, actually, I do have stuff to say on emergency tariffs. Like he said, the fact that he's gone back on his word, right, as to what these tariffs will be multiple times, that's my issue with those tariffs as well. There's a way of doing this. Unlike my conservative friends here, right, like I'm perfectly fine with direct investments, right? If you're saying that we want to reshore manufacturing, I think that's a worthwhile goal, and I support that goal. Well, mostly. The details matter here, but especially for certain industries like manufacturing chips, we should absolutely do that 100%. But we had a bill to do that before. It was called the CHIPS Act, and Trump has done everything he could to sabotage that. That was the way that we were actually reshoring the manufacturing of chips. That's gone. And instead, we're putting tariffs on it. And okay, so we're putting we put tariffs on China, right? Put tariffs on these chips, and then we're saying, well, we're excluding those chips, but actually we're including those chips, those chips in a separate sectorial tariff that we will announce at some other point in time. Brilliant! Another masterful gambit from Donald Trump. Brilliant. This is not a way to run an economy. This is not a way to run an economy. I have much more to say on all that later on, but I think I've said enough there. And and last thing to Tyler, right? The argument was never to bypass the laws of the United States, right? You're saying like if you don't support this, well, then understand your ideology, whatever that. The opposite ideology is to allow manufacturers to bypass U.S. laws. This is never the case, of course not, right? The left has been extremely critical of like how corporations have treated foreign workers, right, to produce our goods. And we put pressure on them. We've demanded reforms, like, hey, you have to get these goods certified that they weren't used by created with slave labor. We've done all kinds of things. Now, whether that's been effective or not, I think that's a larger question. Yeah, certainly. The other option, we can go more into this later on, right? But to just wrap it up, the other option isn't that like, oh, I want the corporations to escape the eye of the U.S. regulators to like go and brutalize foreigners. That's not the case. Okay, I said a lot. I'll go to Bam because I called it. But then after that, anyone can jump in and yell at me or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, well, I'm about to say I'll do what I hope is the last diatribe. Mine's not going to be 10 minutes, but like we can. I want to argue with people point by point. Just to be specifically like, so people don't think I'm like dodging bullets. I'm like throwing shots. This is going to be mostly towards Ty and some towards Scott and specific things responded to. Number one, towards Ty, I believe some of the problem kind of mentioned there are no deals right now. You can say that like, wow, the 75 countries, like I said, there's not even a list, but there's also not a deal, no deals in place. Trump and the administration have made arguments that like the quote unquote deals they're looking for is other countries are going to buy as much from us as we buy from them. When you look at the GDP and economies and like populations of these countries, it's not even a realistic possibility. And it's not even something that we want, even if we could do, is because about to say Americans and all of our businesses actually love buying products from other countries. And we consume, America's a consuming nation because the actual people in love consuming. We love cheap products. We love fashion. We love, like, we're not in the necessity market. We like buying a lot of things because we like buying a lot of things. And I think that there's a world where a really intelligent person comes in and makes a few deals that I'll acknowledge is like, oh, okay, this may be a better reality than what comes out prior. But right now we have 0 deals on the table, so it's impossible for me to call the reciprocal tariffs a win. They were also only enforced for like 13 hours, which like is crazy. It's like, wow, we're living in this new world thanks to Trump. This is to Scott about like Democrats just didn't figure out trickle down economics. No, it's not. It's not an oversimplification you make it out to be. When prices go up, related to taxation and things like that, they will pass on that cost to consumers. But if the cost of the supplies goes down for whatever reason, the prices stay up because the consumers have already come to accept the new prices. And just because someone else, like another brand, because the argument against this is, if someone's making a product too expensive, someone else will just make a product that's cheaper than theirs and win all their business. But that's not how these things actually work in the real world when we apply it to like name brands.
And I'm not even trying to argue with you too much. Can you explain what you mean by that? Like if I impose a 10% tariff on a company, the price of the good goes up, right?
Yes.
Right. And if I impose a 10% increase in the corporate tax rate, the price goes up, correct?
I never said it didn't. I said that
that was my point.
Up,
okay.
No, but you said that. But you said that they
the same.
No, it's not the same as trickle down. But if you remove that tariff, the assumption will be that the price goes down. But the price doesn't go down. Just because they have less costs now doesn't mean that they're gonna give away those profits to the consumers. Especially if you've already created an environment where the consumers have come to accept the new prices. I think something we've seen in the first Trump administration, there were whenever people were mentioning tariffs, they were talking about like different products, like, oh yeah, the price of everything's going to go up, But there were even like American-made like washing and drying washing machines and dryers that ended up going up in the process that weren't subject to the tariffs at all.
Just to be clear,
we had existed in an economy. Wait, I'm just going to run through everything. I'm just pointing out that was to you.
I'm just trying to get it. Yeah, I'm just trying to get clarification. Like, I'm not necessarily trying to argue.
What is the clarification?
I just want to make sure. So you're saying it's not necessarily true that if we remove corporate tax or we remove tariffs that they go down, but you're saying that in the opposite direction, it is true that if we add corporate tax or we add that. So you're saying the trickle-down economics isn't necessarily true, but you are admitting, just to be clear, that if we were to increase the corporate tax rate, that would necessitate inflation and an increase in prices on the American people if we quote-unquote tax the rich more.
On the cost of buying products, absolutely.
Fair enough.
But I agree with that. The reason that people can be okay with those things is because of the hopes of what those tax dollars can do in other sectors of the economy. But yeah, that's enough of that. Also to Tyler, the auto tariff were paused in March. They went into effect, but he immediately paused them. In March, they said they were going to kick back in April. Then when Liberation Day came to be, he paused all the reciprocal tariffs and kept the 10% tariffs in place. And he said he was going to keep the 25% tariffs on. He was going to keep the 25% auto tariffs in place. But he just announced today that he's actually planning on pausing or canceling those again because everyone in the auto industry is making complaints of how this is completely unfeasible and impossible to do. And it's going to cause like massive like detriments to the auto community. Also, he was because of like speaking to all the exceptions, he just keeps on adding these exceptions here and there or changing what he says that he's going to do. And this is creating like so much market volatility and instability that if I did own a company, there's no way right in this world right now, I'm going to invest in the United States knowing that like $1 billion, building $1 billion factory, knowing that Trump could change his mind on all of this next week. And now I've given up all of my my market advantage to someone else in another country who can build it for a price that I can't afford. Like the tariffs are bad, but the instability is even worse. Like if he put them on and he kept them, it would still be awful policy, but at least the world would understand and like, okay, this is a consistent rule. We know where things are going. And it's just bad for the administration because he's forcing everyone to come out to lie to the Americans' face and give plans to. They really don't know what's going on, and he's making everyone look bad. Like he's not even telling his top advisors what's going on. And yeah, and as far as the emergency, we've gotten almost nothing related to the border that like either wasn't already agreed to or couldn't have been done. Like if he's the deal maker in chief, couldn't have been done with a phone call. Like they're like, hey, like because these are actually our closest allies. Like you didn't have to threaten Canada to get a deal done related to
fentanyl.
Yeah.
Let's go. Gibbs had his hand up, and then we can go to anyone else. Okay, Tyler, then Lactoid.
First off, I find it always interesting that the leftists are always filled with people that have never accomplished anything at the microeconomic level, yet they're somehow able to attempt to lecture me on the intricate nature of macroeconomics. These people can't hold down jobs. They will offer the job service to like 100 different places. Don't get it. They, don't open any businesses, and yet they somehow know what's best for the country, and they don't think the country should be ran like a business. You know what is also funny to me is I hear all these complaints from the left about workers' rights and how this is a great moral issue all the time, how evil Trump and them is for going after OSHA and all these things. Now, listen, guys, I'm a piece of shit. I don't go give a fuck if I go buy some blood diamonds or blood coffee or whatever. Yet they simultaneously argue for us to keep illegal aliens here working, lower the minimum wage jobs for lower prices on goods and services. You know who made the same argument as modern Democrats? Southern pre-Civil War Democrats who advocated for cheap domestically produced cotton. Oh, Lord, it should be terrible if them there slaves got freedom and got rights and that caused cotton prices to go up. Then they want to argue for workers' rights and buy from places like China and African countries who literally employ child labor and child slavery and other things in order to produce goods at a lower rate. I also noticed none of the lefties here chose. Instead, Prime wanted to argue about the hypocrisy that Bill Maher is pointing out, like within the people on the left saying he's crazy. Then when he meets him, he at least owned up to saying, I thought he was crazy. I met with him. He's not crazy. I was wrong. At least he had the word that most Democrats don't have, the integrity to admit that. It's called accountability. James, it is. I didn't interrupt y'all. It is integrity.
Yeah, you did. You literally did. You literally interrupted me.
It is integrity and accountability. And I also want to notice one last thing.
Take some accountability, Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, take
for
some
interrupting about the things we don't care about.
Yeah, I know. On to the more important point. I also noticed none of the people on the left here chose to interact with any of my beef analogies because, one, I guess they're just not educated on agriculture enough to get into that. But it's pretty clear that anybody that knows anything about ag is super excited about how things have been going down with the Trump administration, especially in regards to cattle prices nationwide. If we can look at other things, I brought up the how China undercuts us on IP and all such stuff. I know Fabian brought up some of that too, but y'all didn't engage in either of those because you know what? Y'all actually don't care about Americans. All y'all care is about what's good for y'all and how y'all can do stuff at the cheap. Y'all want something so cheap that y'all's government handout can pay for the brand new iPhone, and you can be a cool little guy that takes his government disability for his ADHD and depression and doesn't actually have to work and can go live in his $5 million home in California that was given to you by Newsom and the Commie Party that's masquerading as the Dems. That's what you like. And I know Fabian's over here getting mad because I'm sitting here using hyperbole a little bit and I'm sitting here using rhetoric. But that's fine. But in closing here, it's pretty clear to me that y'all are just hypocrites and liars who actually don't know anything about the subject. And what y'all talk about economically is the equivalent to me talking about, and I'm going to steal Pentuple's analogy. Pentuple made this. It's the equivalent to him talking about basketball, right? He watches enough news and ESPN top 10 highlights. He could probably sound relatively educated about basketball, but he actually doesn't know shit. And y'all are all sitting there doing the same thing. Y'all read 2 articles from Newsweek, and guess what? Now y'all think that y'all are fucking The Economist, like a magazine. It's crazy to me. Y'all are fucking so stupid. None of y'all have been able to open a business and keep it open successfully. And if y'all had, y'all wouldn't be saying this stupid shit. And then when y'all turn around and go, oh, the America's not a business, we shouldn't run it like it. Guess what? In some ways, we should be running like a business because we wouldn't have to be dealing with all this bullshit and bloat that we've had for decades. And y'all just don't want to admit it because it's inconvenient to y'all's points.
Isn't most American beef from Brazil? Like, isn't our largest beef producer? I'm pretty sure America's largest beef producer is like that we consume.
Well, if that is true, I don't know if that's true or not. But if that is true, that helps my point. And guess what? We should, because we're fucking American farmers over. I don't think it is.
Yeah,
Lactoid
so
next?
We should tariff. So it was yes, it was
It was somebody else first.
It was Tyler Lactoid, and then we'll go to you, Scott. Oh, and Scott, just quickly, right? Like, yeah, I say I don't care.
14% is from Brazil.
To be clear,
I'm just fucking with you because you were arguing about it a lot.
I just want to say I hate liberals so much. They evoke this from me, but I don't care about his words. But
it's okay.
Fuck that
you
guy.
know what?
Right.
Hey, Prime guys, it's one of the few things.
Canada import. We import 29% of our beef from Canada.
Let's go to our friend Tyler. Yeah.
All right. So 4 people called me out. I'm going to try to hit everybody with everything and be fair. So iCow first. iCow, awesome person to argue against. Sometimes we exchange 10 pages of chat a day in our group chat, and he's never once said like a bad word or name or attacked me for anything, called me stupid, whatever. 10 minutes into a debate with Non-Fon, he called me an idiot twice, so big appreciate it.
I think I can break that record.
iCow and Bam kind of made a similar point that I can address together. So attacking the naming convention of the reciprocal tariffs is kind of how I'm going to start with that. If that's the biggest complaint of the reciprocal tariffs is they weren't exactly reciprocal with what they were doing to us, I think that's a pretty big win. Naming conventions happen all the time, like the Inflation Reduction Act being a climate change policy. And I can give you a million examples of everybody doing it, from the National Socialists to Antifa, adopting names to like try to pull ideologies into their naming convention.
Hey, that was Prime and Ico. Don't put me in that. I'm a smart person.
That was more Ico kind of came out against that first. So 75 nations, if Prime is correct about that, let's say he's right, about 90% of those are fake or don't result in anything, even though we've already seen about 15 of them say what they've offered. And let's say he's only 10% right. That's still 8 nations that came to the table in 2 weeks. And just to be transparent, that 2 weeks, the tariffs were only in place for 13 hours. This is to you, Bam. The 2-week period that I'm using is more how it affected the markets. I'm kind of making a guess that in the next few days, the markets will return to where they were pre-tariff. And that's why I'm using 2 weeks.
No, they won't. No, they won't. That's silly.
I'm making a guess. I'm just making a guess. Like, it's just
Let's be honest. Our stock market was overvalued during the Biden administration.
Yeah, it could be 3 weeks. It could be more. I'm just trying to make a guess to be concise. That's all.
Since then, yes, our stocks have been overvalued. Yes.
Yeah, and Scott got addressed a lot too. I'm sure he's eager to get in here as well. So Prime, you hit me on 5 different things. I think you're kind of going too deep with the what Bill Maher's intent was. This is how far back I'm going on what you were talking about. Bill Maher was going on there to close the perception gap, something you've probably done a long time ago with these panels, actually hearing out conservatives, what they believe. As you said, you don't think they're evil. You understand a lot of just normal people don't have that process done yet. So Bill Maher was more giving them that step. You're already long past what Bill Maher is doing. He's not going to go in there and make Trump a Democrat. There's no world where that's going to happen. I think that he did good things for normies, even though it did nothing for you.
That's fair. That's fair.
Auto tariffs, I 100% agree. We haven't seen the full impacts. What I meant was it was in place for about 2 weeks in March. And what we saw in March was jobs overperformed by 60% of the expected job number. Inflation underperformed by 20% while we had 2 weeks of auto tariffs in place. I'm not saying we're seeing the full impacts at all. And I'm not trying to make that argument. So Ikai was absolutely right. And you were right to call me out there. I'm more just saying that we saw the short-term impacts of 2 weeks. And it looked like the market was moving in a different direction. It's a good sign. It's not end all be all, absolutely. The 10%, I kind of agreed with what you're saying. It's hard to fight you on your point there. The Trump administration is actually asking other nations to allow this 10% tariff to be in place while they have 0% tariffs against us. They're saying this is basically eye for an eye tariffing to make up for 30 years of bad practicing, and you need to turn a blind eye to it while dropping your tariffs against us to 0. It's a really shitty thing to do, and I think that has the most room for people to criticize it. And the intent of the tariffs to get people to go over to what you were saying earlier about Democratic Party getting on board with free trade, their intent was never to actually like subvert the climate, to allow a loophole. I agree with you, but that's what happened. And the fact that Trump is now saying things like, if you're a U.S. company and you offshore jobs, we're going to put 100% tariff on you, even if it's bad for the economy. In a way, I don't see an argument to ideologically oppose it. I'm just trying to hit all your points here. Abuse of power. The Canadian tariffs were 100% abuse of power. I don't think abuse of power is that big of a deal. I think arguably you could say anytime a president misinterprets a law and the Supreme Court slaps it down, like Biden trying to do student loans 9 different ways, and every time they said no, arguably you could argue that's abuse of power. So I don't think Trump not telling us the 100% truth on these tariffs is abuse of power. I'd say, though, for everybody but Canada, Colombia gave us great concessions. Panama gave us great concessions. This kind of moves into Bam, what he was saying, too. Mexico, with the migrant protection protocols, they openly said multiple times, including this current president, they would not do the migrant protection protocols again. And currently they're in place because the tariffs strong-arm them. The reason why we need that is because we're deporting non-Mexicans to Mexico while they wait for their asylum proceedings to go on, as opposed to keeping them in the United States, which is what migrant protection protocols were to begin with. And In the 3 years under Biden, when they weren't in place, we saw unprecedented amount of people coming to the border. And Mexico said, if you pay us $20 billion, we'll secure our southern border. Trump's getting the same thing out of them, essentially, the same conclusion for free, just by bullying them with tariffs. It's a pretty big win, in my opinion. That's all I got for everybody that hit me up.
Great. Let's go to Lactoid and then Scott.
Sure. So I posted some links in a group chat. This is from the University of Chicago. They do surveys of economists as to what their opinions on tariffs are. And the only reason I'm posting this is because although me and Gibbs agree sometimes, I do see this talking point more often, which is, well, you guys wouldn't know. You guys haven't started a business. You guys don't know anything about anything. And while I agree that left-wingers often will talk about things that they don't have any idea about, and they'll often talk in very contradictory ways, such as, free trade is important for growth. And then, you'll show them the exact same economist saying that taxes slow growth, and they're just going to kind of their eyes will glaze over and they'll say, well, that's capitalism, as if free trade is also not capitalism. But leaving that aside, leaving the hypocrisy aside for a second, economists are on consensus on this issue, like pretty clearly, broadly on everything to do with tariffs, that they're bad. They're bad for growth. They're bad for the
economists are
economy. They're
idiots.
bad for everything. The economists from the University of Chicago,
Let me ask you a
which is, by the
question
way,
real
one
quick,
of the
Lactoid.
premier universities specifically for economics.
Oh, so you're deferring
And
to the
you're
experts?
saying,
No, hold on. I'm going to ask Lactoid a
Gibbs
question.
is
Have you seen what that's done for
Gibbs
you
is
lately?
Gibbs is trying to
I'm not
build
deferring to the-
credibility
I'm not
by
deferring to the
saying
economists
I
at all.
broke cows. I'm sure you do.
No,
but
well,
these
here's my
guys,
question, Lactoid. Let me ask you a question real quick, and then I'll stop.
Why does it like 6 words?
Hold on. I'm going to let him go.
I know it's like Wick all over again. Go ahead.
Sure. It's one question, Lactoid. So these economists at the University of Chicago, right? They're economists, right? They're professors. Yes,
They're economists. Yeah.
Yeah. So what businesses are they running? Oh, I don't give a shit because they're not running.
It's the school of business. It's the school of business.
No shit. They don't actually fucking live in the real world. How many engineers do we know that design shit and then they go and actually try to implement what they design? And I don't know why we put the valve on the inside. It's because they don't actually know what it is in the field. That's my point.
I'm pretty sure
Because it's a dumb point he's
run
making.
the books for like most universities.
He sprung my
Like, if you
trap
work in a
card. That's what he
business
did.
Department, you actually are also the school's like accountant.
Oh well,
At
really?
Least, at least I worked at my local college.
At your local college, so not the
Well,
University of Chicago, though.
Because not the University of Chicago.
Got it.
I was an econ minor.
Lactoid, you just dug this marine yourself.
So these are like, again, these are PhD economists from the University of Chicago. They do surveys on them, and I encourage you to actually look at some of these like surveys. Like it is shocking, like how close to zero the amount of I think like for a lot of these questions, like either 0 or like 1 economists say, oh, that might work, right? Like that's it. Like the overwhelming majority of economists are opposed to tariffs on these survey questions. Am I appealing? Is this an appeal to authority?
Yeah, but were you there? Were you there when they wrote these articles?
I was.
Were you there when they had these opinions? Because if you weren't, this means nothing.
Is this an appeal to authority? It is, but it's just simply
wrong
to
appeal to
counter
authority.
the appeal to authority that Gibbs and Pentuple with his basketball analogy, whatever that was. Here's my very straightforward question. Okay, I think that again, 10% obviously absurd. Is anybody here going to defend the whole reciprocal tariffs, but for the trade deficit part? Is anybody possibly going to defend that here? Because like I have a trade deficit with my local grocery store. Like, does that mean I've had to tariff them? Like
they've treated
you guys know what?
I'm defending.
We buy more from them than they.
Wait. So hold on. You will defend, and keep in mind, this is tariffing trade deficits for goods that cannot be made in America in many cases, right? Like
my whole
coffee.
second paragraph was arguing that specifically.
Like
sea
bass. American diamond miners
Wait,
are
I
about to
don't
get
think
a
he
big...
defended it himself. He said that if it turns into free trade policy, then it's okay. Like if
Sure,
if
yeah. If it turns, hold on. So here's like the thing. If the reciprocal tariffs, which when I heard the reciprocal tariffs, like because I heard about that word before I actually read about the policy, I was actually a little bit like intrigued, right? Like, oh, there's no 10%. It's not based on trade deficit, but we will simply match whatever tariff or maybe even exceed it that to me seems much more like in line with we're going to pressure people to get rid of tariffs. Great. I love it, right? More free trade. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is a base level 10%, even on people who have no tariffs on us. And then on top of that, a reciprocal tariff, not based on what tariffs they have on us, but based on the trade deficit. So can anybody defend that specific portion of it, the trade deficit portion? Ty, go ahead.
Yes. So I can defend it more from the Trump perspective, not because I agree with it, more because what Bassett and
Why are we
Lednick
doing
saying.
this?
I'm just giving him that he's curious about the
He's
argument.
trying. He's trying. Go ahead.
I just want to answer your question, basically.
Did he start a business though?
Answer the question in a
I got a point to that. I know we're all memeing here, but I got a point.
I mean, I've been giving you what their argument is essentially, and it's that we've been off. I mean, I kind of do believe it. There is some evidence behind it. I just don't think it's going to be as. I don't think the end goal is going to be as good as they hope. It's more where we part ways. But there is some argument behind it that as these nations, the trade imbalance that we're looking at here is not generally what the Trump administration is doing is subtracting all service from it and just looking at production and infrastructure and things of that nature. So the trade imbalance is basically saying that these fundamental different things that if we get into a problem with China, something of that nature, China has us by the balls. And we need to decouple our economy from them. In the first Trump administration, we were doing that through the tariffs in order to decouple away from them. This is a national security argument, essentially. The more we did, we saw those jobs go to Vietnam. In order to get those jobs to somewhat come back here, we're going to have to also tariff Vietnam as well to a degree to make it so they're also, the tariffs are adjusting the comparative advantage of these countries artificially for the U.S. investor. It's kind of how I'm looking.
Let me, I guess, respond to that argument that
it's fixed economy. I see why you hate it.
That they would put forward. Because first of all, it feels a little bit communist. And by the way, a lot of the messaging around these tariffs lately has been pretty fucking Maoist, right? Like I saw, Benny Johnson and some other people on Twitter saying like, "Oh, the GDP doesn't matter. Like what matters is the nation." Like stock market, whatever. And then of course it goes up again. Yeah. And then of course it goes up again, and they're like, "Yeah, we're bringing it back, baby. Yeah. We're bringing it back." And then it goes back down, and then oh god. So yeah,
I'm never going to sell you on the economic argument.
No, I understand. Well, sure, but like my position on this, there's a moral position I hold, which is that tariffs are taxes and taxes are theft. So I'm opposed to them on a moral position. You may not be able to like move me on that, but I am open to be moved like on the empirics of what are the actual like economic effects of tariffs and how does it apply. So when it comes to targeting countries for specific like security reasons, like China, for example, I'm more open to that. And that's what I was expecting Trump to do, actually, when he was talking about tariffs, is like, really just hone in on like very specific politically based tariffs, like that are punishment for certain policies that are going to be lifted if they comply, et cetera, et cetera. That's, I guess, kind of more what I had in mind. And I think those are more defendable. But when you have a country like Vietnam, which is actually aligned with us in terms of security, global security, and part of this is because China's been bullying them through economic leverage going back for some time in the South China Sea. And in fact, China invaded Vietnam after we did. People don't remember that, but they did, right? I mean, China and Vietnam do not get along, despite the fact they both call themselves communist, even though, whatever. We're levying a massive tariff on Vietnam on goods that we cannot produce here in America, which is antithetical to our security interests, I think, in the area. And it's bad economically, according to all the experts, again, appeal to authority. But I guess my limited understanding of this, based on what I've read, and I'm going to say limited, I probably know a little bit more than most like normies, but it's limited still compared to all these PhD economists that know more than I do.
Oh, just like the PhD scientist and the PhD.
They're probably right, Gibbs.
It's so funny that you keep using this as appeal to authority when they haven't even never made over 150 a year. Like, it's crazy.
Economics is the one science that matters.
To finish. Go ahead.
So I have a trade deficit with my local grocery store. I go to the grocery store and I buy food. If the grocery store cuts me off, that will end, and I start producing my own food. This will end the trade deficit that I have with my grocery store. But it's going to lead me to be tremendously less productive because now I'm spending time growing vegetables in my backyard as opposed to going to the store to get food. Okay. And if I can just go to the store and get food, if I can fulfill that portion of my economy through the grocery store, this frees me up a considerable amount of my time and effort and resources into doing more productive things, like coming here on Twitch and arguing with you people, right? Far more productive than growing my own food. Imagine if I couldn't do that because, I'm having to go and grow all my own food. I'm sorry, like the intuitive, oh, well, we got to end the trade deficit. I don't even think, to me, it doesn't even make sense intuitively, right? Because comparative advantage, I think, is a thing that we just have to recognize. But specifically, Vietnam doesn't make any sense from a geopolitical standpoint. This just seems like somebody pulled a formula out of their ass and just stuck it on a chart and lifted it up in front of everybody and crashed the U.S. economy within a day. And then it came back a bit because they decided to pull it back. Thank God. I don't want to criticize him for that. I think we should be getting him to pull that back as much as possible. But I can't defend this. And you guys know I will defend Trump if it's defensible and if it's something that you lefties are being ridiculous, because oftentimes he does get a lot of shit for dumb shit that lefties pulling him. But this is a genuinely dumb policy. I can't find any silver light. Besides maybe the shit on China, but even then, it's not tied to any kind of political thing. It's just fuck you, we're going to keep raising it.
Hey,
it's what are we trying to get out of it?
Scott, do you mind if I ask Slactoid the question before you go? If it takes longer than
I got a bunch of shit to say, so you might as well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to say, if it takes longer than 45 seconds, you call me a liar and say shut up. But Lactoid, because I know
One
you
Mississippi.
Oh Lord. No, Lactoid, do you believe that tariffs are just bad in general? Like they're bad always?
Like I just said, I think that there's very specific surgical tariffs for national security interests that could be acceptable.
Okay, yeah, that's why I was gonna make a pitch to you real quick. It may take even be easier then. I'm gonna use a made up example just for simplicity's sake. Let's say that the United States consumes 100 bottles of fresh water per year, and we can get those bottles cheaper from Mexico. And we decide that we could import all 100 from Mexico at as cheap of a rate as possible. But in the self-interest of self-preservation of the country, we decide the first 90 bottles we'll take at the cheapest rate possible. But we have a self-interest in saying that for the last 10, we'll add a 200% tariff on those, like a threshold. That we want those.
That's actually what Canada. That's what Canada does to us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, to be American made, just because we think we have an interest in having a local base that does that. But it's not. We don't completely ban it. We just put a tariff on, because if someone's willing to pay us a ridiculous price for it, then we're like, okay, at that point, fine.
So this goes in line with specifically again national security interests. Mm-hmm. If it has to do with weapons manufacturing, or if it has to do with goods that can the converting manufacturing facilities to making it isn't as easy, maybe chips, or there's some very specific things that are difficult to manufacture and maybe take time to build the features necessary to build them. I could be again open to maybe some surgical tariffs there.
Yeah, we don't have to make 100% of it, but we should have an industry here.
But exactly right. But again, that's only for very specific goods that perhaps we need to, for national security purposes, keep some kind of base in America. I can see that, okay, but this is not that.
Yeah,
and this isn't even trying to be that. This is actually done in opposition to national security. If this was done with an interest in national security, we would be levying a massive tariff on China and doing nothing to Vietnam, doing nothing to Korea, South Korea,
Japan,
and doing nothing
Japan,
doing nothing to the countries
Canada.
Oh well, we'll talk about that later. But the countries that are actually that we're concerned about being pulled into the orbit of China. So there is no I just don't see national security interest for what we're doing now. If it could be sold to me, I'll be open to hear it. But I have yet to hear a good national security justification.
Lactoid. How many genders are there, Lactoid? How many genders are there, Lactoid? Well, I'm
my
not asking
God.
for, not asking for a real reason. Because
It's a spectrum, Gibbs. It's a spectrum.
So no, but how many? Okay, it's a spectrum. But how many specifically? Because there's a reason I'm asking. The reason I'm asking this.
Cat gender, dog gender.
Cool. So you're saying this is a meme and you're laughing, but the reason I'm saying that is because there's a bunch of PhDs right now that are saying there's 72 genders. No. Hold on. They're saying there's 72 genders, right? Oh, crazy. Yeah. Oh, wow. So I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, I trust these guys. These guys are clearly idiots. I'm not going to trust the guy that's made under 150K in a year, to tell me about macroeconomics when I have multiple people like Kevin O'Leary, like Donald Trump, and like millions, like thousands others that have made millions and millions.
Kevin O'Leary is a hack. Come on.
Saying, hey,
he's Lebanese. Don't call him a hack.
I'm saying, when they made these points,
I like him. I like him personally.
I want to answer this. How are you going to sit here and say appeal to authority whenever you yourself don't recognize that same appeal to authority when it's a topic that you disagree
Douglas
on?
Murray.
I at least am consistent. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here.
No.
Lactoid Murray. Yeah, Lactoid Murray.
That's what you're saying. These two genders. But you're going to say
right.
Okay, but the liberal elites at Chicago University are right here, but they're wrong about the 52 genders or 72 genders.
Yeah, they're the same professors.
Actually, I picked that for a reason because I looked up which university said this, and it was the University of Chicago's one of them.
They're the same professors.
Hold on, it's different professors.
Conservative business school.
Hold on, stop, cut it like me here. There's a reason. That's why this is the kids. I just want to say this though. Conservatives have sat here and gone, we're sick of liberal elites in schools for years, and you're sitting here doing this. Hold on, doing the socialist bullshit, going, hey, I agree with these economists at this fucking school, right? But I simultaneously reject the premise of 72 genders when some of the same PhDs at that same school where they're equal in stature. Well, yeah, they're equal in stature. They're both PhDs from that same university. Are saying this. So Lactoid will even admit his own appeal to authority is total bullshit because he doesn't trust that school in regards to stuff, and he's only using it because it proves his point. And it's
even a Republican.
Even a Republican. No. I got to respond to that. So. First of all, I don't like that he's engaging in this hate speech of denigrating all of the remaining 70 genders besides the man and woman. Okay, there's a lot more, Gibbs. But second of all,
126 or 207, like some of them.
There's people who believe there's like 100 genders who open businesses. And you were just saying beforehand
and if they make millions, I might listen to them about fucking macroeconomics, but I'm not going to listen to the because what? Because they proved that they can make millions.
You said
I can find you. I promise you, I can find you plenty of business owners who are opposed to tariffs.
I might listen to them about that shit, as opposed to your point.
By that logic, then
we're going to use these PhDs.
Hold on. By that logic, we should be listening to the people who have the most genders.
Y'all have got to let Scott go.
So if I have 30 genders, then I'm the one who should be.
What's going
on? We only listen to the demographic that has like the most narrow conception of genders. That is the actual test. This is the litmus test to see who knows about economics.
I'm just saying you're not consistent.
Admiral Gibbs, do you know what the Chicago School is as a term, as opposed to the University of Chicago?
I know that I don't give a fuck about whatever you're about to say.
They open a business?
Do you know?
I got to which they run a business. That's all he gives a fuck about.
Do you know who the Chicago boys are?
Do they run a business?
Let me just follow that up with once again.
Are they millionaires?
I don't give a fuck about who the Chicago boys are, the Bentley Big Boy, whoever you want to talk about.
So you don't know anything about.
He only knows millionaires.
You got it. Yeah, you're right. You got it.
Just whatever he has to say, just say, well, that doesn't justify his opinion, and then you'll be good.
So
he got me, guys. I don't know anything about the University of Chicago or Chirac or bumfuck Egypt. He got me.
Chirac.
So it's okay that you you don't understand, right? Like, but you're right. Appeal to authority is not an argument. I completely agree with you, right? Saying, we polled all of these economists and they all agreed tariffs are bad, therefore tariffs are bad is not actually an argument. But there is something to be said about consistency amongst multiple different perspectives, right? And I think that's really what Lactoid's argument is, right? So your major schools of economics would be known as Keynesians, MMT, and Chicago School. Now, obviously, as an anarcho-capitalist, I'm an Austrian, but it's a much smaller school of economic theory. The Chicago School is named such from the University of Chicago. That's where Thomas Sowell's from. That's where Milton Friedman is from, etc. Right? So, like, I don't think the argument is because a bunch of economists say so, I'm right. I think the argument is even the Chicago School, even the Austrians, even the MMT people, even the Keynesians, like if I had a time machine and I could only choose to go back in time and kill Hitler or kill Keynes, I'd kill Keynes, right? Like Hitler's like, and I hate Hitler. I'm just saying, right? Like all of the major branches of philosophy surrounding economics agree that tariffs, at the very least, in the short term, are a burden on basically everyone. Right, that's that. I think that's. Am I wrong in that assumption?
I trust their opinion.
The only reason I brought that up,
he probably knows more about economics. Than
the only reason I really brought this up is because Gibbs, and not just Gibbs. I've seen other people do this. Like they're appealing to this authority of like business owners want this. When first of all they don't. Like in large part, but also like if you're going to appeal to business owners as being some kind of experts, when oftentimes again they're not. The actual experts are better appealed to as experts as opposed to some random business owner.
Yeah, I mean, I'll disagree with you. I'll disagree.
How unlibertarian of you. Lowercase L.
I'll disagree with you here on that. That like the economists are, I think we do need to recognize, right, that this concept of experts and credentialism and like, as far as I'm concerned, they're all fucking fake and they don't know what the
That's why I brought up the engineer thing.
I don't care if 97%.
Maybe it's my degree that's like giving me like a big head on this, but like I feel like it matters for something. Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, I went to grad school too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's but
yeah, a little bit.
So I certainly have more context and knowledge in that.
What are we doing, brother?
Right,
you should be only asking business,
but also I learned more reading on my own and researching on my own than I ever fucking did in university. Right, and we've seen so many complete fucking hacks and tools ruin our goddamn country, with a PhD next to their name. But I understand your argument. It's like, look, all of these different people that study this, that all disagree all the time, agree on this thing. Right. And that's a valid argument.
It was mostly to just own Gibbs, who is also appealing to authority, right? If Gibbs is appealing to an authority by saying that like an ice cream cart vendor has a better concept of like global trade than a University of Chicago economist, I feel like that's like a little bit misguided.
There's money in the banana.
So when you say an engineer,
okay?
How often do we hear engineers?
There's money in the banana stand.
The wrong side of it.
We got it. Hold on, guys.
Let Dory remember what happens in the real world. He just can't with these theories.
We got it. We got it.
I was trying to bridge them together, and then so I could go.
Wait. One last question. One last question.
God damn it, brother. God damn it.
No.
This is a dumb argument. We've settled it. He didn't appeal to authority.
We haven't settled it.
Attacked you for
we haven't settled it. I'm asking to elucidate his position.
All of the non-interrupting you did on Tim Pool, you've now cashed in for now. Jesus Christ.
I was holding it in, and now it's all coming up. Okay.
Now you're just fucking. You're rehashing this. Like, don't.
Gibbs. Hey, apparently all I have to do is be loud and uninformed, and some people might think I win. Okay, I'm just saying.
That's what you're doing now, clearly.
Yeah. Gibbs, let me ask you straightforward.
Yeah.
Let's say there's some essential oil like MLM like woman who's involved in like selling crystals and shit. Does this person, in your opinion,
5'2" with a mini bob? 5'2" with a mini bob.
Does this person have like a better conception in your mind about like global trade and like tariffs on Vietnam than a PhD from the University of Chicago?
Well, let me answer that. Then I'm going to ask you a question in response to that. It's real simple. It's all right. One, the answer is yes. If under this circumstance, if this girl has created a multi-million-dollar company and made a lot of money and understanding the different crystal routes and trade routes, hey, she's getting them in, she's importing them. This girl probably does have a better global economics expertise than Dr. John Johansson from the University of Chicago, who's fucking never had to work a day in his life except for teaching in front of people and preaching theory. Theory doesn't work in the real world. And I'm going to give you another example of this.
That's retarded. Did you just say theory doesn't work in the real world?
Hold on, check this. Hold on. real quick.
Then you just made the argument that you don't have ideas, that you aren't a thinker.
Hold on. How many times?
Your words are just blah, 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 blah.
Something you think that you can't follow along. Let me just finish here. This is real shut the fuck up. You talk all the time.
But you can't make an argument without a theory.
I'm just going to mute you while I keep talking. Here's the simple. So here's what's going to happen. It's real simple. Like when you look at engineers, how often do we hear from people from the oil field? We go, oh, I don't understand why the engineer did this. This guy put the valve literally on the inside of the thing that it's supposed to hold. There's no reason. Hold on. Oh, the engineer designed this valve here where we can't even get to it all the time. This is your educated school people that design shit and don't have any.
Only we had a businessman.
Hold on. It doesn't. Well, this is not the point.
Only we had a teacher to teach the business.
Okay, I know you're just memeing, but hold on. This is my point here. Y'all sit here. No, I'm not. Y'all just
teachers understand more than engineers.
Just because you don't want to engage in real world knowledge.
Experts know more than.
I would love to. You two won't shut the fuck up on silly points.
I'm literally trying to finish. It's not a silly point, but y'all just want me to finish, and you'll keep going. Look, if an engineer designs valves and they put them in the wrong spots over and over again, and they keep being manufactured that way, and people go, "Oh, you clearly don't know what you're doing." This is a common complaint from anybody that works in the refinery. Don't say anything.
This is microeconomics.
Don't say
Jesus
anything.
fucking Christ! You do not know. You do not know the most basic level of
once
shit.
Again, I'm literally just trying to finish here. You're like, hold on. I once again,
you can't even take orders.
All right, so he's muted. All right, so like I said,
you fucking
I'm
literally about to
all the
leave.
time.
This is
a
so
common
fucking
complaint.
stupid. This is so
I know. I'm just trying.
Let him
I'd be
finish.
if we couldn't get interrupted. They kept complaining about this all the time. It's a common thing that we see all the time in other industries. Whenever we have theorists and people that think they know how it works in the real world, and then when we actually get with the real world, it goes, "Hey, it's like Mike Tyson." He said, "Everybody's got a plan till you get punched in the face." Well, this is all y'all are saying. We have a plan. We don't know if it works. And all of a sudden, hey, well, guess what? He probably knows more about boxing than I do. But either way, the point is, whenever we come out here and all these people that have made millions of dollars, and they're saying this will work, and then we have some economists who's only made $150K in a year doesn't get no. Oh, Jesus Christ!
No, not Jesus. I gave you space.
Literally at the last.
I gave you space. No, I gave you space. Yes,
I literally get to the most. I never get to finish, and when I go,
no, you did get to finish. You did get to finish. We're moving on. Sorry, I gotta move on.
Short.
Okay. Let me just go through my list of things. All right. So I will start with this simple thing.
Scott, Corey, Iko.
Right. I will start with this simple thing. Right. When you show up to your Econ 101 class, it doesn't even need to be in college, in high school, right? In like 10th grade, they'll let you know on day one that there are these two things, one called macroeconomics and one thing called microeconomics.
Said that.
Yeah. And so therefore the experts in macroeconomics would be like people at the Federal Reserve or economists or people that make policies or people that work in like the Department of Labor and things like that, right? Or HUD, right? Those are macroeconomics, right? And people that run businesses tend to be experts in microeconomics. These are two different things with different skill sets and different knowledge. So I just want to let people know that, because apparently some people show up to a debate panel on tariffs and don't know day one shit. Moving on.
I agree.
Are you a business owner, Scott?
I mean, that would be the ones using the appeals to authority.
No,
like that would be their.
I just thought of this.
Okay, he's not done. We got guys. We gotta let him go. So Scott's got a lot to get through.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shotgun this because I'm gonna make.
I've been trying to go Scott's face for 2 hours.
I know.
Yo, Bam really has been. Like, don't even give him shit on this. Like,
so you want me to let him go now?
No,
should he go now?
No, he was trying to let me go, is what he was doing. But
okay, yeah, then I'm agreeing. I'm helping you. All right,
I'm with you. I'm with you. All right, so I'm just gonna spitball these, and then people can respond after I'm done, because like I'll never get through this. So, Corey Campbell, in your opening speech, right? You talked about how.
Thankfully,
I appreciate it. Yeah, it must be the vegan diet gives you such a good memory, because all the fat from those meat eaters is fucking up their brain. So you talked about how. You talked about how micro tariffs are good, and at some point I would. Well, Mike, that's what a micro tariff is. The same different word, right? Micro tariff is a small tariff specifically at only one country or at one sector of the economy or one good or service. As opposed to
I got a targeted penis.
Right. Yeah. So you're going to go after me. So if you could please explain to me how the logic is somehow falls apart on where a macro tariff is bad economically, but the micro tariff is good in some way, shape, or capacity. I don't understand this. I mean, like, I hear the arguments, but I don't hear any logic behind it, but maybe you got something that I don't have. To agree with Gibbs, right, when he was talking about intellectual property, you're absolutely correct that China steals intellectual property constantly. Now, to me, that's not stealing. I don't believe in IP because IP is not real property, right? The moment the idea leaves your mind, you don't magically own my property. If I have a button that could make an exact copy of your house, you don't get to come take my house just because I push the button. It's my fucking house, not your house. But nevertheless, it goes to show, Admiral Gibbs, even though I am, on the opposite end, maybe I think of like the IP section of you, it goes to show that, look, we can't have this free trade situation where everybody's playing by one set of rules and then other countries aren't playing by those set of rules, and then we act like they aren't fucking us over, right? Like if we are all agreeing as a world we're gonna respect people's IP, and then a few countries stop and just steal and don't play by those rules, well then yeah, they deserve a fucking tariff, or they deserve court, or they deserve something, right? Or the better answer is that we give up IP, but we're not gonna fucking do that. Like, so if we're gonna agree to play by the same rules, then we got to play by the same rules. And so like that is part of the problem, right? Like High Silicon and Zhaojin are like constantly stealing Taiwan's chipsets for Huawei and companies like that. Another thing, Bam, you had talked about like how mom and pop shops are like locally sourcing things. Maybe it was just
I said it's not that they're locally sourcing; it's that they're like more community based. It's like their community is going to continue to shop there.
So okay. Well, I just want to point out, maybe you're recanting before I even get there, but yeah, supply chains are like not what they were during the Hart-Celler fucking like act. Okay, like nobody, if something is fully locally sourced and the whole supply chain is local, go to a farmer's market and see how much it costs. A bottle of juice or kombucha will be like $49 fucking dollars. And you'll be like, what the fuck happened? It's like we have a global economy where we get things from all these different places, and that's what makes it astronomically cheaper. And this is why like tariffs that like maybe kind of worked a little bit, they didn't work, they just weren't that bad, right? Are fucking so much worse now in our current economic situation because, again, a Chicago school guy, Milton Friedman, has that famous video, iPencil, right? And like someone tried to redo iPencil, in America, and I think it cost him like $200 to produce a single pencil. Like you can't like the supply
as an individual, right?
And this is a big part of the problem with, this is the big part of the problem with like getting into a trade war with China, which I do think we probably need to do because China's full of fraud, full of manipulation, not playing by the rules, lying about things constantly, selling us things that poison children or are flammable when they're supposed to not be flammable, getting around customs and immigration enforcement, via Temu by having all of their products under a certain price point in giant containers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They do all kinds of fraudulent shit. And then they move shit through Vietnam and Singapore and Malaysia, which is part of the kind of what complicates this, right? Even with that, like something does need to be done. But the thing is that China with the Belt and Road Initiative, for so many things, has a complete supply chain. America does not. Like if America genuinely wants to play this fucking game, like we need to shore up natural resources throughout all of South America. Like we have to bring free trade to South America. We have to get free trade agreements. We have to get investment. We have to we have to have our own supply chains. We don't it doesn't matter if you build a fucking factory here. If we don't have all of the conflict minerals and we don't have half of the shit that it takes to make an iPhone and China does, you can build a fucking factory all you want, but you're still gonna have to buy shit from countries that China has all these trade agreements with, even if they are fucked up because they're the same version of our IMF bullshit. Another thing that I keep hearing in a lot of these discussions is this idea, and it's like kind of what I saw about with this trickle down economics. Rich people don't hoard wealth. Like this is such a this is just socialist nonsense. Every dollar that a rich person makes that they put into investment is money that creates jobs. It's not possible for rich people to not create jobs unless they hide the money in their walls and lose money as interest rates, as inflation makes the dollar makes the worse and worse. What they do is they invest it in some stock, and then that company gets money so that their business can grow. And when their business grows, they then hire more employees or they do more business. Like, it is not possible for a rich person to fucking hoard wealth that doesn't create or trickle down to jobs unless they are intentionally fucking themselves and losing money by literally hoarding wealth. Now, there is some argument about rent-seeking and socialist policies, right, that allow people to hoard such as things like in the real estate market in New York or things like that. But that is a problem of government and a problem of regulations and a problem of policies that, that have been created by trying to create regulations and trying to help people, quote unquote. Moving on. We watched this video you sent to us, and a bunch of people keep repeating this lie, which is that Singapore doesn't have tariffs. That's not true. Like, Singapore does have tariffs. Like, his speech is a lie. Now, that doesn't mean that they have a ton of tariffs. Singapore is a relatively free market economy. That's why they do so well. And obviously there are other issues, like I said, Chinese goods that move through there to us so that they can get around things like, for example, we have regulations on honey, right? Why do we have regulations on honey? Well, that's because China chemically makes in a lab fake honey and then sells it as raw organic honey. And then we constantly have to try and test it and find the fake honey that China floods into Malaysia and Singapore and then sells us. So when you go to the grocery store and you buy raw honey or like real organic honey, it's chemically made corn syrup that is designed to look like honey that isn't actually honey. And then we have to test it. And what we find is we can find the bee population and we can find that those are bees that are in China, even though the market came from Malaysia, because they're trying to circumnavigate customs because they fraudulently make cheap honey in giant batches that is really just forms of chemically engineered bullshit that you buy and you think is honey, and it's not. The only way you can make sure that you actually get real honey is if you're buying something that is completely made in America. You can kind of know. Well, there are other countries, right? New Zealand's pretty good about it. Australia's pretty good about it too, but they don't have that many exports.
I didn't know that. Thanks for.
But yeah, so Singapore. So Singapore does have tariffs on alcohol, tobacco, petroleum products, which is like fuck tons of plastic products, and cars. Now, those aren't targeted specifically towards America, right? Those are taxes. It's like a GRT or GRM, can't remember, that are a tariff on all imported goods in those categories. But the idea that Singapore has zero tariffs, almost no country has zero tariffs, including America. But we do have a lot less than other countries. That doesn't mean I fucking like it, right? But this idea that like, oh, Singapore has no tariffs on it, so the 10%, by the way, is fucked up. But nevertheless, the next thing, this calculation of trade deficit is like all fucked up. Prime, you kind of mentioned it. One of the other reasons it's fucked up is that trade deficit is another thing that's kind of nonsense, but it is measurable. But like the name it invokes isn't really what it is. Kind of the same thing with like USAID as opposed to USAID, right? As Lactoid said, when you go to the grocery store and you buy cereal, right? You're not in a trade deficit with the fucking grocery store. Okay, you gave them money and they gave you cereal and you've traded that, and you're happier for having lost your money for cereal and they're happier for having gained money than holding on to cereal in the store. Like, there's no deficit, and this comes from a misunderstanding that value is subjective. I want the cereal more than they want to keep, and they want the money more, right? So we both gain in this economic transaction. And the other reason that this whole like formula thing is stupid is because it doesn't calculate immaterial goods, right? Like, we have services, we have a stock market, we have, we have software that we sell. There's all these immaterial or like hard to measure goods that are like not part of this. So like a lot of countries that like we have a trade deficit with, we fucking don't. Like, it's just we don't sell bananas, okay? And we don't sell bananas because we don't have a bunch of dirt poor people that can, grow Kavanaugh bananas while looking over their shoulder for, a CIA person or a fucking Iran Contra or a fucking, communist guerrilla to fucking kill them as they fucking spray chemicals that were banned in California in the 1970s and give them fucking cancer so they can give us 70-cent banana bushels, right? Like, we don't do any of that shit. And so, but we sell them software, and like, these are different things. Lastly, GDP is like kind of a bullshit metric. Like, I understand that like we can measure, economic activity to some degree, but like, if the government hires 100 DMV workers and pays them, that's an increase in GDP. But that doesn't mean anything of actual value is added to the economy, right? Like, value is subjective, and we use a lot of these metrics. Oh, sorry. We'll welcome people in the radar, but yeah, like, value is subjective. And this idea that we like measure trade deficits and that we measure GDP and things like that, is a misunderstanding of just how much of our economy is measured by a bunch of people, to Admiral Gibbs' point, right, that aren't actual businessmen that just want to see number go up on chart. And they have, and again, like this stock market thing, it's like, people are like, oh, we lost 6% wealth. Did we? Or were companies overvalued? We don't fucking know. The stock market value of a company is what people think it's worth via economic transactions. It's not actually proof of what the worth of the company is. So yeah, like, the volatility in the market makes people undervalue it. But there's all kinds of reasons that companies in our current market are overvalued, not the least of which being that 13% of our federal budget is paying fucking debt on like that we have. Like, our dollar is not sound. We have a fiat currency. Like, those are my points. Engage with them as you will.
Okay, so we will do that. And Corey is up, and we have our friend Aiko. And write down your. I just want to get down this list to make sure everyone's talked once. We'll do more responses. But first, two things. Thank you, Pisco, for the kind raid. Hope you had a good stream. I saw you were streaming previously. Thanks so much. Hey, everyone. Hi, my name is Prime, in case you don't know me. Our friend Pisco oftentimes joined us here. Hopefully we can get Pisco back for another panel. But we appreciate our friend Pisco for the very kind raid. What else?
Prime got him on Tim Pool, so thank Prime for that by giving him money.
Okay, that's the thing. I did get on Tim Pool, and you can thank me with money if that's the thing you want to do. But in any case, please be so kind as to follow the channel. Right? Two of you have already followed. Number Woken fan something. Wokenia fan. Thank you so much for following. Izzy Belly. Thank you for following. Aiko Rich, thank you for resubbing. All the kind. 41 months straight. Thank you so much for that. And then Admiral Gibbs gifted us up the Pisco. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. We're close to a hype train, so help us get to a hype train. Sub to the channel, give bits and give subs. But yeah, if you be so kind, hit the follow button. What we do here, we have these panels. We discuss these issues right now. Obviously, you can see Trump tariffs. We're discussing that, and it's been quite heated, but we have these discussions often. So if that's something that is at all valuable to you, please consider following the channel. We'd love to have you. Thank you so very much for anyone who's here, and stick around. The other thing is we have. Oh, thank you, Average Debate Enjoyer, right? Tyler. It's a mouthful, but every time. But it's Tyler.
Here too.
Tyler.
That's what the ladies tell me too.
Okay, that's a good one. I like that. So thank you for the sub. Got us on a hype train. A level 1 hype train, 66% done. 34% left. Help us get to a level 2 hype train. Sub to channel, give bits, give subs. Resubs also count. So consider doing that. But remember, subs, get emotes, and you'll get after viewing. And we can also respond to questions if it's like in the form of bits or anything like that if you want to get us to respond to something. So consider supporting the channel. That's the best way to do so. Help us make.
No one's going to remember any of my arguments.
We will. And if anyone has a problem,
I will remember.
Corey, because he's a vegan. We've established this. Okay. other thing is, we have a super chat that came in from I don't know how to pronounce her name, Sir Bobbles, I believe. $5, right? $5 American, real dollars. They say, does any person on the panel want to fully remove the UL compliance regulation on safety? And UL apparently stands for Underwriters Laboratories. And you see that UL logo on different products. And it's I'm not fully informed. I know what you're talking about. I'm not fully informed on what they do, but I imagine it's quite a helpful. I think it's a voluntary compliance thing. I don't know. Well, does anyone want to comment on that?
I mean, I'm an ANCAP, but like, isn't UL like? Yeah, I was about to say, isn't UL like a voluntary thing? Like, why would the fuck would I? Like, I'm not aware of regulations that require you to comply. I don't understand.
Yeah, my understanding, and I could be wrong because again, I'm not completely familiar with it. Okay, all right. My understanding is that logo is a voluntary thing. But if we're wrong, please let us know, and then maybe we can respond. So if you could give maybe a bit more information.
Yeah.
If the government's saying we absolutely have to do it, Scott's against it. All right,
pretty much. Yeah.
Answer that for you. All right, and depending on the details of what they actually do, I might support it. So, all right, there you go. But thank you again for the super chat. All right, let's give our friend Scott the. Oh no, you already finished, I guess, right?
Yeah, I finished. Yeah,
and we'll go to our friend Corey, who's been waiting patiently. Again, help us get to a level 2 hype train. We have 2 minutes left on the clock. 2 minutes left on the clock. Sub to the channel, give bits, give subs. We're so close to level 2 hype train. And of course, you get free emotes from the hype train when you support. Now is a great time. And again, hit the follow button if you're not so yet. Okay, Corey, please.
I'll try to leave some time for iCal to speak. Try to be brief. So Gibbs, I am curious. I'm somewhat joking, somewhat not. I'm curious how your heuristic operates in terms of, I hope this never happens to you, but if you get cancer, are you going to seek out a doctor that only has cancer? Is that your operating principle?
No, what I'm gonna
business owner.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go find Dr. Toboggan and I'm gonna go get a poultice, and that's what we're gonna do. That'll cure me.
Pretend I know what that means.
Wait, a what?
Moving on.
Yeah, poultice. You never watched Always Sunny, clearly.
No.
Dr.
Poultice is just another old school name for cure all.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Whether you drink. Yeah.
There's some snake
try
oil.
essential oils, Gibbs.
Yeah. I might buy something from Alex Jones. I think he's got a cancer cure. We'll be all right.
He's gonna take some methylene blue. He'll be fine.
Corey, what were your comments?
No, I made a list. So because Scott understandably posed me a question. That's a fair question in terms of in my opening statement about, I think, 2.5 hours ago now, but credit him for remembering or writing it down, is I mentioned, targeted tariffs being good. And I understand his perspective in terms of, him viewing tariffs as bad, and my characterize them as a targeted tariffs good, I think conflicts with that. And here's what I'll try to clarify, where what Lactoid brought up earlier in terms of national security concerns. That's more in terms of what I was alluding to in terms of targeted tariffs can be good in terms of if you actually want to protect a certain industry for national security concerns. As in, I can understand, let's say from a national security perspective of you want a certain amount of ability to manufacture steel in the United States, as opposed to, let's say, importing it from Canada. So from that perspective, I was sort of using the word good. But I understand that probably wouldn't track in Europe.
Yeah, I'm just what's the trade-off here, right? So the trade-off is you're saying you're pro taxing steel. Let's say, for example, let's make it a more extreme example, right? So that we can let's say it's some form of let's say it's just some metal alloy that is needed for nuclear weapons, right? We'll call it nukemium, whatever it is, right? And so you're saying what is the trade-off here is that you make whatever that thing is more expensive, but the idea is that you are forcing the increase in price to allow for some level of manufacturer in America or in Canada, in your example, to enter the market that would not have been able to enter the market because it wouldn't have been profitable, right? So you're willing to take the economic hit so that you can have like a supply chain of whatever this thing is locally. That's the argument.
Overall, yeah, just like as well, I would say frame it as like self-sufficiency. As you want something self, I can understand. Let's say maybe for some people of like, even though in Canada, okay, you can go and buy cannabis, okay, but I'm sure there's some people that they want to grow their own, so they're not reliant on any sort of supply chain issues.
Okay, but so if there's a risk of supply chain issues, or there's a risk of war, or there's a risk of that being disrupted in some way, right? Why is it not valuable for a person in the market to get in despite the increased cost?
Well, I think I understand where you're going to go in terms of like labor regulation. And like, yeah, certain countries have like lower cost of labor, and so it's cheaper to do it there.
No,
Yeah,
no,
the
that's
whole
not what I'm
issue
saying. What I'm saying is let's say it's water, right? Like that was another example that was given, right? The first 90% of water or 90 water bottles, right? Why is it that if it's so important to someone, right, that we have access to water bottles in our own country, that we don't depend on other people? Well, then why, if that is true, that there is this value in it, why is it that there aren't domestic manufacturers of it if the value is there? Why do you need a tax to ensure that the thing is produced in your own country if it's presumably valuable that it is produced in your own country? If it's valuable, wouldn't someone sell it at the higher price?
Well, not everything is necessarily baked into price. Like I think I understand where you're coming from in terms of, well, that's where I was going with like, I can understand. I think in your world, if there were no labor regulations and no minimum wage, then like yes, that would not be an issue. But there is a minimum wage in the United States, and therefore that affects things. And so
right, but the price is higher, right? But you're saying there is value to paying a higher price. That is what a micro tariff is. You're saying it is valuable to increase the price to ensure that this is produced locally. But if the value is there, oh, fair enough, Bam. But if the thing, if there is value in that, then you don't need the tariff. Like you prove the lack of the value by creating the micro tariff itself. Because the moment that you need a government tax in order to make someone produce something, then you've proven that there wasn't actually value in the production of that thing locally.
I don't know that actually tracks fully economically. Like because otherwise, like so, I can only go back to like the example of steel, or any other thing that's manufactured in China versus the United States. So like cost of labor is just cheaper in the United States, and so you can just do it there. And so the value add is more, or rather, it's more profitable there as opposed to in the United States.
Okay, but what is profit, right? Like profit is the capitalist reward, right, for predicting in the future what it is that someone will want, right? Because we, the universal time preference, right? So the capitalist gets money for the investment and having the capital that is necessary to produce something, right? In the meantime, and predicting in the future, right? That's what a loss is, right? Is a poor prediction, right? If I think we want a bunch of steel and then it turns out nobody does want the steel at that price, right? Then I take a loss. Right. But if I accurately predict that people are going to want steel in 6 months, so, or let's say it's I-beams, so I import my steel, but like people want steel I-beams because I think construction is going to go up, like that's what I'm rewarded for. So if the capitalist is rewarded for accurately predicting in the future what it is that the economy will desire, why do you need a tariff to ensure that someone is making something when the capitalist who has the money and the know-how is predicting that thing won't be here at that price, that it's cheaper, easier, and better to import it from some other place?
Yeah, I place the value in the national security concerns, where if I think your argument is going to boil down to like I would agree that the cost of manufacturing steel in the United States is inflated. Okay, it's inflated as a result of the state existing and its associated regulations, and therefore, like yes, in the absence of the state, then the value will come down, and then it'll be actually profitable in your world to make steel. If that's the overarching point that you're making.
Like let's say I'm Lockheed Martin, right, and I need steel for weapons. Right. So I am a company that my entire strategy is having a reliable supply chain when war breaks out, because I know that I'm going to make a fuck ton of money when war breaks out. Right. if it is actually true, like if the markers show war is potential, if I think in the future I'm going to make money as the CEO of Lockheed Martin, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to ensure at the higher price now that I purchase local steel at a higher price so that I have the correct supply chains in the future, and I'm going to make a fuck ton of money when the steel dries up and I've already got contracts and agreements and things of that nature. There's no need for the tariff in this instance. The entire you're saying the value in the market is, protection or, specific supply chains, but for national security. But there are companies that deal in national security. There are companies that invest in those things, and they will make fuck tons of profit if they accurately predict when those things are going to go. So why is it that we need to centrally plan that?
Well, I think that's actually maybe part of the problem, or at least a variable at play in terms of like, I don't know if you were using this analogy or example intentionally or not, of like a war. Like, I don't think it's that easy to predict whether an actual, hot active war is going to happen. And so if you're
that's true for the state as well, but the capitalist that is rewarded on a profit or a loss is more incentivized to accurately be able to guess that, right? You're correct that it's not easy to guess when a war might break out, and sometimes they break out all the time, like randomly, right? But the capitalist has a higher reward mechanism for accurately predicting when war will go out than an elected politician or a government bureaucrat. Especially one that's isolated from like national security information because they.
I also don't want to just
HUD
focus just on the ANCAP argument here. I do want to Pat. So do you
I'll
have
try to
anything
drill
else
down
for
quickly to there?
Well, it's not so much the ANCAP argument; it's an argument about tariffs, right? Like that's the topic, right? I just happen to present an idea of like the tariffs are bad.
I mean, I largely agree with you. That's why, like, I think I said I only think like really targeted tariffs of like, again, I didn't say in my opening statement, but like to what Lactoid was saying, like national security concerns. If you want to reject that, that's totally fair. I'm not going to like die on the hill on that. I can see a place for it.
Yeah, I guess I'll compromise by saying this. I agree that there is value in having local supply chains for national security interests. I just think all of the philosophy and all of economic understanding is that tariffs are not the appropriate way to do that because they're not effective and they lack the appropriate information and incentive structure. And this should be handled by companies that are rewarded for accurately predicting how much local supply chain they need, as opposed to government employees that are only trying to win elections.
Okay, I'll say just one other thing quick. Oh, like you want to say something, Brian? Go for it.
No, finish your thing.
The other thing I'll say is to add on to what Scott said earlier in terms of China and fake honey. Like again, I don't know if you're using this term intentionally. In terms of China engineering honey, I think that's maybe overselling the hand. I agree with you that China is like basically making fake honey, but from what I understand, not that I've done a deep dive, they're essentially just spiking their honey with like essentially corn syrup or whatever, just not honey.
Yeah. Well, you think you're buying premium organic pure honey and raw honey, especially people that do it for like medical reasons or whatever, right? But it's fraud, right? And it makes it cheaper, which makes it to where American producers can't compete on the price level.
I wholeheartedly just the sentiment that I got is like you thought these at least I got the message that you were framing as like these Chinese scientists were engineering this honey in the lab and flooding it in the
Oh no, they do. There's a war to adequately get around the test of their honey and the way that they change it.
They're essentially just dumping in a bunch of sugar syrup into the honey. Like they're not doing anything,
Yeah.
as far as I know.
Okay, so
I'll send you a documentary on it. It's pretty interesting.
Okay, so Aiko is next. But before then, just quickly, we got. I'm not sure if this is a new member or it's a continuing member. I'm not sure how things work on YouTube, honestly. But they put a message. Feels like a resub. This could be the turbulent beginnings of a resurgence of more American-made products and manufacturing, like turning an aircraft carrier, takes time. So this seems to be a more sympathetic message to President Trump and his policies. Thank you so much for the kind membership. And also, just going back to Sir Bobbles, who gave us that original question on the UL compliance. So I asked him to expand on it. And he says, they say the UL the guild, they fully test each product to make sure it doesn't light up your house in a ball of fire super fast, or it's full of lead, or manufactured to not have a noxious gas in it. I asked them, is it voluntary? and they reply, there are products that are required to have it, but not all. It is government monitored. Started due to lead in toddlers' toys. So that's about as much as I know about it, is what Sir Bobble said. So I'll give my opinion on this, and other people, of course, will have their different opinions. Is that if that's its goal, right, to ensure that we don't have like super flammable material like coming from anywhere like China, like Scott brought up previously, right? If that's the goal, or get let out of toys or whatever other functions that they require, then I'm fine with that. I'm fine with being government mandated. I'm also fine with having a third party do it, right? It doesn't so for me, I don't necessarily need it to be government mandated, as long as there is some sort of compliance mechanism that has consequences, right? Not just because there's sometimes industries do this where they'll like make up their own compliance schedule, right? And then it's just like a rubber stamp, right? Oh yeah, we get to put the stamp on it and to say that there's no slave labor in this, but like there absolutely is, right? As long as it's not some sort of washing that's happening, then I'm fine with it. It doesn't necessarily be government made, just as long as it's actually protecting us from whatever it is they're claiming to protect us. No fraud. So other people can jump in on that.
I'll be super quick. If there's fraud, obviously fraud is evil. Punish it, whatever. And then I'll just simply say, every time you try and make it more government mandated, you increase the risk that you get more fraud and that you get lower standards and that the information gets worse and worse. And so the more private it is, the more likely it is that the information is accurate and helpful.
Okay, Aiko has been waiting quite patiently. Aiko, please.
Yeah, I'm glad I waited this long because I can finally ask Bam my question.
It happened to all of us. We all had to wait like fucking 20 minutes before it was our turn.
I'm sure you have.
No, it was not 20 minutes. That's okay.
A lot longer than
That's okay because I also have a response to Gibbs, but he just walked away too. So
listen, don't worry about me, Papa.
Great. Okay, good. Because I think that the thing that like I was waiting for so long for was like Fabian had a long laundry list of answers to Gibbs, in part explaining why it wasn't his aspect of it wasn't like authority fallacy, right? But I was willing to accept Gibbs's suggestion. And so I said, okay, let's look and see, because he says it's the business owners, it's the people with all the money, it's people with the business sense that should be considered the real experts that know what they're talking about. I put one of the articles, one of the surveys that I found in the group chat. The majority of small business owners say that tariffs are going to be bad for them. But then also on top of that, like Ray Dalio, hedge fund Bridgewater, CEO, says that the tariffs are like throwing rocks into the production system. Bill Ackman from Pershing Capital Management says economic nuclear winter. Jamie Dimon says it increases the likelihood of recession, and he was for the tariffs initially, and now he's against them.
And these are millionaires, right?
Billionaires.
Billionaires.
All of these billionaires. Ken Griffin from
this.
Citadel Hedge Fund, huge policy mistake. Ken Fisher of Fisher Investments, stupid, wrong, arrogant, extreme. It's and you can find the occasional billionaire who might be for this. But
these are just elite psychos.
I will match you billionaire for billionaire in terms of who's for or against this. Elon Musk, who you would never call anti-Trump, is against these tariffs. So like we're talking about. So if I'm gonna buy this narrative that business owners and billionaires are the people who really know what they're talking about, not economists, they all agree with the economists.
I can defend.
I just want to respond to that real quick.
Do they know about cattle ranching?
Yeah, I don't know. They don't know shit. Listen, they don't know shit about that.
I've got cow in my name. All right.
Hold on. I just want to say he posted an article from the Small Business Majority, which Influence Watch says is a center left, bordering on far left. So I have one response to that: fake news, frankly. I don't give a shit.
Give me a counter survey.
I'll give you a counter survey. It's right here. It's Bofa these nuts. That's the counter survey I got for you right here. I don't have one ready in my hand, but I've seen economic people that I respect say the same thing as me, and I base it off my own experiences and many others.
Wait, hold on. Who? Which economic people?
It doesn't matter.
It's the cow.
I just gave you a list of names. A list.
Oh, well, I gave you a
Just
names
one,
earlier.
just one.
Specific
How
one.
about-
And I gave you the
economic
article.
person.
Kevin
that was
O'Leary.
referring to from the
Kevin
start.
O'Leary.
What does that also
Really.
mean? An economic people?
Yeah,
Like, which
he's
economic
people.
person
Kevin
are you
O'Leary,
referring to?
I gave one earlier. I said Kevin O'Leary. He was agreeing with me.
Kevin O'Leary, he is the one.
I can give you another. What about we can give you another one? You ready for this? This is somebody you like. Dactoid has spoken out how much he likes this person several times. Tristan Tate and Andrew Tate. He's a big fan of those. So they all.
Wait, no, I'm just giving you a view of Andrew Tate
about how-
saying how bad tariffs are. How that you have to specialize in your economic niche and then trade.
He just put out a
the
video
big difference
a couple
between
days
North
ago.
Korea and South Korea, that North Korea was all about independence and self-sufficiency.
It's
and that
amazing.
South Korea is
Hold
all
on.
about trade. And
It's amazing. It's amazing how
independence.
fast he changed his tune once Trump let him back in. Just
Hold on.
saying, you know, he knows where the money is.
I Cal Rich, hold on. I changed my opinion. I am now pro tariffs, right? If we can make the tariffs high enough, then maybe the Tate brothers would find it too expensive to sex traffic girls across borders, right? The price of importing girls into Romania so that they can do this sex scam, work. I don't know. Maybe we need some tariffs, some targeted tariffs.
And wait,
specifically on that.
Andrew Tate is not in favor of tariffs. I just want to talk about it.
Tariffing that assumes that we would keep it legal.
Brings up something very interesting. I got everybody you name that has strong business ties to China.
Why are you watching
so
anything with the
pro Chinese Communist Party?
Oh, so then money isn't what makes you an expert. Then money is what makes you corrupt and dependent on China, and you can't trust those people, right?
Yeah, but we can't
you
trust
just
them
said
because
having
they're
money makes
economically
you
in China. They're already bought and paid for. We can't trust them.
Yeah, I agree. So now you've
you
changed
agree?
your mind. Now having money makes you corrupt and wrong.
Hold on. I just
now having money makes you corrupt and wrong.
No. All the leftists bought
You know what
and paid for
Kevin
China.
O'Leary's updated position is?
That's why I don't trust.
You said bought and paid for was an advantage.
Send it in the chat. Hurry up.
He wants 400% tariffs on China.
Go Lactoid.
No. So Kevin O'Leary specifically said it's a little chaotic from the point of view that you don't get a consistent message out of the administration. I admit that's a problem.
Oh wow! He also said today that he wants 400% tariffs on China. So I mean,
but he said that more
today?
recently.
That was like, that was a while ago. He said
he
that.
re-echoed it today. I just watched his whole channel.
Did
today.
you?
This was
Did
like
you
a
just
few hours
watch
ago.
The thing that he said a few days ago.
To prep it for today, I watched like 8 hours of Kevin O'Leary today from his channel. Today.
You watched 8 hours of Kevin O'Leary.
No, it was like 3 minutes.
Just Shark Tank on fucking Go. Just Shark Tank on
8 hours, 3 minutes.
It was more than I usually watch.
You seem very well informed on Kevin O'Leary's.
He watched the
stance.
one clip. He watched the one clip where Kevin O'Leary's like,
he saw a TikTok on Kevin O'Leary.
Bro, I watched 3 YouTube shorts that were 60 seconds each that had cool TikTok music.
No, he gave an no. If you really want to know, he did give like an impromptu like Facebook and like Twitter Live and all this thing today where he like
Facebook link.
Yeah, I posted. That's why I watched on Facebook, but it was like his main page that has all of them. But he like he went on like live for like a while, like just talking, and he was showing like the behind the scenes of how they do. Like he does like interviews like where he's when he's other places. It was pretty cool. So you're like here watching him do like 4 interviews back to back today, and basically I watched like I don't know 20 minutes of it, 30 minutes of it. It's pretty cool, like the behind the scenes footage.
So so then if that's done, hold on, make sure. Aiko, do you have anything else to say? Because you've been waiting long.
No. Well, yes, I had lots to say to the person who's not here. But yeah, that's okay.
Sorry, what? I got another raid?
Yeah, well, you need more mods, bro.
Nina, thank you for the kind raid. 32 people. I hope you're doing well, Nina. And I know you're getting married, Nina. I'm not sure if you're still here, but I know you're getting married, right? So congratulations, Nina. You and your hubby. I don't know, but thanks so much. I hope everyone's having a great day. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet, right here and on YouTube land. I can see we have a bit more people on YouTube land than we usually do. We usually have like 4 people on YouTube land. Hit the follow button or subscribe button on YouTube land. Consider supporting the channel. And making sure notifications are on, so you know I'm going live, right? We have these great conversations all the time. So if you're new out there in YouTube land and you just found this channel and you like us arguing about Trump tariffs, we argue about important shit and sometimes some stupid shit too. All the time. Scott gets really annoyed when we talk about stupid shit. But we talk about it all the time. So consider being part of this community. And yes, and if you're on Twitch land, hit the follow button and make sure notifications are on. Again, thank you, Nina. But so if there's nothing else, and just make sure. All right. I just wanted to say that. So Trump did this before. Oh, Sir Bobbles, thank you for the membership on YouTube. Thank you so much. Welcome. You are a new member. Okay. Thank you, Sir Bobbles. That's really, really kind of you. But okay. The previous tariffs, right? So like Trump did this in his first term, if you remember, not this, right? Not like a global sledgehammer of tariffs everywhere, right? He didn't do this. But he started a trade war with China the first time around, which I had like completely forgotten. Like I don't know how I forgot that, but like it did happen. And he was taxing, I think it was steel and aluminum there. But I could be wrong about that. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so he was taxing that. But like it was a complete failure. It was a complete failure. So like part of what like he tried to leverage there was like getting a better trade deal, right? Like I'm going to impose these tariffs, right? I'm going to start this trade war. I'm going to get a better trade deal, and he got a deal. He got an agreement between the U.S. and China, right? Well, great work. Except that China didn't actually do anything, right? Like China, like kind of almost completely dismissed this deal. It was to
China
buy.
lies. Yeah. That's all they do.
It was, yeah, but it matters, right? So, it was to buy an additional amount of U.S. exports. So in 2017, like they set the level up to 2017, right? That like there was a certain amount of exports that were bought by China, right? And then after this deal, they were supposed to meet those 2017 levels and then increase them by 200 billion. And it was specifically targeted at certain industries like the auto industry and I believe the plane industry. I was reading this article. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. And in some areas, like the level of investment actually went down. Now, remember, this happened during the pandemic, so that's another thing you should keep in mind. But they didn't actually follow the deal. And they're like, I don't know, nothing ever happened over that. Like, there is no reason to believe, especially for a country of China's size, that they will actually follow through. Biden tried to do something to get them to follow through, but that didn't happen. This trade war in which we've just raised prices, and China's decided we're not even going to bother raising tariffs anymore, right? Because it's pointless at this point, because people just aren't going to buy American goods. Job is done, right? So we're not even going to tit for tat anymore. It's pointless to believe that China will simply can be bullied in the way that we think they can be bullied. Now, there are smaller countries, right? And our friend Tyler's pointing this out, right? Who approached us. There are a few that have approached us. I think Vietnam was like first to the table, like, oh my God, like we need these tariffs off. So please help us out. Also, when a lot of countries were calling, there's an article that shows this. I can share it later on, but there's an article that shows that they were calling the White House and no one was actually answering. Literally, no one was answering the phones. So that's the thing. But let's past that. That just happened. But in any case, there are going to be partners that are very much willing to do something. I don't know, even though they've already been good trading partners. Vietnam, as I think Scott pointed out, has been a fantastic trading partner. Maybe it was Lactoid. To us.
Canada.
Yeah, but then it's Canada as well.
I like
Canada as well.
All places that provide coffee.
Yeah,
everyone goes to Vietnam
because we can't grow that here. That's the problem. Like there's some you can grow in Hawaii, but you generally can't.
We also cannot grow Chilean sea bass, right?
And,
so
and rubber and there's like a bunch of like essential materials.
Listen, if we do what Chile said and spread democracy to Chile via force, and then guess what we can? Yeah.
I'm going to share the article that I was quoting from, but like it's
not
article from
so.
New York Times.
I want to respond to this. Like, it's not.
Hold on, and I'll let you. I'll let you. I'm just letting.
Okay.
Just gonna
democracy.
I'll let you. So my problem, with these trade tariffs is that they have been done so inelegantly, without seemingly any, not any forethought. There was some sort of plan here. We actually don't know what it is though, but there was clearly a thinking on Trump's part. But like it's like still like not clear what that was. So like there's like a list, right? So like, well, what was the tariffs point, right? At some point in time, all these have been said. It was to raise $6 billion in funds over 10 years, right? So it's going to be like a $6 trillion a boon to the American public from China. We're going to make $6 trillion from China. That part was never going to happen, right? I hope everyone here understands that. To reshore manufacturing across the board. How? Across every board, again, we've just discussed, there's no way that can happen, even though I am supportive of reshoring certain critical functions, right? Like we should be able to have some level of ability to manufacture medicines on within our country, right? Like at least like maybe more critical medicines, not everything, right? Not like maybe Sudaflu or some shit, right? But maybe some critical medications. It makes sense that we have that capacity to do so. So I'm in favor of that. To get fair import deals from nearly all countries, crazy, especially we had quite fair deals that were working for us one way or the other, and of course surpluses, right? And then we were told these were going to be permanent policy change that wasn't going to be altered, right? To reshore jobs. Also, sometimes we were told it was a temporary tactic for negotiation of better deals, where these things don't actually align, they don't actually overlap. But we were told all of that, right, from the Trump administration. So there was a plan, supposedly, but it wasn't a good plan, and it didn't work. And furthermore, we can see the results, right? We can see, and I think Lacto was maybe alluding to this previously, but that in terms of our standing in the world, our relations to other countries, we are weaker. Literally, China, South Korea agreed, right? It was before these the Liberation Day came into effect, right? China, South Korea, China, South Korea, and Japan agreed to collaboratively respond to the Trump tariffs. Two of our biggest allies, right, and our barrier, our bulwark against Chinese expansionism, would decide they were going to agree with the enemy to collaborate to protect themselves. And then we have the EU, right? Again, allies, right? You can say they're not the best allies or whatever, but allies threatening them as well. What kind of sense is that? No sense whatsoever. To say that rather than concentrating it on maybe a few bad actors, we can say China's a bad actor. I have more nuanced take on that, but still, I think we can say that China's a bad actor, and trying to isolate them at the very least, how we attempted to do so with Russia, right? Isolating them on the world stage, and instead now they're more popular than ever. Now they're the hero standing up to the United States. And another thing that people forget, right, when we're talking about these, is that we talk about countries, and everyone tends to do this on both sides, right? But we talk about countries as if they're singular individuals, right? They're a singular entity that we're dealing with. What will China do? What will Vietnam do? But you got to remember, these are countries with politics, right? With leaders who are responding to a general public, even the China, right? Even an autocratic regime responds to a certain extent to its populace because they don't want a revolution. And so they have an audience who at first might have been either positive towards the U.S., like many people in Canada, right? Or maybe neutral. But now they are negative. They have a negative idea, and now their leaders cannot be seen, right? It's not so easy for them to simply come to the United States, hat in hand, begging for a trade deal, or they're going to lose office as well. So in a situation where you could have gone to these all these countries and made those deals, right, under the cover of night for all I care, now you can't do that. Everyone has their eyes on these trade deals, and now we literally turn the world against us. We saw that directly in Canada. Canada, yes. Canada, they were going to throw out the liberals, right? They were going to throw out what's his face, a handsome guy who probably had sex with Melania. That's a thing. But they threw him out. They were going to throw him out, but his party was resurgent because he was seen yelling at Trump, just being in opposition to Trump. When the Conservative Party that was going to take control was too chummy with Trump, that doomed them. This is what we. This is the result of a nonsensical plan that wasn't properly thought out. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I saw comedian Josh Johnson talk about this. All right, I love Josh Johnson, and I think he had a great analogy, though I want to twist it just a little bit. This is not exactly his analogy, but he said that he was talking about Trump's masculinity. But I like his analogy in the way that we look at trade and tariffs, right? Which is, it's kind of like he talked about, masculinity being the same as your dad thinking he's going to fix the leaky faucet even though he's not a plumber. And like that being comparable to Trump is that like half of it is the desire to fix it and the tools, and the other half of it is like the knowledge to fix it. Right. And I kind of see the same thing, and I kind of agree here, which is that like Trump is trying to fix a leaky faucet and it seems like his plan is fucking trash. But the problem, the other half of that argument, I agree that a lot of the things he's doing are probably not done elegantly. Not just probably, they're completely inelegant. They're super fucking volatile. He needs to be more upfront about what it is. He's lying to people constantly about what he feels about tariffs. So nobody fucking knows what he actually feels about tariffs. So businesses don't even fucking know what to invest in because they don't know if these 10% tariffs are here to stay. If this is like hey, we're getting in a trade war with China. So fucking, dig your heels in deep. We're going to do this and we're going to come out on the other end better. But here's the problem is that Trump is the first person to recognize, or at the very least, genuinely state, we have a leaky fucking faucet. Okay. China is a nation that engages in fraud, currency manipulation. They constantly lie about, their products. They, use all kinds of tactics to get around customs. They defraud people with products with Alibaba Express and Temu. They steal IP, even though I don't believe in IP. They're the only people that do it, despite signing tons of trade agreements that they wouldn't do that. They bully the World Trade Organization. But here's the thing. In 2002, China made up $281 billion of the global trade. That's about 3% of global trade. Today, it's $6.2 trillion. Now, the United States in 2002 was $1.98 trillion. Today, it's 5.3. China does far more trade than us. They went from 3% of world trade to 27% of world trade. We have a leaky faucet with a communist nation that has a lot of economic problems themselves, right? Who knows if those numbers are even real, to be honest, because they lie about everything. It's probably not fucking 6.2 trillion. It's probably 4 trillion or maybe 5 trillion because they lie on everything. They build entire cities that are made of things that you can literally put your hand through the wall with just your fingers. Okay. Everything they do is fake and fraudulent and fucks people over, but they have a lot of money. And the Belt and Road Initiative has a lot of tendrils all around the world. And we have been in a secret war with them, except only they have been fighting. We have been doing some shit with third world countries, right? US aid and things like that. But we have so many wealthy billionaires that work in hedge funds and equity firms. The World Health Organization, treats them like they're great. The World Trade Organization lets them get away with murder. The World Economic Forum is constantly, patting them on the back. We are under more and more regulation and scrutiny and bullshit woke nonsense in our fucking corporations and companies that China doesn't have to fucking be involved in. And so the thing is that it's not about getting some trade deal with China. Trump knows that. Everybody that has any fucking economic knowledge or business knows that. It's about using what's left of our big stick to secure the American economic empire. Because if we keep playing the game the way Trump was doing it before, the way Obama did it, the way Bush did it, the way Biden did it, what we are going to face is an American collapse in our economy, and we're going to see the yuan become the reserve currency for things like OPEC Plus and things of that nature. We're going to see multiple $1 trillion flood the American market, and the house of cards that is our completely not sound money is going to come to roost when something like $2.4 trillion in reserve currency and oil alone hits the American market and that level of inflation hits, like that's why we fight wars in the Middle East. We don't fight it for actual oil. We fight it to make sure that the US dollar is the reserve currency. And it is a game that if we don't start playing, we're going to lose. And so I think Trump is doing a lot of bad shit, but like, we need to be having a serious conversation about what we need to do about China and what we need to do about trade, because we don't have free trade with fucking anybody in the world.
Corey, I see your hand, and if there's anyone else who wants to jump in, let me know. Tyler, I didn't see you. Okay.
I got 20 minutes.
And then we have sometimes I'm not actually looking at the
I'll show my tits next time.
You do that, please. All right. So we'll go to Corey, Tyler, then
Please don't.
Aiko. But and I don't. We might have to have a larger conversation about this, like Lactoid and Scott, right? I'm actually more curious as to your terms. And if you don't have a quick answer to this, again, we can talk about it later. But like, I agree, Scott. I basically agree with your point in that, like, we need to, whatever we're doing now is not working if we are going to hold on to American hegemony. But like, there are multiple ways to handle this. Right now, like they could be.
That's why I use his example. I think it's a great example, right? Like we have a leaky faucet, and Trump is the only one calling it out, and he has no idea how. He's not a plumber, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's doing a bunch of dumb shit, and he's going about it terribly. But he's the only one in the house.
Any plumbers around him? That's the problem.
I'm not. First of all, I'm not sure he's the only one, right? Because Obama wanted to pivot to China, right? I remember that where he got like roundly criticized. Right? He was going to pivot to China.
A bunch of fucking politicians making dumb promises that they never fucking
imagined. I know.
Obama's the biggest liar of them all. Oh, I'm gonna close Guantanamo Bay.
I'm not going to
drones. What drones?
I'm not going to say that Obama isn't a liar. You're not going to get that out of me. You already know that. But I'm just saying that, like,
$500 million into his White House chief of staff after the cylinder scandal with China.
I'm trying. Oh my God, Scott! Right? Like part of this is like even reaching out to you, right? Like I'm saying that, like you're saying, well, the way Obama was doing it and Biden was doing it, maybe Clinton or Bush was doing, these are all wrong. Okay, I can agree with you because what those people have in common, or at least maybe less Clinton, but sort of Clinton, are the wars they were involved in. That like. For the past 25 years, the U.S. has invested trillions of dollars in the foreign wars.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of problems. I agree.
Could have been invested here. Yeah. So like, how do we do that? China. Okay. Yeah. So
fuck them whole ass roads. But if I have to have $2.9 trillion stolen from them, I'd rather build roads here than blow up roads in Afghanistan.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So like. All right, fair enough. Then this comment isn't to you. But I'll finish my point. Is that yes, we spent 25 years since the beginning of the war on terror, trillions of dollars overseas, blood and treasure gone. China at the same time was reinvesting all of that into China. Now you could say it was unfair to protect their corporations by doing direct subsidies or doing their technology transfers or whatever. But in any case, whatever they were doing it to China. It was China first, right? Make China great again. I just know that doesn't work. But anyway, that's what they were doing, and like that would be.
It doesn't work because they hide their own history.
Yeah, this was literally what I was debating for on Friday, right? Like 100%. There is dumb shit we're spending money on. One of the things that Trump pissed me off again recently he did is he boosted the military budget. Despite the fact there was talks about Doge going into the DoD. I was very excited about that. Again, first couple months, Trump was great, and then March hit, and then for some reason, like shit just
you shouldn't be surprised that a defense contractor, Elon Musk, did not cut the Department of Defense. It's just all I'm going to say there. Let's go to Corey.
I'm wrong.
And then Tyler, and then Aiko.
Well, Tyler can go first because I think he wants to leave. Actually,
yeah, I got.
I don't think it works. I don't think it works with the Pentagon though. But sorry, go ahead, Tyler.
I got a jet, but most of what I'm saying here is either A, answering Prime's question, or adding on to a lot of what Scott's saying. Only my last paragraph is something Scott has to address, and Gibbs also agrees with the argument, so he could take up the reins there. But so to Prime, to your question about what we're doing with Mexico, Canada kind of being a bad idea, what we saw with the USMCA is there was a loophole that China's been exploiting in terms of investing in Mexico, and what Trump's doing currently with China and Mexico is using his tariffs as leverage to get them to start tariffing China with us.
Investing in Mexico?
Yeah.
You said investing in Mexico.
Yep, I just said
I think he
build
was trying to make
factories
is
in
that-
Mexico, right?
Yeah,
Like the
trying to
electric
get
car
ground tariffs
factory.
by building in Mexico because then it can go
Yeah.
from next
Oh,
to
to the United States. Okay. Okay. All right.
They found a loophole essentially, and Trump wants to restructure USMCA now to cover that up. But in the meantime, what he's doing with his tariffs is pressuring them to put up a united Western front of tariffs against them. As well, I was going to go into this with my point about one of the things Scott said. What he's doing as well as with Panama, getting Belt and Road out of Panama and kind of forcing China out of the Western Hemisphere. What you were talking about Trump needs to do with his focus, it actually seems to be his focus. He's just not upfront about it. But today, he flat out said, we are preparing for war long term with China and setting up our economy to be ready for that. So in terms of what you were asking earlier, I kind of feel like Trump is moving toward that. And look at the whole thing with Ukraine and the security deals. Like Russia has ignored, 30 plus security deals from Ukraine that have been like looked over by the UN and the US and whatnot. Why are we going to trust China if they're ignoring all these IP contracts and climate contracts they signed? They're still building coal plants for almost another decade in China and India. And they're talking about how they're going to be carbon neutral in 20 years. I don't believe it. I don't believe them. And they've been proven to be liars in the same way Russia was with Ukraine. Why should we trust them? And that segues me into kind of what Scott was talking about there as well. This is somewhat the strategy, and we need to secure those minerals. And that's why you see Trump making a push at Greenland, making a push at Ukraine's minerals, making a push at different countries in South America as well to get China out of there and us in there, and also restructuring USMCA, as I was talking about a second ago. So there is a bit of a hyper focus on China.
Tyler.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you said. I just think a lot of the way he's going about it is dumb. But like I've said from before the election, that's what his plan was.
Yeah.
But Tyler, do you think that those other nations should trust America? Right? Like after Trump trashed the Iran nuclear deal, whether you like it or not, it was an agreement that's put into place that was popular throughout the world because it helps like deal with that particular conflict. The U.S. like unilaterally pulled out of it, right? Pretended that Iran violated it when they didn't, and then so that was just done, right? Like literally the next administration just like scraps the deal of the previous administration, and then this happens. Liberation Day happens with these tariffs that even you may support them, and I understand you have a take on this. The rest of the world clearly has a different idea, right? And feels like it's a betrayal. Whether it is or not, that's what they feel like. So my question to you is, should they trust the United States?
I think with the reciprocal tariffs, in a way, yes, they do feel like it's the old saying, if you've been privileged for so long, equality feels like you're being oppressed. They have tariffs against us. Not all of them, some of them. And again, like this is Israel, like they dropped the tariff against us immediately. You're like, why do they have a 10% tariff in the first place when we're
crazy? That was
the
crazy.
reason they exist. We're one of the 3 nations in the world that
was crazy.
Their existence. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So there's a few that you could argue maybe need a little bit of a spanking on the behind, and you'll hear Tucker Carlson say, "Daddy's coming home." It's a little weird.
Please don't. Oh,
it's
God.
weird, but that's the sentiment that people want from Trump, is to kind of punish the world for taking advantage of us to a degree. I don't know if I like that. And again, to your point about abusing power, when he's lying to the American public, he is abusing power. That is abuse of power, textbook example. I just don't know if that's.
But also lying to the markets, right? The markets, like, again, you may disagree on this conclusion, but the markets feel like they can't trust his word, and they're watching him flip flop like almost day by day, right?
Yeah.
And like the president's words have power until markets move. Like no one trusts that when he says something, this is the plan, right? Going forward, okay, that's the American position anymore. So like again, why should those other countries trust us?
And that's the thing about madman theory, is you don't know what he's thinking. So your enemies are like, oh, he could do anything. But your friends are like, he could do anything. So it's, in a way, it's good. And in a way, it's terrible. And you're absolutely right. The trade-off exists, that our allies, like, they just have to trust that in the long run that China's the target.
We tariff them too. Though.
Yeah, we do have private meetings, roundtable. Trump's had like 2-3 roundtables before the tariffs came out with all of the major U.S. business leaders. So I'm guessing there's some discussions being held there. Look, here's my long-term plan. Don't tell the public. I can't have everyone knowing this, but you guys.
What about the EU though?
They do have conversations in private and public, but yeah, I don't think that is. You could see from those text messages in the Signal chat that they are not too much of fans of bailing out the EU. That's for sure. Helping out the EU.
It's not. I don't care about how the Trump feels about them. My focus is on how the world feels about us. Like now, and then this. I mean, this especially started happening under the first Trump administration, where he started threatening the NATO deal, right? And I actually had some agreement with him on like his views on NATO. But still, at the very least, he was undermining that, right? And we saw that like France, Germany were like got their ideas in their heads, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be reliant on the United States. Maybe we should break away from them. And if they break away, right, it's a possibility that, hey, maybe they start aligning more with some of our political enemies, right, as a matter of convenience, because they just happen to have materials.
You are correct, and we're seeing that right now with the exports of Russian oil. We are not able to. This is something that I guarantee the EU and the United States are on the phone with. We are not able to accurately and fully sanction and tariff Russian energy exports because the EU is so dependent on them right now. I think we're going to see the EU learn that lesson and say, just because it's cheaper doesn't mean we can keep trading with our adversaries. And that's the same message Trump has been consistently saying since 2017. We need to decouple from our adversaries, even if it's more expensive, because it's against American interests.
You have to look at this, like, if you want to understand Trump to some degree, you have to look at this and recognize that Trump is attempting to be the president that shifts America from the world empire into the American empire. And like you have to see that. That's what's going on with Panama. That's what's going on with Greenland. That's what's going on with him trying to do deals in Mexico and Argentina. That's with him doing a fucking like trade war with China. That's with him trying to bully to see who's on our side and who's not on our side, right? Because he's drawing the lines to say, we're no longer the world superpower and the world police at the same time. It's time for the American empire. You're either with us or you're against us. So I'm going to fucking bully you and find out who our friends are and find out who our enemies are. I don't agree or disagree, but you got to see it that way.
I understand. I understand that. It's just that
and that's all for the audience as well. It's not necessarily directly primed at you.
Fair enough. Yeah. And I would just, but my indirect reply then is that I think it's good to clarify who's your allies and who's not, right? I think that's a laudable goal. This way of doing it was a disastrous way because we're creating more enemies. Where people, there are countries who are on the fence, right? Who are neutral. Or
maybe we're putting them to the coals so that we can find out who actually are our allies. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that's
Canada. You think we're making them not about Canada?
No, it's about him bullying everyone to secure the American empire, and the people that are willing to be bullied are the people that will be on our side, right? Like that's just true, right? Bullies have henchmen.
That sounds like a sick manipulation tactic.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm trying to be descriptive here, right? Like
it just sounds like an abusive boyfriend. I know. I'm just agreeing. I'm agreeing with you on this.
I do it because I love it.
No, it's not abusive to look out for yourself first.
See, this is the grand strategy with Russia. We're aiming towards a U.S.-Russian alliance. We've got to build.
No, we're aiming for Russia to eventually be our. No, we're aiming for Russia to eventually be a client.
If you hit a girl on a schoolyard, it's because you like her, you know. So
true. Yeah.
And the harder you hit.
Oh my God, no. Thank you, Tyler, for that.
Like them.
I got a second argument real quick to stir Scott.
I'm going to shut up because it's fucking midnight.
I'm going to stir the pot with Scott and then dip out of here. Gibbs agrees with this argument, so I guarantee he can defend it just as well as I could. It's the argument you were making about comparative advantage with Corey. If we build a pencil here, it's going to cost $120. If we do that today, this is the snapshot fallacy. After 30 plus years of exporting our manufacturing jobs offseas, if we work toward that reality, there is no world in my mind where Texas cannot outproduce any country in the EU at all. Harder workers, lesser regulation.
That's true.
It's absolutely true. It 100% is. Texas just kills it compared to the EU. Lower taxes, lower regulations, less climate policy, like within the acceptable window of Western Hemisphere. Anyways, they're always minimalists on that shit. And like at the end of the day, the stock market. Hold on, let me just get this out real quick. I got just a little bit more for you.
Some mesquite pencils coming, boys.
What you see, though, with that money leaving the country to those other rich people that are outside the country, they do turn around and reinvest it in the United States, absolutely. but about 25% of what they invested in is bond markets. And what they're doing when they invest in the bond markets is propping up the Federal Reserve to have more power over the U.S. economy. So, Scott, I need you to justify to me why you're such a big fan of the Fed. And I gotta go.
It's retarded.
No more number 2 pencils. Texas, bring back number 1 pencils.
We'll bring it back number 1, baby. Let's go.
You're not wrong that like Texas regulations and the value of labor, could produce many things. The thing is though, anytime you impose taxes and you intentionally degrow your economy to focus on one sector of the economy, you have to ask the question, at what cost, right? So you're not wrong that we can make pencils here, or we can make car parts, or we can make whatever, so long as we can secure our supply lines, which China has and we don't, right? But if we are able to secure, a lot of resources in, let's say, South America or, Mexico, other parts of North America, you're not wrong in that. But the question is you only have so many workers. You only have so many people educated to do so many things. And it's like, you're either going to do, the counterpoints. I promise I'm a Republican, but I want to bring in 15 million immigrants so that we have cheap labor again. Or you start taking people that have education, that have a higher standard of living, and you start forcing them into industries that are traditionally cheaper. And it's like, yeah, it's not going to cost you $100 to make a pencil, but you're not going to be able to buy 17-cent pencils. And what you're going to lose is you're going to lose the intellectual labor, because that's what America produces, intellectual labor, right? We have a fuck ton of people that are involved in production of software. We're the number 1 country in the world when it comes to tech and in an AI race. What we are basically doing with this entire trade war in this situation is we're saying, all of the things that Trump is trying to do, I agree with you, but we're also saying at this pivotal moment, let's risk losing the AI race to China. It's crazy. Like it's like, I agree that something needs to be done, but what we're doing instead is we're talking about shoring up domestic manufacturing so that we can lose the race in tech. What? Like,
we're
that's such a yeah, we'll get 17-cent pencils, but fucking we'll lose the race in fucking
we're going in the world of tech.
We're doing that in tech. We're crushing it right now. $5 trillion in investment.
I need to point out something. Okay, I'm not going
money coming in isn't
like to expect anybody to remember this, but I made all of these exact same arguments a month ago with Grid One when I posed the question.
No, it was actually 2 years ago and 13 days.
He said, Corey said, "Oh, you want the little screw jobs back in America? You want people to come and screw things?"
I said, like, Grid One, do you want all fruit pickers in the United States? Okay, or what do you want the United States?
For one, I'm ready for.
I remember this. I remember this.
I do remember this as well, actually.
And now Scott is pretty much all saying the same. Or do you want actually your American workers doing tech?
I'm saying now, like I haven't been making these arguments.
Well, hold on. What if we just
before the fucking election?
Wait.
Secure
the resources. I also want to secure the resources.
And Lactoid, Lactoid pretty much used my same, micro and macro argument of like, yes, if you go to the grocery store, it's much more efficient to get your food at the grocery store than to grow it your own. Just like it's much more efficient to have, immigrant workers pick your fruit and you have Americans do other things. This is all the same things that
we call
your argument now.
You're getting mad. Like I somehow changed my position or something. Like I don't know if you know this, but I've been fucking memeing. I've been fucking memeing about the stupidity of tariffs before Trump was even floating them. Like, what do you like?
I'm just glad that I'm stealing your ideas. The same arguments as Southern slave owners.
It's IP theft.
When I was actually engaging with Grid
One. It's just IP theft.
Gibbs. I said the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Times haven't changed. People see times change. We got more culture.
Well, Gibbs and Grid are your enemies there more than those two.
We're very anti-slavery, me and Grid. Okay. He's pro big cotton, pro big tobacco. All these people.
You are fine. You're fine with prison slavery. So let's be honest here.
Am I fine with
prison slavery? Excited.
Oh, that's Lactoid. I don't give a shit about prisons. I mean, I guess. I don't really have strong feelings on it.
In fact, I have an idea about who could be picking all the fruit, but we can.
Oh my god! Let's go to. Quite patiently.
They can pay for it. That's what we can do. We can lock the immigrants up. We can use them to pick it until they.
Oh yeah, there you go. Aiko, I know you've been waiting patiently. You have something. Did you want to say something to Tyler?
I think you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted. Muted. You got at least one mute in for stream.
Yeah, I did. I had a question for Tyler, actually. That's okay. You guys can go on. I'm just gonna sit here in my corner.
No. Say something to us. I know you got something else. We've said something else that pissed you off, or needs enlightenment, or needs a Shakespeare. Come on,
or things that I agreed with, actually, I'm agreeing with Fabian a lot here. Which is an unusual experience for me.
You mean me? You're agreeing with me.
That's why Corey is annoyed. It's the idea.
I don't know if you know this, Admiral Gibbs, but when you were mad about fucking the Chicago school, the original arbiter of all of these ideas was actually Corey Campbell, right? Like he's
his fault.
His vegan diet has made him live hundreds of years, and Milton Friedman actually stole all of his ideas from Corey Campbell years ago.
But Aiko, do you have something else you want to say?
No, just that. That there have been a lot of people having this conversation. That
chat is
taking
repeating
positions that Corey and Fabian are making, and it was, in fact, because since Gibbs brought him up, it was Andrew Tate that made that analogy with North Korea being self-sufficient and South Korea being the one that embraced trade, and which one worked out better. And it was all he was making the
because
very
those are the
exact
exact equivalency. He also just literally came and changed his tune, like literally a couple days ago.
I don't doubt it. But see, but you're the one. This is a Biden paid for
principled man.
Biden paid for, like,
that's the future prime minister of England right
now.
You're the one.
Brought him back to America.
You're the one.
Of course, he's going to support whatever he thinks.
You brought up Andrew Tate first.
His benefactor.
You're the one who said that you like Andrew Tate. He says a lot of smart things.
He makes a lot of money, and therefore Lacto thinks he's moral.
No.
So.
I think he's a charismatic guy, and I think there's some messaging he does.
You said money. The more money you make, the more moral you are as a person. Therefore, Andrew Tate is a moral person. You have to like.
He doesn't spend it morally, though. If he spent it morally, maybe you can make that argument.
What does spending it morally mean?
It's
do you watch?
It's the wrong side of the equation.
There's a scene from Wolf of Wall Street where Leonardo DiCaprio's character, Jordan Belfort, right? He's walking through and he's talking about all the ways money changes you. And he says at one point, at the end, he says, and money makes you a better person, right? And he's actually right. He says, it allows you to give more to charity. It allows you to help people more. It allows you to build more things. Like, it allows you to do more good. And I thought about this, right? Like, how many African children can you save with $1 million? Way more than you can with $0, right?
Yeah, how can I help the broke if I'm one of them? But how do you know he's not doing charitable things
Andrew
on the
Tate,
side? He has Hustlers. He has Hustlers University. He's teaching young men how to.
I'm aware, and he's got a Bugatti collection.
how to become moneymaker.
Well, I mean, he's actually more.
You can't even say that shit with a straight face, sociology.
Because he made more money than him.
He teaches young men how to pretend to be Muslim for a short enough period of time to gain followers. Look. The actual thing here is that the more money you make, the more moral you are. This is true with one major caveat, is that if you made your money via selfish means of economic transactions that were voluntary, the moment that you start making money with fraud, with abuse, with violence, or with utilizing the state to gain your money, you have gained money not by giving people what it is that they want better than anybody else and thus making the world a better place. You have gained money by doing evil things like supporting the government or, sex trafficking or things like that.
Tyler's microphone apparently migrated to you.
Yo, what happened?
I don't know. You cut out.
I've probably just been on Discord for too long because that's just how Discord works. After like 3 or 4 hours, Discord just starts fucking up.
Aiko, I just want to make sure that you have space because you've been so patient, right? And Aiko, you should have like chipped in. Tyler was there. Tyler said he was going to leave, but then like 15 minutes later, he was still there. You should have just said something.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I had really. The thing that I had to say that was like most important was what I said, the exchange with Gibbs. So I'm fine with it.
I'm the important one, not Tyler.
I gotta get out of here. I love you guys, but I just want to say this. Hold on, before I leave, Prime guys. Okay, you need if you're going to keep streaming to Twitch and YouTube, you got to put your chat on your stream. Because when there's like 3 people in YouTube and there's no chat, you're basically just forcing people to go to Twitch if they want any chat engagement.
Sorry, what? I have to put them on my
like you can
YouTube
go in your
chat?
OBS and have your chat on your stream, right? So that when people make comments on YouTube, it pops up on the Twitch chat and people can see it, and vice versa. When people are talking in your Twitch chat, people on YouTube can see it.
Yeah, but it'd be covering up the problem. I used to have that when I first started streaming, but like,
Well, I mean,
now it'll cover people's faces. It's fine because your face is always up there. But like,
cover the least important face.
You make it smaller, but listen. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm just saying if you're gonna stream to people on YouTube, you're
Just
not gonna
make it
YouTube
scroll over
past
to
like
Scott's
3 or
face.
4 people. Like
Yeah.
maybe if you get famous and you have like 100 or 1,000 people there, and vice versa, it won't really matter. But right now, people see you on YouTube and then they're like, "There's nobody here."
There's I believe a plugin or whatever, some sort of feature in Restream that you can have it show up in YouTube comments, show up in Twitch chat, or vice versa. I believe. I'm pretty sure.
There's a way to do it, and you can make it on. Yeah, you can. There's different ways to do it. Look into it.
I've got a better idea. You have it be that whoever donates can put a name of somebody on the panel, and
the chat
whoever they
goes
put the
over
name of, the chat window goes over their face.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. I like money, and then I like
incentives.
giving a reward and incentive there. Yeah,
Like any
that
good
actually
leftist
is
prime
pretty
likes
smart.
money.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Well, there's nothing.
Okay,
there's
fair
nothing
enough.
more capitalist than a socialist streamer.
Of course, that's true. That's true,
Like
especially
Blackwood?
a broke ass one like me. But thanks, everyone. So I'll leave it there. Like we have gone over time. There were other things I wanted to say. Like I had all these sources and stuff for this. I thought I would get more pushback from the upper row, but apparently not. And I thought I was hoping to have Grid here, but like unfortunately, he couldn't make it because I know Grid would have defended this, and then we could have all yelled at him. But I'll give an outro to all these fantastic individuals. First of all, thank you. Oh, hold on. Before that, holy crap! We got some super chats that aren't. Oh, they're not too old. Okay. Sir Bobbles says it's so amazing listening to a bipolar president. Agreed.
He's not
and also
bipolar.
It's ableist. It's ableist.
He's not bipolar. He's just cluster B.
Okay.
Much better.
So thank you, Sir Bobbles, for that. Also, Sir Bobbles hitting me up, and you'll like this. God. Also, you'll hate it a little bit. So Underwriters Laboratories is actually a private company, multi-billion-dollar private company that does these inspections type things, right? Like different products, you have to send them to their laboratory, and they check them, right? The part that you won't like is that they're on a list maintained by OSHA as like officially government approved laboratories that do this type of work. So they get a market advantage over anyone else on that as well. So you win some, you lose some there. So I thought you'd like that. And to Alexander Wynn, I gave $9. Sorry, was that $5? Spreading it or making it morally, which is more important? Oh, I guess it's to Lactoid. Spending it or making it morally, which is more important, Lactoid?
That's a really tough question. Because both are, I guess it depends on the context. It depends on like how
Making it morally, you gotta spend money to make money, motherfucker.
Well, but also sometimes you gotta like crack a few eggs to make an omelet, right? So like if I steal $10, but like I save the world from getting blown up, maybe I would do it. Now,
Fucking
some people might disagree.
consequentialists.
I know. Some people might say that they wouldn't steal a penny if it meant the universe imploding. Do you know anybody like that, Scott? Just out of curiosity.
Save a penny, steal a penny to save the world. Fuck that world.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just a moral
your final
person.
what's your final answer then?
It depends, and I know that's it's a very lawyer
Pop
answer.
out.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, fair enough. So thanks all for being here. Much appreciated. Shout out to our friend Lactoid, and to Scott, And to Corey, you guys have been amazing. Ali, thank you for being here. Gibbs, you're a lot of fun. Even when you're yelling at me, like it's, it's actually a lot of fun. Like if anyone is going to shit on me, I'd probably like to be Gibbs. It's going to be pretty fucking entertaining. So shout out to you, friend. And then Aiko, thank you for also coming on and dealing with the kids again, right? Babysitting.
Right.
Appreciate you, friend. And shout out to Bam and Tyler for being here as well. All right, so we're going to raid out, and as usual, I haven't actually figured out a person to raid yet. You'd think all this time I would have like done that before, so I can immediately do it now. But I haven't. There is a woman. She looks
only one on Twitch. Only a woman.
Only one on Twitch right now. Indeed, she looks pretty cute. From this small thumbnail, and that's exactly where we'll go. Exactly, we're gonna go to a Luna lyric. I don't know anything about this person, but she's doing a stream. Let's support her. The stream is it's gonna go in a second. Takes a while.
Bam, tariffs in the chat. Tariffs in the chat.
Tariffs in the chat.
You know who definitely needs support? It's e-girls on Twitch. Like they have it so hard.
This is a trade deficit actually. They're getting viewers, right? And they're not rating you. You should be tariffing them, I think.
Show me your
What
formula.
we really should be doing is we should all be finding governments to help us push propaganda. That seems to be where the money is.
Lactoid,
that seems to be where the money is.
I'm doing my part. All right. Every single time I see an e-girl thought with an OnlyFans or buy me coffee link or whatever on Twitter or anywhere,
you call them
just immediately block them. And my block list has gotten so large and it has made zero dent in the whores online. Like they're everywhere. There's something like, what is it?
Every
like
one you block, 12 come up.
There's over a million whores on Twitter that
among all the young women who do alternative forms
you know
of
what's
labor,
great about
there's infinite of them. You just can't you keep blocking.
I
them,
literally
I need some capitalist to fucking give me a Twitter add-on that automatically blocks all the fucking whores.
Oh, some Christian organization would love.
Scott, here's the problem.
I would pay
$1 million app idea.
This is once again an example.
Pay you
You and I being
$1 a month
opposite.
subscription to make sure that every OnlyFans whore is blocked, so I don't have
This
to
is
see
an example once
dumb
again of
shit.
you and I being polar opposites, because as soon as I see an e-girl, I follow her. As soon as I have
I want to say why Prime raids to girls. It's just his way of shooting your shot. He goes, "Oh, maybe that's Prime guys," and he raided me.
I'm gonna say, Fabian, you're looking at this all wrong. See, the trick is you become their friends, and then they will spend these simps money on you, and that's money better spent. Anytime some girl,
That's moral money spent. Yeah.
Simps, I deserve it.
Did he cut out for everybody? Or was it just?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, because you were all on in on whatever
The whole
joke.
thing.
To go, yeah, I agree, and I was like, is it just me?
The whole.
I just got relief from the silence. That's all.
I love compliments towards people across the political aisle in my chat of autistic crazy people. Someone in my chat said, "Well, if Prime had offered to bleep Destiny, he'd have more money, so at least he has some standards."
Yeah, that's true.
It's like the backhanded compliments that people give are so fucking hilarious when they're political enemies.
Yeah, that's true. Won't deny that.
Jesus.
But yeah, thanks for being here, fellas.
All right, I'm out. Peace.
Have a good night, guys.
It's a good night.
Yeah, I'll say.
All right, hold on, boys. I don't know if any of you are expecting content from me right now, but like that, I'm good. My brain is broken enough. I will see you guys tomorrow. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to somebody. Hold on. Fucking check my DMs because I know here it is. This guy. I don't know if it's Daniel Wagner or Daniel Wagner. Father, anarchist, atheist, common sense enthusiast. Some of the things that were floated were, I don't know if I'm talking with him or a bunch of people, but it's around 7 p.m. Decentralization, privatization of regulation, how it can alleviate unnecessary roadblocks of businesses, tricks to effective communication of anarchy, etc. Some other ANCAP guy. The camera screen is bright. Oh yeah, sorry. I have to switch it at some point. I don't know how people let those programs use their camera. Like maybe I need to create a scene change for my camera where my camera's just real small in the corner so it doesn't like blind people's eyes or something. Switch to one of these or something so it's not too bright. Maybe I ought to do that. I don't know. But like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. That's where you're going to get the go live notifications and be a part of the community. Follow me on Twitter or X. That's where I post wild shit and shower thoughts. Consider becoming a member for only $3.99 or super chats. I answer all super chats. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate it. Hopefully we got good things coming in the future. Trying to schedule something with Jake Rattlesnake, maybe a debate with Andrew Wilson or something in the future. Who knows? Trying to schedule something with Jay Dyer. He finally unblocked me, but then he just kept sending me random I'm going live on X to debate a Catholic, and it's I was trying to get you to hop in one of these X things, and I'm like, dude, I'm not hopping in some impromptu X thing. Schedule a debate with me. So I don't know. I want to do a reaction with Casimir, and we were supposed to do it Sunday, and he even sent me thumbnails, and then he got distracted. So I want to react to the debate, and I'll see if we can schedule that in the future sometime. But trying to get some things done. I got the weekend free, and also Baldur's Gate 3 dropping patch 8 tomorrow. So who knows? I might not get shit done because I'm ready to play a Shadow Magic Sorcerer and do another honor mode run. But oh shit, thank you. Good debate. Go to the gym for Tim Pool. Listen. I went to the gym today. I'll be going to the gym Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I started doing 24-hour fasting. What I'm doing now is this week I'm just started going back to the gym, and on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I reward myself by going to the gym by allowing myself to break my fast after the gym with a protein shake that is like a mint chocolate chip ice cream. It tastes good as a bitch, but it's not that many carbs. A fuck ton and I put in my collagen as well, and my creatine, my collagen, and then protein powder. So I allow myself to, instead of being a 24-hour fast, I do a a 6-hour window because I'm having a protein shake and then having my one meal. And then I'll use that reward mechanism after I get used to it to treat myself to going to it by doing fucking 6 hours. I'm drinking plenty of fucking water. I'm getting my macros. Calm down. My kidneys will be fine. Jake is tough. Jay only takes on people in areas he has a massive study advantage on. I don't think I'm supposed to be debating him specifically. I think he's trying to moderate something. And he liked and work on your skateboarding. No, I'm not doing skateboarding. I have a connective tissue disorder. So I can break joints pretty easily. So skateboarding is a bad idea for me. It's probably one of the worst things I could do. But once the summer comes up, I'm gonna start going to the pool and swimming on Tuesdays and Thursdays, add in cardio, and then I'll reward myself with protein shakes. And I'm gonna lose weight. I promise. I'm doing it. I am doing calorie counting and fasting. I just started doing my macros and stuff today because I was just getting used to the fast before, right? So I was just letting myself kind of eat whatever, but I was starting the fast so I'd get used to that. Okay, you get a pass on skateboarding, good excuse? Yeah, no, for real. I can't do that. I've broken my right ankle. I got to get hip surgery, but I'm waiting until I'm 40, because then I won't have to get hip surgery again when I'm older. At least that's what the rheumatologist said. It's look, we'll wait till you're 40 and then we'll do your hip surgery. But I got fucked up joints. But no, Tim Pool was oh wow, I'm really fat. I need to fix this. But nevertheless, I will see you guys tomorrow, or I'll see you in the Discord on X. Right now, I need to come down, relax, and get ready for tomorrow. Peace.